to give him a Yorker. Make him talk about my opening batman.
Yo, is a knob stop.
Bruce,
Is a knob
Bruce
stop.
come out him. Where's the Bruce come out him, Sonny?
Is a knob stop bag with a cartoon character. Me see them draw a film and go on a plane.
Okay, no, Tada.
Remember nurse Afia put their hand in a scandal bag. Scandal bag. Afia in a hospital and a party at the time. What is wrong with party sick? I want if I go see I cover them to realize that.
Me feel the same I go see now.
I think I go see that and people to recognize that.
Jamaica no respect for him.
Mark go to jail for him.
So make him come out.
You know why he go for him? Because he knows West people them have a soft spot for him, but you know how to work.
He can't cut them dead out. He can't cut them dead out.
New generation now.
New generation now.
You want to go play upon the people and emotions. They will say, PJ. But when you go down there and the people remember say no do nothing for them.
Kill them one.
You can't. That one thing you go down there and kill him.
Hey, me give you a joke here. When you go Buchanan, me give you a joke. When you go Buchanan there, you know, and you come back get flag green. When DK don't come down there, if you know you go, you can't make again. You never come back and send it.
Blood clot, I will move that little fish there.
Man, I'm black that you the man. I'm black, he making me walk on, man. I'm black that umbrella making me walk it, man. Not put him in a box, but I'm black him, man. Unblack him, man. And put make him here, man.
PJ last.
Unblack him, making you rub out it, bloody feeling party. So unblack him.
PJ last, man. PJ want to see.
But I'm on brave body, man. Yeah, make it go and play. No, I hear him, man. Yeah. If he live.
Counter the fast bowling, the opening bowlers, the fast bowlers who are going to come at him or at her.
Turn up a little bit, Candy.
Because the opening bowlers need to break through quickly, not to give you any opportunity to settle in. So Mr.
Patterson, no, I hate we are going to cast.
Come out as opening batsman. And I'm sure.
Now you come back a while ago, Candy man.
He has now re-entered the political arena, opens himself to scrutiny and searching fast bowling.
No, sure, Candy. You know, some don't like before when he just up there. He sound too low now.
KD not push up your head, but he might come push up your head now.
I told them it really calf.
After your record, your time at the wicket, when, as you heard in the report, poverty levels were at their highest in Jamaica. Their highest in 1996 under your watch.
Paka, but I'm mute, Paka, mute.
To survive. What was his record? Under his watch, Jamaica lost its 40,000 Jamaican-owned businesses. 40,000, more than 40,000 indigenous Jamaican businesses went under during Patterson's time. The banking and financial crisis that peaked in 1996. Yes? Remember now, he came to power in 1992.
This need fire out. Talk up things them
In 1996, the banking crisis where banks went under, financial institutions went under, generally businesses went under. It became immortalized in the word FinSac. They were all FinSac. Why? Because Patterson and his finance minister, Dr. Omar Davis, were engaged in what was a sustained period of high interest rates. The cost of money was such that if you had cash, you were king. You simply gave your money, lent your money, invested your money in government paper, and you went to Caymanas or Draxall to play golf. And you would be handsomely rewarded. But at what cost? The country suffered. Businesses were wiped out. The indigenous businesses were destroyed. People committed suicide. Inflation was rampant. Cost of living was rampant. Huh? Some people have not recovered. In fact, the figures are there. That episode alone cost the country 40% of its annual gross domestic product in one fell swoop. 40% of its GDP.
Mighty God.
The level of public debt in the country was averaging 130 to 145% of gross domestic product. In other words, the total value of what we were producing could not cover our debt. And what did that mean? It meant we could not invest in fighting crime. The security infrastructure of the country was underfunded. Education was underfunded.
The more be cliff views, you know, say my labor right, you know.
Patterson spoke about the health sector and the roads. Under his watch, we could not finance them because we were busy having to pay off debt. And it is those seeds of poor management, poor fiscal management, that have now grown to the point where we had to change course, certainly. And that's when we went to the IMF again as beggars. And Peter Phillips said, never again should I or should we have any Minister of Finance, yes, in our country, having to suffer the indignity that he had to suffer. Never again. Why? I'm going to read something from you, from the IMF, about the period when Patterson presided over the economy. One of the most striking features of the Jamaican economy is a high public debt, which is a recurring theme of this paper. Jamaica has had very high public debt for a long time. Some progress in reducing the debt in the early 1990s was reversed by the banking crisis that ensued in 1996. That is a FinSac debacle. Following which the government absorbed an additional 40% of GDP in debt. Since then, Jamaica has been grappling with a legacy of public debt averaging between 130 and 145% of GDP. This debt has rendered the economy vulnerable to market sentiments and contributed to high and volatile inflation as well as low economic growth. The debt has so severely constrained the flexibility of macroeconomic policymaking and required the development of a sophisticated debt management strategy. You understand what that means?
Have you tax party, have you tax hand card, you have got tax the most destitute. Dirty Patterson, who you be boy?
Had ballooned to the point where we could not take care of basics. Patterson's government could not find $45 billion to be fixing the roads he's now lamenting about.
You have to tax all cigarette.
Find a tenth of that. You know, when I heard that PJ had said this, and I said no. PJ is usually a very cautious man. Why would he do this now?
PNP have no.
I must pay an MPA.
Something has gone wrong. What is it?
Everybody's gone senile.
Desperate measures.
What is it? Surely something has gone wrong. That he would come.
Lawrence Rose said the polls them not real. The PNP back against the wall.
He know why he coming up. He know why he come. He know why he should go.
Who was to call it, Andrew call it? The PNP is not ready.
Of rewriting history.
Mark Walling use strength. That's why he come out.
That's not the era we're in now. Don't take my word for it. Just simply use Google and put in from 1993 to 2006 and ask for the data. Ask for the figures.
Or ask Ronald Tweet to come explain to the public then, Cliff. I'm going to call him right now and tell him to call Ronald Tweet and explain to the people what I mean.
But was one of those countries that was regarded as
Yeah, Cliff look a bit bad, bro.
cannot be helped. That did not go down well, Mr. Patterson. But those of us who lived through that period, and I don't deal with crime yet. Crime surged under Patterson's 14 years. We lived through it. Talk about corruption and scandals. I tell my youngsters in the newsroom, Audley Shaw under Edward Siaga was busting a scandal once a week. They never won, despite a scandal a week. So, Mr. Patterson, go back to the pavilion.
Mute Chuck.
And stay there. Stay there. Yeah? Because all you're doing is sending several people to the records and to look at your record. I said last night to my youngsters, Patterson will be credited for removing the violent, confrontational edge to the Jamaican political scene. And that's a fact. He's not a confrontationist. He was always seeking to build consensus. But I'll also say this. He was a master at patronage politics. Carstone calls it patron clientelism in the politics. He was not a conviction politician. Yes? Certain core ideas and beliefs, like a Michael Manley or a Eddie Siaga or a Bruce Golding, no. He was about winning elections and doing what was necessary to win elections. And that is why under his watch, Davis could declare boldly in one of the most grotesque public statements made by a Jamaican politician that we knew that what we had to do was not the prudent thing to do, but we had an election to win. So I said, run with it. We must not go back there. We must not go back there. Time for the break.
So we time to start again. Next month the wicked.
One bounce away I get take off in my head, me say. You hear Cliff come for this morning?
Remember saying the two cliff, you know, don't forget.
Come back
If not, no patience with him, you know.
One bounce man, helicopter come from pan pitch.
Yeah, man.
The year cliff tell them say better you go on back where you did the papa. But you just go on back, go hold a seat.
Yo, and that man, you know, make you have so much little people in Jamaica now when you change the secondary school to high school. And enough poor people couldn't afford the money to pick the school.
When they go to school and give one bank slip as well to pay a school fee.
Exactly, Workers Bank. I can't forget.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. I feel like can't pay no school for you.
No school.
You know what you pick there, no just out of school and then,
But panel, I am convinced the PMP in a problem. This will make it clearer to me that they're in problems. And you know what going on Westmoreland, you know, if them know why them going on, they say no. Because I don't think the people them are so
They be pretty about again. Then they don't.
And not even that, you know, they're into Dayton.
They're not in a Dayton. Not receptive down here.
We have an election to win, so the law is not a shackle.
Mama tell you, the only reason why I'm going down there so because him know say though them the ballot box they down there so easier for stuff than the one them at town, period.
But
election different, election different.
Candy, them things as of the past, I keep on telling you.
That not gonna work again.
Things are of the past, Candy. Those things cannot happen again.
Well, if at the past them a bring come now, Bridget, we can't really underestimate that right now, you know.
But if you do that, Candy, that division will be null and void.
It's a good one.
It has to run over back or something.
Run it over, Candy. It's not like to how the system set now, Candy. To how I'm telling you, Rand Peralta, Danville Walker, and the great Edward Santiago.
And they
reform the electoral system.
Okay, man. Hey, when we are Jamaica now, for ballot box don't call, you know.
Come back here.
Conference 2025.
Let me clear.
It's being put on by the Ministry of National Security's the Ministry of National Security is their first Cyber Smart conference. And it is designed to address some very serious challenges in cybersecurity and the growing threats of cyber crimes in our lives today. It's being staged under the theme, Stay Safe in Cyberspace. And it will provide context on the dangers in cyberspace while highlighting best practices for safely navigating the digital world. The Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security in charge of that ministry is Dr. Horace Chan. Good morning, Dr. Chan.
Good morning, Stephen. Good morning, Tim.
I know I hear that.
Yes, man. Yes, man. Pretty good today. I'm fine. Very good to be here.
Cyber Smart Conference 2025. What are you hoping to do? What are you hoping to achieve?
I think a number of things. The conference is put on to increase the awareness of the general working population and do that work with both in this Ministry of National Security and related agencies. Because space is changing rapidly. In fact, as I said in the presentation, we no longer think of us in terms of years and days and all the nanoseconds things are changing. And we can see in recent times how rapidly artificial intelligence became a major player coming out in the digital world. And of course, there was a dramatic shift recently from chat to introduction of please speak by one country, which kind of changed the ecosystem and reflects really how rapidly this kind of activity changed. So we have to remain aware and sensitive, and a small country with limited resources, it's important that the players in the industry and agencies keep abreast of activities. We have some very smart people in Jamaica, but our economy is still relatively small, and some of the things can be quite expensive, although as demonstrated with AI and the conflict recently between DeepSpeak and traditional AI, if you get the right mental approach, the right intellectual approach, we may be able to little push ourselves up into the front. Yeah. You know, and what the cyber economy, cyberspace offers for small countries like Jamaica, where if we can adjust our education system, our business process, etc., and move more rapidly into the developed world by using knowledge and intent as opposed to the traditional heavy industrial approach that characterizes traditional development.
Okay, what are some of the specific measures, protocols your government has implemented to prevent and respond to ransomware attacks in both the public and private sectors?
But it's technical data I can't go into, but I know we have had ransomware attack on several agents before, and I know that here today advertising CrowdStrike is one of those defense mechanisms which has come in. They don't know the technical details, but they're the company that is on providing a level of comprehensive cyber defense for the government. I said the idea of this conference, and that's really the Ministry of National Security side of cyber defense, cyber development is really after the Prime Minister to introduce digital activity across government, monitor and control. But the cyber defense, which comes under the police, CFCB, as well as the MOCA in particular, which has evolved quite a strong technical response team when it gets in. But the technical details of it is to ensure that our systems are protected. And I know one of the company here is one that's involved in that. As I said, I can't really technical detail. CrowdStrike was brought in after we had an invasion of one section. It's another challenge. We haven't done too badly in recent years, but I've seen a number of agencies, including several government offices that have been subject to ransomware. But the response has been by the teams, which I said come out of CERT and MOCA, have been pretty good. Yeah. And we continue to maintain a vigilance, but it requires ongoing changes. Yeah. The rate of change in the cyber world is rapid.
Let's spend a little time on the JCF, because I see where the JCF is now saying it is possibly the smartest organization in the entire public sector in terms of the use of technology. Is that really so?
No, that's correct. We have had a few procurement delays, but definitely we are way ahead of the rest of the government in terms of the digitization process, so to speak, and cyber smart. We have introduced a station management system, which is going, if you go to have a view, you will see the impact, and we want to put that across the entire island. So we now have the system set up so as to get the hardware and put in place. So the police could be concerned now at this point, it was cyber smart. We won't use that term yet because we have not put in the C5 center, which deal with both computerization, cyber security and communication. Once that in, we'll have essentially the only agency with a complete cyber system and involvement. And that's not a protection, it's already ordered. We have the financing and we'll complete that. We think it is important to go that route because while we deal with the hardened criminals with M16s and AK-47s, we also have increasing instances of cyber crime around. In addition to which, if we're going to provide our police force with adequate working conditions, from better compensation, better working conditions, you have to optimize the use of the dollar. We're not very wealthy. You can either do this by introducing quality technology or expanding. We expand to 20,000 people. We can be economical with a good compensation level. That's really what it comes down to. So by introducing technology, we improve the quality and keep the numbers manageable, but still better than it was. We're now at 14,000. It's better level. So we're really seeking to get a balance between, improve the quality of our professionals and at the same time provide the tools that they can work efficiently with.
Ultimately, where you want to take the complement to?
We're going to work with just over 14,000 from now until we complete our whole digitization process and then deal with it. One of the challenges that is emerging is that as confidence in the police improves and their success improves, there are more demand on them. So I think you see that there's a call for increased number of school resource officers. It's a whole different kind of policing. We have to expand the cyber side of our activity. You know, we work with MOOC, but MOOC is a small specialized agency. The body is really, the police and the cybercrime within is not going away. It's expanding.
Yeah.
But while we track cybercrime, as happening in some countries, which has become a huge part of the economy, which we have to prevent, we still have to track the gangs. And we have seen significant reduction, but although we can disrupt the organized gang, when you disrupt the gang, they splinter into small bits and pieces. So we still need manpower on the ground for public order and anti-violence.
Let me ask you, the installation of cameras across the island.
We are proceeding. Maybe not as fast as it would be desirable, but we are proceeding.
Are you up to about 3,000 now?
No, 3,000 is the objective. And for public cameras, we are over 1,000. By the end of the financial year, we should be near 2,000.
But what has been the experience in terms of communities reacting? Yeah, there was a time when the police would complain that as quickly as you put them up, they were being torn down.
Yeah.
Is that still happening?
No, not really. Cameras, like in a public facility, like street lights, after a while, people get used to them and just accept them. The street lights, they'll blow the bulb, but in like cameras and traffic lights, after a while, those who don't like them just, in Jamaica, they take them for granted. And we don't mind that. They just...
So they're not tearing them down anymore?
Yeah, and they kind of operate. But we have seen behavior change when they realize they can be seen. So I don't know, once we get the full complement of a few, we'll see anybody try to take them down in that area. But in some hotspots where they haven't put up, people move to the periphery.
Yeah. What about the backroom maintenance to make sure that we are responding to what the electronic eyes are telling us?
That aspect of it, we are pretty good at it. The monitoring is there. The challenge we had, as I said, was initially keeping all of them functioning. It was a new activity, and the institutional support for that was just not effective in existence. And we had a challenge I spoke to before, but we have gone beyond that. I said the rate of change in the electronic and cyber is rapid, and there are a number of people who have moved aggressively to be in a position to provide support in these areas. The company are now working and have set up a long-term island-wide operation for response and maintenance. It's actually a Jamaican company but has Caribbean-wide base. They're very capable and we're confident they can keep us going. But we have to set standards for recovery if a camera goes down 24 hours, 36 hours maximum kind of thing. And those are being done now, so we're in a much better position.
Can I pick your brains for 2 minutes as JLP General Secretary?
I'm at your station on the public space. I'm a public servant.
That leaked internal poll, is it really fake or is it credible?
Which
is it fake or really credible?
Which one? No.
The one that your party claimed was a leaked internal poll.
No.
That I saw was published online.
A number of polls being talked about. There was one, and one was
the one that shows you leading by 6 percentage points.
No, my understanding is it's a real poll that will be published by the company that initiated it. I'm not. I think it's a level of accuracy as well. Polls take at different times, reflect different things. They said there are moments in time, but I think since November, which was we built up a good momentum in our general conference and went on to do the kind of response to some of the challenges out here quite effectively over the period December into January. And that's been reflected because the Jamaican mood is independent voters, I say, rather than the core members respond very quickly to issues that they're concerned about. And I think conference gave the base and the core a good lift. Because they'll be concerned about the mood, general mood, and there was that time leading up to November, there was a bit of a coolness. I think that pulled out the core members, and since we have started the investment in infrastructure around, which is a real sore problem, I think the wider population begin to take a second look at what's happening. We initiate a number of programs in road repairs in particular, and that has shown I think the government responds to the government's ability to respond to these issues, and not just for election purposes, but in a systematic way.
The former Prime Minister, PJ Patterson, came out from the pavilion on the weekend to say, listen, it's time for you lot to go. He said that, listen, your public health is almost has crumbled, the state of the roads poor, people can't survive, and making the case for the PNP. How do you respond to the former retired Prime Minister?
A distinguished gentleman, former Prime Minister, in fact, I was born in this constituency. But no, I think the PNP tried to bring out Mr. Patterson when they're in trouble. That is really it, and therefore, what I will say is, I wouldn't comment on that, but it's a signaling that the current leadership recognize they are in problems. They went on a good run when we were more focused entirely on government, and we had to deal with some challenges coming out of not only burial, but period of COVID and our investment in the public sector. But the government's program for infrastructure development and the city economy for growth is well established, and we modify as we proceed and pivot towards even greater growth. And the population respond. What I think the population want to see in terms, for example, road infrastructure, is how we respond. We have had bad roads a long time. The roads were worse than the PNP. I've been there long enough to know that. They had a small program of 10 million in the Jeep per constituency. With 10 million is what a parish wants to spend on the road, and it is monitored and well spent, and I think the population that responds. Unemployment is not full employment in the sense of everybody been working, but we certainly have more people working than ever under the country's economy. The salaries are not the highest level, but a steady income to a humble person is far different from one who is struggling to find an income on a daily basis. To that extent, much better, but you'll have complaints because the person who gets a income for the first time begin to spend, and the demand become high credit.
So you're saying,
but once they are faced with the difference between having a job and not having a job again, then they begin to make a decision. And what is happening now, I think, as we get near this time of the year, there are more people making up their mind, as opposed to people saying, well, what happened?
But I'm hearing you say that, listen, you are getting better, your favorability is increasing, PNP is in trouble, meaning support for them is waning, declining.
And what I say, they're static. They have not offered anything new. They have not yet been able to articulate any policy change that would suggest to even the most humble that they would change things for the better if they're given the opportunity. They keep harping on issues which I don't know if it can impact individuals. The some issues they raised, I think that they've been there for a long time, and we have moved things forward. I said the emphasis, while the PNP did some basic highways, we have continued that program to let the government the country needs a good infrastructure development. Now we're going to community roads, and it is far more expensive. Just that we went through some bad periods when the economy down, just maintenance of those roads, buildings, schools, hospitals deteriorated dramatically. And the police force, which I have some responsibility for, when I took the ministry in 2018, we did a SWOT analysis of our physical facility, and every single facility needed major input. We have moved forward to have major repairs on over 120 of those stations. We have built about 30, and we're in the process of building more. And what was started, there was no plan, no indication that the government understood what was happening. We had to go and start from scratch.
All right, they're giving me the wrap-up signal because I'm cheating. Yes? When will your slate of 63 be ready?
No, we'll be ready this month. But remember, candidates only become candidates
On election day.
on election announced.
Right.
We have leadership in all our constituencies. We are going through some transition in 2 or 3.
You're having problems, man.
And not a problem. I must indicate that we don't have a problem.
don't?
We have candidates who are retiring, distinguished candidates, and someone like Aldershaw and Mike Henry. We have to settle their seats. It's not a problem to settle their seats. There are people who want it, and they are going forward in a CFC. Their opinion.
Have you confirmed Robert Chin in South Manchester?
He's the member of parliament.
But you have confirmed him as the man
He
going
won't be a
forward.
candidate until the nomination day. So
right.
whether he's the candidate nominated is a way to come. We have the Prime Minister not indicate an election date. We have until September, and that's a long time in politics, as I think the host
Your health minister said in a speech recently that it's more likely June, July. Do you share that view?
The Minister of Health is a very good minister and a successful one, but he doesn't set the election date.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chag. All right. Good.
Anytime.
Good. Time for the break.
Cliff, where joke the man from?
You think so you can't drive more? Man, diplomatic, man. You think so man had public Scott.
Well said, though. Well said.
All in labor rights. All in
You answer question, you know.
Yeah.
Just not give Cliff the answer where Cliff wants.
Why you a date? I'll squeeze something out the head. Journalist.
Same thing where I say, but most of what Cliff has said this morning, like same thing, all of we say every day, you know. Same thing what Cliff talk about the
You know,
years,
Chang say the fact that them have to go for PJ, that mean they are in trouble.
They're desperate.
You know why glass you see that?
Where's Colin Camber?
You see the last thing I with Dayton.
Dayton Camber.
It is a damage to them. Wicked.
Oh,
Wicked.
Think them.
Yeah. So because of that now, them can't tell him to resign. No. Mark Wallen can't tell him to resign. May I tell you that. That man grown himself. You understand? All of the ideas that you see Mark Wallen come up with, most of it come out of Dayton. Here, you see all the chain business there at Dayton.
Mark Wallen and a politician.
Hello. Campbell, stopping the eyes now. So the new general secretary of the party, a PJ.
Your mind right.
Born Jamaica, 1 minute, Chuck. Born Jamaican girl said Thursday's not gonna be good again. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Born Jamaican, they can give you an interview on Thursday.
Carla, what on Thursday?
Bill.
A caller, oh, me never know say a caller. A caller type in the chat, no man. I come tell you what go on Thursday.
Bill, I go pass.
And not today.
I Thursday here.
Not today, a parliament, man. A Tuesday, a parliament, you know.
Oh, shit.
If I put more bill or whatever, I think that today.
Hey, man, they're confused. They mix up. They don't know what to do right now. The rest of that Johnny man hanging on a 2 grass straw.
PJ Patterson come out for debunk all the way.
Cliff, you say, and I don't get into crime as yet, PJ.
But yeah, go back here at Pavilion.
They say, all in come for though is detour what they go on with the said Dayton here.
Yeah.
That's all in come out, you know.
Vanish.
They want to push up their head and don't know how to push up their head.
Yeah, we were listening to
Over them with nail gun, hammer, all kind of something as they move. We're ready for strike.
You're lucky. We have one bowler. We bowl out people.
Now you're
They were able to fill in the border for South Africa.
Yeah, the opening ceremony at Parliament at Thursday.
They were Werner Philander.
I want
If I hear about Code Ambrose,
This girl that we used to have there. What's she name there? Boy, I love her. She can't speak. It's a shame.
Look, like, we have to go draft for Bruce.
Terence, yeah.
No, man, we don't need Bruce, man. We don't need Bruce, man. We don't need Bruce. We're alright, but
we're achievement sure. We're achievement sure. We just
yeah,
draft
we
for
don't need
achievement.
Bruce.
No, man, me just say since I tell what war they want, we draft.
No, man, we not war. We not tell what war, my girl. And everything them do, we need to do. We don't need no Bruce.
We just draft achievement. Achievement.
We just need to just reload our achievements and all of that. Oh, I think Carl, I think Parliament the budget debate on Thursday.
Look here.
So, the marching of the people them will go on Thursday, I think.
It's good now.
We don't need Bruce still enough. Can Bruce come say something sometime?
Yes, we were listening. We were listening.
If Bruce are coming.
We're listening.
Yeah,
to
Bruce come say something sometime. We not
the achievement.
In order for we just no trouble Bruce and him not because we don't know why most they can because what they
can't
come
say
out
anything.
And we don't want for people got disrespectful Bruce. So yeah, what make him say right when he work in the constituency on the ground, make him say right this one. Alright.
Man say we know the both about achievement. Him no see it. Yeah. The man out there.
I think he want only record of the only
nice, man.
3 years. Serve 3 term, and that's why he come on chat. He want whole record, but Andrew getting 3rd term regardless if you like it or not. Then 10 years shit and piece up yourself in your wheelchair.
Yeah, and the Bishop, like, I think Bishop background loud, man. Somebody background loud.
Nation background.
Our Bishop.
Our background so nice, you know. If you not talk, you mute when you come up, man.
Nation background on my somebody out there still. Yeah.
Hey, me tell you something here. The time when Bruce Darrow against Porsche, most bad road ever in Jamaica. If you already go through that campaign in Virgin, I'm out of kid. But dust. Everywhere if you JD sign a China Harbor, be unfinished road. They know they road them, they just island and left them. Island and left them.
All them, and Porsche, all them.
Yeah, man. Remember that time, man? We both golden. Oh, gosh, man.
Man, no.
Hold on, yes. I have something to post. I may change my background, but I can't go and talk.
You cannot big up your screen.
Okay, man, let me tell you something here. If Jamaican people, most of the history of Jamaica, kids ever go to school. From basic school, from kindergarten to college. The history of Jamaica.
But you know, here the Prime Minister say because of COVID, some kids have not returned back to school according to what the data shows. And he said he told Dana, he gave her instruction to hire people, like social workers to go into find those students who are not attending school and make sure they attend school. I don't know if you guys listen to what the Prime Minister said.
Me hear that. And history of Jamaica, most young people have skill. Most young people have skill. The history of Jamaica.
Yeah, what me I say now. Cliff Hughes infused himself as the coach, you know. So right now him said don't make the batsman circle down here. So I have to be the batsman.
He can't circle. He can't circle. By next 2 weeks, you don't hear about him. Hey, I can't forget, man. When I thought we said it, man, when Flag will come in and Katie Duncan down there, everywhere you go, my you go. And he's shaking that for no you go. We can't go no further. Yeah, man.
Well, when him go down at Westmoreland, you know, Danny Buchanan Danny Lawrence in a film constituency, you know, so I'm supposed to see the difference
You can't believe it was a shock.
Yeah.
I may say him supposed to shame kindness. Although them people didn't have no shame still in
No.
Man, them a learn, man.
Them a learn, man. Can't imagine people say, boy,
man.
I first not taste pipe water.
Yeah,
First
man.
not taste pipe
Boy, me
water.
not them a learn, brother. Me no know.
Okay,
I don't let my mother come from, you know. Me know so them a
Come we
learn,
talk,
man.
PJ. Come we talk, PJ. Come.
Look at that. Remember Virgin come from Darlington, right? Darlington, PMP era. You tell me, say, I'm up here in come from farmer care. You come from the farmer, right? You man say, first if you feel shame to be a liberate in Darlington.
Yeah.
Couldn't hardly walk on the road. Yeah, man, I know. Everybody at Darlington, a liberate.
Yeah, man, when we go there and talk liberate politics, man, I have to talk loud and strong, and sometimes them gather like them want war, like them would want to shut me up, but through them know me from me, I look at youth I grow up, I used to be a tailor down there one night time, you know. So then you say I'm not afraid of people. Them have to hold them corners, man. How we are talk about, man? No,
come PJ Patterson.
Look here.
Make we
Now
talk.
PJ time. Look at South Central with our Southeast. Now, right now, the people there here, some people not gonna find go work.
Look on the poverty rate. Look on the poverty rate.
Hey, look, man, if you send it to a bit like you send it right now, having more soul in the rural, have a parish. More sound system, people enjoy themselves day by day. When they talk to one guy up here, he say he never money bill, and then one go party, one go send it with. Because
remember saying no concrete house never used to down there, the pure like a 2-room board house them, you know. Now when
where?
you go down there, you see house now, you know, man.
That was Moran.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, right one.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Virgin. The Westmoreland was one of it. They call it the Westmoreland house from Patan over. And a pay board house.
Yeah, man.
No change. That's still board house.
Majority people understand learning now, man.
Me tell you where most wall house there, like West. You see when they go like White House side, the fishing village there and then place there. That's some of the biggest house in Westmoreland there.
All right, and what is a labor?
Yeah, man. Biggest house there.
What was a labor? You know, so what was a labor though?
Yeah, man.
No 100%. Remember I say
mix. It's a mixture, man.
Yeah.
Majority.
Remember say labor right live in every constituency, you know.
Yeah,
but majority are White House.
No, Sam, I don't give that. And now they might change over.
And if you go down upon Black River, right? One part down there with majority of PMP, a pay board house on this. Pay board house on this.
Same place I know about to man, Lucy and them place. No, yes, enough of them land where people live and over them place. Give land them, you know. They don't have no papers to them, you know. Log out on them place, you know. I get things say PNP win them down so consistently.
Capture land.
Look here.
Capture land them.
While look apart, they are Black River, they will turn and go around back with us. So if you go there, they kill the PMP. They Black River, some of them Black River, some of them know what's next part of Black River. Can I go nowhere? Yeah.
When we see there's a PJ come from over and India was one and 2 much years. I don't know if now never visit all them places still, you know.
We know the place, man. Right, the place, man.
You go all in a Lucy town, I worst town in a Jamaica, you know. Capital, you know, worst capital town, you know. I tell you that, you know. That that, you know.
I tell you here. What I when they do survey here, Hanover was one of the poorest parishes in Jamaica.
And St. Thomas.
St. Thomas.
Yeah, man. And look at Hanover more half I hotel over there Negril, you know. I know Hanover then, you know. Me know that. Come up to the hotel one time. So, yeah, man. But then just market it as Negril, but half of the hotel them in Hanover, in a borderline.
Majority hotel over Hanover. Yeah, but everybody got
Negril Municipal, yeah. The Negril Westmoreland benefit from it.
That's the reason you want to turn Negril now a corporation by itself. Yeah.
And not for Negril where people, you see part of Negril where people live. Capture land, you know.
Listen good now. Check out the PB party in Jamaica. They had the consensus. You have some part of Manchester too, Virgin. We run by PMP. I'll watch out Dean Peter, the manager, who they are in our support. Yo, the one of the people are back a bush and live, Bridget. I tell the truth.
No development. No development, you know, see
No
that place.
development. No development, Bridget. Look here. Even sometimes people say, boy, how cities come so. Somebody say that mature more than some part because you have to have respect for people and decent people represent the parish. No look either can represent Southwest St. Elizabeth or Southeast. A first Santa Cruz division are built up so first in the history of Jamaica.
You know, funny enough, you know, look on a place like Lucy. You know, say Lucy itself, like Lucy Town. You know, say I pay labor right there, Lucy. But you find say more people live in a like in Lagood and the Cardwell division then. So another side PNP stronghold. So anytime they vote then come out from there, so it go always flip it.
All right.
It's kind of unfair to people who live in that town, isn't it?
Yeah, but listen good now, I think if you send it, you bother by the bridge, right? If Fair Green lose over the bridge, when you upper south come down, you have to win. 5 by upper south come vote, you have to win. No matter who they could have lose by 4,000 over the bridge. But if upper south come down.
Yeah, man, that's enough constituency. That's why if I say most I vote them concentrate in some particular area, you know?
Yeah, place they call them barrel. Sometimes in the bridging that's 10 people vote in the bridging. Yeah, Sabi. That's why place you have to pass the kind of new conval and then place go back order where they can't continue to go 1 or 2 people in your finger. Yeah, man.
Them people always live in a scholar still. They can't live in as a man that's scale, they can't live in any situation. They come like mosquito.
No, they lack a development, Bridget. People lack a development. I can't tell you something that is new. You cannot tell them, Bridget. You have to educate them, they can educate. Enough people you may know, but big man know they can be find any good. If you Bridget, I can't tell you this here. We just check my farm up and play here. Enough big people man me know can find a name. But they can find the departure paper.
You see, all the one way. You see, man, we come for the Eastern, when they did run the Eastern and over PNP, Craig Watts. Me know Craig was long time, you know. When Craig Watts was a police, you know. Them man there, dirty police. But you know, say, once you are dirty police and the PNP government, everything good, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's why they last in the system so long. And when labor right come to the forefront, you know, enough in get turned out, you know. And then he start run up a number of nails.
If you a big PMP man, if you hear man talk about politics and region, if you say whatever when we got my man got Western Union fancy man, that's when that and they can spirit to blow that skirt.
Oh, really not fundamental for them, man.
Yeah, man. If you hear man talk about politics, man, or whatever, man, you say, yeah, them man they can't help themselves and they can't find no paper out of your so forth.
I'll show you what's wicked. They have one counselor in a Lucy division named Mr. Eddie Edwards. He was a teacher at Lucy school. And then in the same time when he was a counselor, he did have Ian Years who was the member of parliament, you know. And the man back a counselor a video they were and I say, oh, he man not nothing this and that, you know. And the member of parliament still in the constituency for about 8 to 9 years and did nothing. And not one day. And now he come out and criticize, you know. No. When time then show him the finger and tell him to piss off. And now he vocal and start come out against them and I say, oh, and them give money and he silence can't buy and one bag of sitting in my chat on the internet now.
Yo, we rate Mr. Tough Dan, brethren. That man that's looking at a man. If not everything I do, if a parish council, you must have people who can do things the right way. You can't have people that got parish council just collect money for themselves. And can't say where people want road and people want that and so forth. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You see people who can speak and they feel community level. Not for them, first time they got council even feel right. They just think about themselves. And since Bruce Gordon come in, enough things change up. I mean like that. Enough things change from Bruce Gordon come in.
But even now, some things how they do it make me still not like it. Because say for instance, they come up with this Christmas work program or something like that. Where they must say, oh, then give a man a contract to go cut down some bush or something. All them think they are fucking.
Well, because
the reason why I said that, then if you have a set of people where we maintain, we deal with that, we deal with the road maintenance or them kind of something there.
If you brushing the road, a community thing, you understand me? Because at the PMP time, if you man left for 20 kilometers, I come on place, you know, live so I come brush with what have you and so forth. No, people, I brush one time per year.
I don't believe in it. You know why I don't believe in it? It's a way of easy to fleece money. Easy.
No, but
someone get teeth.
No, but there's a amount of money allocate to each person per kilometer, but they don't stick to the rule. That's the thing you can't blame the government, but there's a rule in place. So, well, if a man get 5 kilometer road and if you get at least 10 people to work with him, if I want to
but you remember it now, how they balance you between who get the work and whatever. A man I give friendly work, and I say that amount of money get charged to do the work when I know that.
Well, me know say, how me know things we go here, on a level, people that run like for the PD and so forth with a certain councillor, and they're supposed to get work. And it's a share between both PMP and JLP. You understand me?
It's something of nonsense, man. If you have a maintenance team, we work within the council. We keep all them things they maintain all year round.
Listen good down. District where me come from, you know. People clean the district first time without government averaging. Clean the district in averaging. Without government.
Because some people are proud of where they live, so they make it bush up and look like a worse thing, and then expect no politician to pay them to chop it down. Which happen. Which it shouldn't happen. Shouldn't have to happen.
We brush our old lane, keep the old lane clean. The government they come mash up our real lane first time now. They come in, because they want to thief money, they come in about my mile lane. The mile lane and water wash up the lane.
Wash them all.
Yeah, mash up the lane, them Google lane really big, like grass. People walk on grass, you know?
Sure.
I love things PMP administration going in the 90s. So a PJ come with if you go sit down, people wrong back to the 90s.
PJ said people in Jamaica malnourished, they're at it. I say, man, wicked. But that man wicked, man. Yo, when I grew up with the boss, when Sunday daytime, I want to meet the power plate.
Well, you can't tell PJ, in that sense,
done.
We can't tell PJ, I have a PJ, you make self criminal in Jamaica. Because when me at grad school, you take second year and turn to high school to get more money and still teach secondary education.
True.
Enough children couldn't afford the money to go to school. Drop out of school, drop out of my class because their family couldn't afford it.
For me, high school when I go did that teach, because we did still have like auto mechanics and all of them stuff there teach. Woodwork, metal work, welding.
Well,
something they still teach.
Yeah, when I go to school back in the days, when I go to school, I know about electrical already and so forth. You understand? Because they tend to know what we have a look at you now. We thought, for several, we want to be an electrician in life. We thought I go to school from early. We thought I go to place them and do electrical work. Because for 1989, one man build my house. They build one house beside me. I'm going to go watch a man do electrical work. I love it. So for they tell you now, everyone going to find why I can go do something with it. Yeah, sorry, I got school. I'm bridging them my welder already. I'm bridging my mechanic already. Yeah, we already have school 14 years, we're a teacher car. And there's something there. We are running light. We have to do everything at school.
This a generation and now I look see. Everybody want to go to school and come back with their shoes clean. Nothing and with toothbrush and then a brush up clocks. And them no education. Brethren,
And
almost as the money where them are fling by education. No. Right now, then no my parents they need education more than people them because education start at home. They could have put 30 billion and you know me know say that true. What me just say. You see, we live in a first world country. And the same problem we have at Jamaica, when it comes on to education, I see same problem we have over here. People not learn, people not have time for no book. I just see one out, I just a small percentage of them actually take on the book and not go learn. So if you compare, you have to compare country like China, where you know say China regime strict, because they not turn out them kids to watch foolishness. You understand? So then they access when them have to certain things on the internet. A different access we have in a restaurant world, because then they feed with garbage, you know. You understand? In a China, they don't feed them fit the garbage. They have build technician from a 5-year-old. Meanwhile, we are waiting to learn technician when they are 18. Then their brain clog up with rubbish. So they with them the country they do they make with the between 5 and 10-year-old, you know, then you know. Your brain won't open up back, but anything you learn between then you can't forget, you know. Me want to tell you. But
hey,
only certain
man.
country know crack that the code they know say at them time
Look here.
you teach you fit with them.
Jamaica kids are brighter than kids anywhere else in the world. Me can tell you that here. When they learn at kindergarten here, but they are there so and we kids learn so garbage to Jamaica kids learn. I tell you that.
Yeah, education system better enough. We does not have the probably the they just have the pamper and technology. Because they probably have access to computer and tablet, but
yeah, they only beat high school for high school up, they beat with to college. You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to Jamaica skill and Jamaican people are more versatile than anybody else in the world. I tell you.
Not the Chinese.
No, no, Chinese. If you tell Chinese
and upon a different levels.
Machinery.
Anybody else in the world.
I mean, the reality of life. You understand me? No, what if Chinese they can do things, you know. But if in Jamaica analyze things and do things for your country well, we develop certain things. You understand me? We advance some things. You understand me? We do something. Remember, media find out people, even Chinese them there so. If you want to do something, they go on YouTube. We Jamaica, we go on YouTube. The Chinese they not put one car engine, not one car engine, they buy an engine. That I think now Jamaica pull on if I want to screw the button hit, Jamaica take to one screw and fix one screw. There are people when you reach the point, so they don't need that. They're frustrated.
You see, man, me see people over here, so all I call electricians will change all the light bulb, change all the plug socket.
Exactly.
When they can lock off the breaker, I follow instruction and everything. But if I show you all backward.
Mm-hmm. You see, Jamaica people, let me tell some bridging. You see, Jamaica people, let me tell something, you see, teaching where we get back home, enough country they teach our life. They don't teach our life.
Practical part, then teach you. It paper part, but they don't teach practical
but listen, look at how much foreign country, much people kill themselves at 8 time because they get up this man, they don't have this and they don't have that, they go kill themselves.
Oh.
They don't know if you hustle. A man get this money he can't find any rent, he take the street, he homeless. In done for. Yeah. When a man at Jamaica and so man, everybody knows well, I'm a something ham team out of there.
But you don't really see mad people mad off a life challenge. You really see people at Jamaica were mad because of their situation.
Bridget, let me tell you something here. My dear son, I'm going to Toronto and Jamaica actually same population, right? I have more mad people at Toronto than at Jamaica. You have more homeless people at Toronto than at Jamaica.
No dispute. I have a couple of friends who live out.
I tell anybody that I can speak loud and top of my voice on that.
Yeah, my friend we live in our base for about 4 years now, you know.
Listen good now. You have more killing and breaking at Toronto than with you at Jamaica.
Yeah, but how they, so how they work it out, then I go put down that information to do.
Toronto and Jamaica are the same population. And I can tell you, so you have more breaking with the Toronto. I remember that there were places, look at there were places have more surveillance camera and something in Jamaica. Reach up and say it here.
The man, them way do things, them probably we catch a man more down than we catch him, but we still not stop them from committing. They not stop them from committing crime or do they have.
Virgin, when you want man, when you then do 5 of them, then drive one pick up. Right now I'm building, now a jewelry store. The man that broke every jewelry store them, they broke every perfume shop them. Oh gosh,
there's something that my England every day in Virgin.
Yo,
in London, you know, every day.
You're probably kind of Brompton, Canada for a year.
Me about
it. Don't buy a new car, but you buy my old car. Then thief car. Because if you start a year, I'm going to carry thief already. Yeah. So when people talk about Jamaica here, Jamaica country, a gold enough country. All things Jamaica, more people can invest in Jamaica because investment on the road and people, if you know that, you can talk about this and talk about that here. Canada and the country, you think people who not do business and people from overseas come here to do business.
You see anything at my Britain, man?
Oh.
And who you think one all like shop them? They can tell us say English people don't own business. English people are consumer. They only buy things and them things. They don't own nothing. You're in England right now, I pay Asian, so you find a lot of Pakistani, a lot of Arabs, they own a lot of businesses, they own a lot of buildings. They own 90% of what they hear. Most really owned by the English people. English people, no English people really work in a Belgium.
Why think English people?
So when I work, you can't own nothing.
Well, no, why think English people then they have more money, so they try to figure Africa for about Africa. The Africa people work for them. They try to show everywhere in the world. You understand me?
Exploitation they want to deal with. But the man, they have a little man. Yes, you see, Jamaicans did unite. Wouldn't I run off certain aspect of England too, you know?
Yeah, well, a big Firestone sent west to the world. You understand me?
We know work together. Anyway, they work together, wouldn't I run off the place?
Yeah, man. Let's say Jamaican people here. Enough Jamaican people down there for here. Enough of them who work their money and send them pick their school overseas. Spend my money in your country and see what how good the country become. Me, after one could be in my country, I do it. I do it from my district. Anybody want anything from me? I forgot my district. You know what I'm saying? My
bring business to your district.
Anybody who come if you not ever take taxi, you might come my district because my taxi man all kind of food. Anything you have to do with my district. If I big up my district, if I say, if you if I go to one big place or big shop or anything at all, no, I support my district.
Start that money.
And my district build me. You know what I say? My district build me.
And that mash up not far with you, because you have some people come out of fire and make all a piece of food and then come back all of Jamaica and start one little business. They run all a town, what business a town in a place so they don't know, you see me?
Anyway, the people will find you. Anyway, the people will find you for your business good. Anyway, the people will find you. You know what I say? I know people around from the district, people them who help them along the way. No. Me not anybody who may then grew up, from elderly people, I'm never bridging up to the same way. The respect they have for me, I feel them same way. Nothing change me with me and them. You see what I say?
That's the right thing, man, yeah?
Yeah, man. And me not tell lie. When Labour already place run good, people enjoy themselves. People have more money to spend. Yeah, man. Virgin, people go vote on election day. Because if me, not election, no matter what people them go for them, no Virgin. I want to look back, no Virgin. That right after you all there. If I election card, Virgin, me pardon, I said
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
I
you can do that,
appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Cause you have all in December. Me get all chop in December. Yeah, man, me get chop a two chop me get in December on social media. And I'm at the fact you did on the platform them too.
How you say? One love.
I tell people say me assist them because of the sad luck story and when you take a, when you do further when after then you find out after. Thank you very much. Him a one.
Then I know you're alone. I mean, I first one get it cut.
And you have one from Papin too.
Me don't know one from Papin. Me know one from St.
You want female. You want female from Papin.
Yeah. But that's very good. I help you know. Then we got them with that. Them have to talk about them.
Yeah, man. Just leave them. You get your blessings here, man. Just leave them.
Yeah, man.
Get accounts them thing, you know. Yeah, man. Still like one love. Still get that this man. People them do them thing. They get them beat, man. Don't worry them, man.
December me peak season, you know. Me busy like a bees, you know. And me left and go to the bank. Me left and go to the bank. Go spend 2.5 hours, you know.
Yeah.
Just feel like money to account, you know. Come here, say it easier than for driving in traffic and.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. You take a stack and yeah, man. A scam, a big scam, man.
Yeah, man. You believe them, man. You believe them. Every action is a reaction, man. Leave them, man. Same thing when you said one love earlier on.
God and time.
Yes, man. Love them, man. You get your blessing, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, man.
Don't want to say heart clean. I do what you have to do, you know. You genuine. You see me? You clean. Your mind.
I wonder how people do it still, you know, Cromans. I wonder how people sit down and orchestrate a plan.
No, boy, better come straight forward and say, boy, nothing gonna if you have look beg something, or if people can help you. But don't come use a canting.
Well,
you want can people.
Somebody in the government.
Mr. Donald. Good morning, sir. Donald. Good morning, sir. No answer.
Oh, sorry, man. I know on it.
Okay.
Better yourself, man. You're probably say you can still say something.
Mr. Donald, this is a political life, so you know which side you support, the green or the orange side, which side you support. Yeah, tell one jump out. I feel like the orange side in support.
No much, no.
Alright, by mistake. By mistake. Marcia, Antina, what I deal with?
Yeah, I'm on there. The talk still, you know?
They listen.
All right, Marcia, Antina.
On top of the life, you know?
Yeah. Which is right. Yeah, look. I'm Black King, I know here. I went there. My cook.
And they are cook, man.
My cook, as usual.
But they are fried some dumpling and
Black King, what one?
some callaloo.
No, man, the flu mashed me up, brother. Me not cook.
Okay. All right, Mr. Black King.
There, man.
You take something feed though. Yeah, man. You take something feed though. Yeah, medicate yourself.
Yeah.
All right.
And you call out for working?
Yeah.
Okay.
Black King has some money and lime and white rum. Me have a drink.
So next lady in the box, yeah.
But me not have no rum.
Anita Francis.
Auntie Francis.
Hello, Auntie.
Yeah, morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys.
Oh,
good morning.
So I heard you guys was talking about the hospital, right?
Yeah.
But, tough down of I forgot the name of a doctor. There's a doctor he assigned to go to all the health system to train these people with customer service.
Good. Okay, that sounds good. That's good.
I don't know how far they reach, but I know it started already. Yeah.
Them need that, man. Yeah, them need that for sure, man.
We can't cost the government.
Was saying, the government is working, they're doing everything. Yeah, we blame the government for everything, for people, attitude, everything, you understand? Which is wrong, you understand?
But somebody do it purposely, you know, because they have them political, you know that, to the other side.
Right. I know. Also, Dr. Chong was on Cliff Hughes this morning.
Yeah, we heard him.
Yeah, so I know the PMP is in trouble. That's why I when I talked last night when I heard about Twitter gone wild last night.
Yes.
After Nationwide carried the thing last night, Twitter gone wild, right? Look at it. I'm like, they keep on making one wrong move behind each other. So something is going on.
What audacity? That man come talking.
I mean, PJ, listen, I ain't gonna lie. I would have never, ever think they could have go for PJ. PJ have the worst history of a prime minister.
Audacity.
I don't care. Serious. And PJ come talking about poverty. Let me tell you something. Anybody saying anybody in Jamaica is hungry, that's a damn lie. Nobody in Jamaica is hungry. No, listen to me. I just come from Jamaica a couple weeks ago. They're living better than me, who is in a foreign country. Jamaicans are living better than me in a foreign country, and I tell you that. Stop saying people hungry. And I hear Karen Cross the same thing the other day. Said they should stop saying people hungry. She said the other day, she said it's a lie. People are not hungry in Jamaica. And they come on and see, you see, guess what the problem is? See the spark?
My people, beg you some power taps, please. Beg you some power taps. Please, thank you. Appreciate it.
You finished talking, ma'am? We're listening.
I think she get phone call or something.
Phone call.
Look here, nobody at Jamaica no hungry.
Nobody.
You
go stop the one banana and boil it.
Look here, the week before, not last week, the week before, at 20 roasting breadfruit, me pick off of my breadfruit tree.
You must see a river there. You go shoot fish or go catch fish. You no go here, man.
Plan. The next.
Plan. At $30 pound. At $30 pound for cabbage.
All right. Right now, you know, from when me have 2 big cabbage in my fridge.
The next word I love you about them are suffer. Nobody at Jamaica has suffer. Everybody in Jamaica.
Anybody that suffer, them want suffer.
Nobody has suffer. Everybody do struggle at times. Everybody, even rich people struggle. Everybody do struggle, but nobody has suffer. And the so-called poor people, we so-called poor people, every day as Kentucky, not the time full up. And them pack up in there. So, Kentucky full up 24/7s. 24/7s Kentucky full up. And a poor. No, when them say not going master, you know what I mean by that? You know, so things are going on, but not going on the hustling and the free mentality they matter about.
That's a problem.
That matter about, you know.
That's a problem.
None of the direct free money now go straight and then pocket.
Yes, that's what I said. The corruption, what them love. This is all about corruption and hustling. And I'm on work on a real place if you can't get something for thief.
Listen, man.
Yes, you know, I don't think they matter about, you know. They talk straight out of their mouth.
What killed them most of all when the Prime Minister said, no extortion now run.
Yeah. Especially when they talk about the Spanish. Yeah, when they talk about, especially at the time when they come out and say about the Spanish Town Hospital, the new Spanish Town Hospital.
Yeah.
And what's the that mashed them up, man.
And that killed them.
Yeah, man, the free mentality. They want to go for mind them and their family. And whatever. That's what them stay, man. I'm free, man. American man is him, man. You know what they name, man.
Mute on top, Tino.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Michael man is him, man. That's what I tell people in the business. Michael man is the worst.
Aircraft. Ambitious.
Yeah, man. I'm free. Michael man is him, man. Michael man is the worst.
Aircraft.
Yeah, this man, the worst thing ever to Jamaica, man. That man.
Hey,
PMP, then God.
Clomas. You know, say Norman Manley. Never in a note with Michael Manley.
Don't talk it all the while, too. Yeah, something I say all the while, but know that. I went in the man. I bust a man till the more check for Michael Manley.
Buster growing.
Yes, see me? Yes. That's why I copy everything from Buster. I'm going to grassroots thing to the PMP. Yes, see me? I must copy everything, you know. Everything in take from Buster, you know, the popularity
not with good intention, though.
No, because his father never wanted a party game. But your father, he never had no more child. I just took up the PMP. It's still in get a grassroots thing to the PMP. I started all that in Garrison in the 70s there. For voting blocks. Because they just love people to keep them poor, for use them. For keep them stay poor and can have people make people have dependent on them, and that is PMP. People don't like independent people, intelligent people, and people think for themselves. There is a controlling.
Are them alone for intelligent chromas?
Yes, no, some one of them at the top who control the rest.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
Right now, enough is young people missing their drive. They drive car, one car.
When PNP in a power, nobody can drive car, man. Me tell us, I live in a community where...
But plank everybody, and one love everybody. Them boss, they say that 18 years, them say them bring down the most deported come down here. And taxi man, them and whatever. And them boss, one of my achievements, you know. The second and car, them boss man that, you know.
So look, when the car, them will come down here now, phone and all of them car.
But you know, I tell you something. I pay a poopina, man. You know, say Trinidad, as bad as that, Trinidad and Barbados, and whatever, although we have more different type of, more variety of car in Jamaica still, more different type of car. Every type of car there in Jamaica still. But you know, so them people in a Barbados and Trinidad and them place there, you know, so them people input poopina car, a brand new car going in the place there. Like the used car, all like the car.
Trinidad use, no, I got Trinidad use deported too.
Yeah, no, man, that's the first time I don't know why we lag off that.
Our standard of living is way above Trinidad.
You see me? Now the earlier part, man, and Barbados, them people, they may tell them not import deported brethren. I must recently know them do that. You see me? A brand new.
Chairman buy car from them. You see, if we could have do like all chairman, we don't buy all the car them and then come in our country, free. When the car came on free, then get them, you know.
Yes, man.
They just buy and pay the fee, you know.
Right now, everything there Jamaica now. You have second and you have brand new car, everything a brand new vehicle come to Jamaica straight, you know.
If we could have buy a brand new car, just pay the license, the charge to bring it into the country and import it and just pay a little charge. I worry for Chris Carroll that they Jamaica virgin.
No road, but the road never there, wouldn't there for all them chroma. Plank.
But right now, for like you have more vehicle. You have the motor vehicle that Jamaica, the road, Alamanta and everything, jump up bridging.
Then the more vehicle, they end up better for it.
But here what the problem now, Plank. Even, alright, in my morning, Miss G, Marcia. Marcia, by top them on, instead of Black King.
Marcia, by top.
Good morning. In between Black King and Petal.
Then they destroy the car industry in Jamaica, just like what they can do to tax the food coming into the country in order for him to protect whatever he
Marcia, fix the mic, Marcia. Hello, Marcia. Fix the mic,
fix. I understand. Chroma, you understand. They are work. So say what up, low.
Oh, never know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what can you hear me? What I'm saying is that if you're bringing so much car in the road, number one, we don't have the roadways to hold all the car then, because look at Montego Bay from 10 a.m. until 6 o'clock. You can't move. That's number one. Number two,
from 10 a.m. from about 6 in the morning. Traffic like crazy.
Number two, if you do that, what's going to happen to the car industry in Jamaica?
We don't make car.
No. People who buy, the businesses who buy and sell cars, so they have to protect that form also. So
them two teeth, too master, them two teeth.
We know that, but the government still have to protect them too.
Point of correction. Jamaica did make car.
One time. We don't make car again, Kino.
Yeah, because PJ Patterson, the ingenuity in us, PJ Patterson kill us when they have FinSac. Blame PJ.
So PJ Patterson, you know, and PJ Patterson, PJ Patterson, if you name, call him.
Understand?
A new car industry are coming to Jamaica right now.
PJ Patterson.
Today, it's minus 24 fees, that minus 30. PJ make me there. PJ, so make it.
No, you would laugh when I say this. Yesterday, say Mazia, yesterday.
Yes.
I would laugh when they say that. Yeah, man, PJ Patterson, man.
Yes.
PJ Patterson. Yeah, man, fish.
Make me there, so. Nobody else. So me have a big bone at him.
Yeah, I forgot to sing something. Give me back my sweet Jamaica. Me land of peace and love.
Anybody else can talk except PJ when they're around me.
PJ Patterson.
Mash up Jamaica.
Long say boy, you did happy when you're married and I go foreign. I know PJ run you.
I know PJ run me, no?
Me never married to come here school. That's what me come here.
I know PJ run me.
Now PJ run me.
I know there was a PMP there for a PMP time and runway at the hard time a PMP time and runway.
Remember saying that PMP said way?
Mr. J, good morning, Mr. J.
A PMP said way most than a gunman of fire.
Clutch plank. Morning, Mr. J.
Morning, bless up, bless up.
That's what man.
Blessings.
Yeah, man,
Finish your.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that don't
finish
Mr. J.
Yeah.
Yeah, me watch a batty boy PG come run off him out yesterday the other day about attack from blood fire. We then call them in non-integrity people about. I watch him talk about it's a big embarrassment them attack the Integrity Commission. When I say it's a big embarrassment where Integrity Commission do. You see PG when I think on the world, you know.
Yeah, criminal that man. Batista, PJ Batista. Election year, man. That's why the whole of them get hype over election year. So them fall in line, you know?
Yeah.
Shit.
So him not have nothing really to say. Because him can't talk about nothing else. Because him know that him had the thief in his prime minister about Jamaica about record in the history. You understand me? And even though he's a man, I know like PMP, but me don't say me respect Michael Manley. He married to a woman and him turn up a man funeral with man in a car. You imagine that? Turn up at the man funeral with man in a car. John,
Over Michael Manley funeral?
no, I mean you never see them booing at
No, I'm not too full of PMP to that levels there. I never know what the funeral part go. I tell you something, you know.
Yeah, man, I make booing, man. I make booing, man.
No, we must have PJ coming a car with the man. That's the man I say.
Yeah,
that them boo him for.
Them boo him, the man, and boo him a national stadium too.
Then in there for the Peter thing here. That's why them bunny up.
No, you know. When just come to politics, Paul, well, you know, man. I want a film boy that, you know. Yeah, man, no. I want a girl, man. As him start him out. That's why that the man that want the marriage never last so long. Because the wife find him out, go 2 way.
78 days.
I would
remember one.
I would not say them a batty man neither, you know. I would say them a battyless man. Yeah, because you know. Anyway.
Yeah, man. Them boy them more dangerous even more than the straight batty boy. The boy them about back 2 sides. Because I'm going to mix up with woman with straight man go full round.
If people ever born PJ for social media, you know.
You know much. But anyway.
That's it.
Anyway, let me touch piece of this thing again. PMP no have no integrity to come and talk about agriculture. When it's them mash up the agriculture industry in the 90s, them is the one who bring in the foreign cabbage, the foreign mutton, the chicken leg and thigh, and the foreign carrot and lock down the whole industry in Jamaica in the 90s. You remember?
We don't want them to go to walk, go buy them out of our freezer.
I remember, man.
They're bringing them in Jamaica, you know. and say cheaper. Them say cheaper. More than if do the local vegetable. Them is the one.
Local product. Liberalization, man. That's why you're going to work market.
No, but them are come down and talk about it. Like say, is this government bring it in? That is the thing when I say.
You know, I want PMP, I say them stay, man. They flip the script.
Mr. J, that is why them say them not go back in the politics, you know, because every time they open their mouth and you trap and you check the history, you find them guilty, you know.
Yeah, man.
I like go back in the past. I want to talk about the past.
Yeah, they say they're not campaign for the past.
No, I can't campaign for the past because there's nothing.
Them brand new, man. Them brand new, so people don't remember the past.
But anyway, you see, them finish now, you know. In time this election I finish now. In time this election I finish now. I cut them cut out one another, you know.
Yo, remember say Kenisha Morrison went and Senator and tell them.
Yeah, man.
Then they go in a retirement.
Yeah, but KD, they tell him, KD, they say, you know, KD did say if we no select Portia as leader, we might have a party leave. But if we no want a party any at all to organize, we no select Dr. Peter Phillips. Because if we no select Portia, a party never left. PMP
and him also say, go ahead, Blind Blood. One love, go ahead. Before I cut you.
Go on, man, continue.
Oh, him also say for the 18 years and a half years in Dana when he am there, him not see what them do for the people of Jamaica, when party do for Jamaica.
Yeah, he is that not parliament, he said that not the parliament.
He
say man to me about his shame.
He said being generation not do much in Jamaica. I'm saying that parliament.
Yeah.
So them things you asleep with us sleep. When them say them things there. Asleep with us sleep.
Well, let me say
we were up right.
Them feel say them when them attack and in them moments, you know, them feel say the rest of Jamaica. The master Jamaica suffer from lizard brain syndrome.
Yeah, and all of them there you can't find, but all of them clip there. You can go on social media and find, but all of them clip there too. And play and find them. The parliament.
Yeah, but you know, see the man them come with the same old time politics where them things say back in the days when no social media now when people can go researching and go the PMP glean and TVJ.
So that's why them come with the bullyism.
Yeah.
That's why they go pick stand down.
Yeah.
And when next one name?
Dana Williams.
Dana Williams. A different time now. Take them and Dana Williams will turn up in
no, but well, man. At time change, things and time change. If you too old for go to prison, I know they never go to prison same way. They never go to prison when they're young. They never go to prison when they're young. They can't miss them when they're old. They can't stay there.
And that too, you know, them skin no soft in the morning, chromas.
Exactly.
Some things can go through them, you know, and make them with you.
Yes, me.
And turn them in a strain, I know.
That me I talk about.
Yes,
that me I talk about here.
One member say at the Republican presidency of United States, you know. The Republican have something personal against PJ and such, man.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. One love. You know the history. One love. You know the history of the Republican. You know say when voting I go in America, you know the army and them people that support the Republican more. You know that?
Yes, man.
I don't want to go into American politics because the history of fear. The history of American politics, most people feel to accept it, you know. Believe it or not, you know, the Republican and the black, you know, believe it or not.
Originally, what me and Marcia that talk about it, right? Actually, go to the history, because I asked Marcia, say, and if I go to the history and go check it out, because I have a reason, one-on-one. I mean, I left back on the live, I have a reason. I say, which part the Democrats start, and the black people start follow the Democrats. And she says, no, so it's a good question. It's a good question. I just check it out, and she go up online, and she tell where it start from. And Ray.
Unfortunately, it's the black people, them, so if the Democrat that support a black president, I get a black president.
Remember, them are the founder of the KKK.
That a face scare, that a face scare, man. That a face scare, man. About deception, man.
Somebody like Donald Trump in there is a disaster.
No, hold on, man. We're not talking about a personality. We're talking about power. We're not talking about Donald Trump directly.
Hold on there. Look at
We're talking about history. Go back. Black King, you can't get personal and emotional about anything. History, the truth, that's truth.
Black King. All of Donald Trump life, I'm a Democrat, you know.
Tavares Vincent just did a press release.
That's what I come to speak about. But go ahead, Petal. That's good.
Okay. You go talk about it.
Go ahead. No, you talk about it.
Petal. Okay, you ask Petal. Continue, no?
Hold on, long enough. Hope it not take me up to the news. Tavares Vincent for immediate press release for immediate release. Kingston, Jamaica, February 11, 2025. Tavares Vincent describes Patterson assessment of current situation in Jamaica as brazen and disingenuous. A long-serving member of the Jamaica Labour Party, the Honorable Tom Tavares Vincent, OJCD KCJP, is describing as brazen, shameless, and disingenuous an assessment by former PNP President PJ Patterson of the current state of affairs in Jamaica in key sectors. During a recent address to a PNP Region 6 meeting, Patterson leveled scathing criticism of the current state of Jamaica under the Andrew Holness-led administration, whereas employment levels, poverty rate, road conditions, and healthcare are concerned. Senator Tavares Vincent says, "It appears Mr. Patterson has conveniently forgotten that it was under his and the PNP's watch that Jamaica recorded the largest increases in unemployment, murders, and poverty. Patterson must have forgotten that while he was Prime Minister, the unemployment was at a record high of 16.5%, murders spiraled from 414 to 1674 per calendar year. His PNP presided over the era when Jamaica was officially branded by international media as the murder capital of the world, and the poverty rate was assessed to be a record high of over 21%. Tavares Vincent further stated, "It is unfortunate that Mr. Patterson appears to think that Jamaicans will forget that it was his administration that promised Jamaica would be pothole-free by 2003, but failed to deliver, and that his PNP government's stewardship was so wretched that one of his cabinet ministers confessed that the Patterson administration presided over the greatest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich since slavery was abolished. This was a time when the Patterson PNP policies hurt thousands of Jamaicans, but contributed to a company owned by Peter Bunting and Mark Golin making billions of dollars. The fact is, the government of Prime Minister Holness recognizes that there is much more to be done, but it cannot be disputed that under our watch, we are steadily making gains in the area of improving the standard of living of Jamaicans. Indeed, it is no coincidence that the poverty rate is projected to decline to approximately 12%. Murders are significantly trending down, and unemployment levels are at a record low of 3.5%, as more people are able to provide for themselves and their families under the Jamaica Labour Party administration than any time in our country's history." Mr. Tavares Vincent says, "The government of Jamaica has made unprecedented investments in improving the road network and healthcare systems, and results are beginning to emerge." He notes that this contrasts starkly with the PJ Patterson PNP destructive era, where management of the economy was so poor that there was no room to, without borrowing from multilaterals, invest in upgrades to key sectors. According to Mr. Tavares Vincent, if Patterson is the best the PNP had to offer in terms of analysis of current affairs, this confirms that the Mark Golin-led party is bankrupt in terms of ideas to move Jamaica forward. Mr. Tavares Vincent says, "Given the devastating and painful impact his PNP administration had on the quality of life of Jamaicans, PJ Patterson would be best advised to resume his silence on the issue of gains made in several key areas of national life."
Monday night, based on what they're saying, they would have needed receipts
from over 3 years ago to what you call it now, to account for all of the expenses. When she requests the receipts, because them claim to say they don't have it on a digital form, they would only have the hard copy. When she requested the hard copy, them say some of the receipts damaged in a hurricane, and one of damage in a hurricane have been damaged by like mole infestation or rat and them something. Like seriously?
Then loophole, man, forget you have 5 man. Yeah, it's all right.
So she's saying now Manchester and Portland are up to date in a sense. So they are within the 3-year gap. So if anyone should be held accountable, she have enough grounds within the 3 years, can refer them to whoever so they can be charged. Oh, me, I said, look how them put it. Look how them twist it.
We back at 3 years. We back at 3 years. To the PMP, there's coming what they should have. Yo, you have to go, man. Because you're PMP, you know.
God of heaven, man.
About 3 years.
Scotch free with Jamaica money.
The statute of limitation for purchase is 3 years.
Them now walk scotch free. Them now go walk scotch free. Them now get where this time around. Them not.
Them all get where. Them all get where because they're not. And that is why the Prime Minister wants to implement the whole digital thing, because if your excuse is, oh, hurricane damage to my receipt, oh, this, and you can't present receipts. Once you digital, you don't have no excuse now. Because even if you delete some of our system, then know them way around to find it back. You understand me?
Money always have paper trail. Money always have paper trail.
Hold on, Tino. I play the news petal.
Yeah.
No plans a bit.
You guys want it?
Yeah, the news. I mean, we don't want the news, but we want to hear the news at 12 o'clock.
A very good afternoon to you. I'm Tona Thomas, coming up in the nationwide world at noon for this afternoon, Tuesday, February 11, 2025. Jamaica scores 44 out of 100 on the Corruption Perceptions Index for 2024. Finance Minister Favour Williams rejects online news that says Jamaica is currently in a recession. Mayor of Kingston, Andrew Swaby, says that the funds distributed to party operatives last year were privately raised. Indicom begins the probes into 3 fatal police shootings between February 10 and 11. In regional news, Trinidad and Tobago has been removed from the global list of nations with harmful tax practices. In international news, EU vows countermeasures to US tariffs. And in sports, West Indies spinner Jamel Warkan is ICC Player of the Month for January. The details after the break.
Black King Nathaniel is asking to be added.
If it's news, it's got to be nationwide 90 FM.
Black King.
Me send him a request, better.
Now to the details. The Jamaican public sector in 2024 was no more or no less corrupt than it was in 2023. This is according to Transparency International, which has awarded the country a score of 44 out of 100 on the Corruption Perceptions Index for 2024. The score was the same as the year prior. The latest figures were released earlier on Tuesday. Dana Davey has that story. Transparency International is 100 countries and territories across the globe and their perceived levels of public sector corruption using data from 13 external sources, including the World Bank, World Economic Forum, private risk and consulting companies, and think tanks. It ranks them on a scale of 0 to 100, with 0 meaning highly corrupt and 100 meaning very clean. The resulting scores are published on the Corruption Perceptions Index, CPI. The national Integrity Action points out that the score of
Where is
40
he?
out of 100 is Jamaica's best performance to date. It was previously attained in 2017, 2018, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. It's a smidgen above the global average of 43, with more than 2/3 of countries scoring below 50. According to Transparency International, it highlights the need for urgent action against corruption and signals a critical global obstacle to implementing successful climate action. While Jamaica's CPI score has remained steady, the country has slipped 4 places in the country rankings, coming in at 73 out of 180. This compares to 69 out of 180 for 2023. In addition to Jamaica, 8 English-speaking Caribbean countries appear on the CPI for 2024. They are Barbados, the Bahamas, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica, St. Lucia, Grenada, Trinidad and Tobago, and Guyana. Barbados has the highest scores, a CPI of 68 out of 100, and a country ranking of 23 out of 180. The Bahamas follows with 65 out of 100 and 28 out of 180. St. Vincent scored 63 out of 100 and 32 out of 180. Dominica has 60 out of 100 and 36 of 180. St. Lucia scored 59 out of 100 and 38 out of 180. Grenada has 56 out of 100 and 46 out of 180. Trinidad and Tobago scored 41 out of 100 and 82 out of 180, and Guyana recorded 39 out of 100 and 92 out of 180. At the top of the global index are Denmark, Finland, and Singapore, with scores of 90 of 100, 88 of 100, and 84 of 100. At the other end of the scale, South Sudan, Somalia, and Venezuela are the worst performers, with CPI scores of 8 out of 100, 9 out of 100, and 10 out of 100 respectively. Dana Davey for Nationwide News.
Finance Minister Favour Williams is rejecting a post by an online account that says Jamaica is currently in a recession. The account, The Spectator Index, describes itself as a news, media, and data platform covering politics, economics, science, tech, and sports around the globe. It is run by Abdul Latif Halimi, a doctor from Melbourne, Australia. The account has over 2 million followers on X. Kimon Thompson reports.
In a post on X on Monday, the Spectator Index listed Jamaica as one of 6 countries currently in economic recession. This led to a flurry of tweets from users alerting the account that its post was incorrect. Among them were Cabinet Ministers Kamina Johnson-Smith and Matthew Samuda. Johnson-Smith, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, wrote, quote, "This is incorrect. Jamaica is not in a recession." Samuda, the Minister with responsibility for water, wrote, quote, "This is not accurate and should be withdrawn." Then on Tuesday, posting on her own X account, Finance Minister Favour Williams addressed the Spectator Index. She wrote, quote, "Dear Spectator Index, you don't have a recession when you have record low unemployment of 3.5%, increased business confidence up 13% quarter on quarter, and higher consumer confidence up 4% quarter on quarter," end quote. She further noted that with nearly 73% of businesses considering it a good time to invest in Jamaica is not an indication of a recession. Economists agree that for a country like Jamaica, an economic recession would occur when its gross domestic product experiences 2 consecutive quarters of decline. It means the value of all goods and services produced in the country would shrink for 2 consecutive periods. According to the latest data from the Planning Institute of Jamaica, the economy contracted by 3.5% for the July to September quarter of 2024. That followed a flat 0.2% growth in the previous quarter, which was April to June. The figures for the economy's performance for the third quarter of 2024 have not yet been released. Up to news time on Tuesday, the Spectator Index had not removed the post or responded to any of the comments. Kimon Thompson, Nationwide News.
Mayor of Kingston, Andrew Swaby, says the funds distributed to party operatives last year were not from the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, KSAMC, or any other public source. Addressing the corporation's monthly general meeting earlier on Tuesday, Swaby said the funds were raised privately through party-led initiatives and efforts. He said it is the norm for individuals and organizations to contribute to political parties during the Christmas period. His comments are in response to allegations the KSAMC used the public funds to support the People's National Party in election campaign activities. The alleged misuse of funds was first reported by Nationwide News on January 29. It was based on WhatsApp messages and voice notes between then and
So, Kamada, Bachi boy, Swaby.
Party's General Secretary Dr. Dayton Campbell. On Tuesday,
Idiot.
the exchange between Lawrence and Rowe took place without his knowledge. The mayor said, based on the content of the messages, he can only assume that the money referred to is the $2.7 million allocated to each of the divisions without councillors at the time. He said the funds include a portion from the KSAMC's divisional allocation fund, as well as money allocated by the ministry. Mayor Swaby said Mr. Rowe wrongfully assumed that the money he considered being spent in these divisions was for political gain. In a previous statement on January 31, Mayor Swaby responded saying municipalities do not disperse cash.
So, Kamada, so where Satan can get that from? So, Konomuma pussy. Take me feed that boy.
And asserted that if any such transaction took place, it was not sanctioned by the corporation and did not involve public funds.
So the JLP council not get none.
76 solutions to reform
soon drop something.
legislative measures to provide improved protection for customers of banks
Pussy will lie.
online fraud. Comment on the response to the report.
What was it?
Customers of Scotiabank. While the bank has confirmed a fraud attempt affecting some debit card holders, it insists the issue is not widespread. Robin Williams has more in this report.
Several affected customers have taken to social media to share their experiences, raising concerns about the security of their banking information. According to the National Security Operations Center, NSOC, fraudsters have been compromising debit and credit cards, using them to set up unauthorized Google Pay accounts and make small transactions. While no formal complaints have been filed, NSOC says anecdotal evidence suggests the scam is becoming more prevalent. One affected customer, Dana McCauley, says she fell victim to the scheme.
I got these notices that someone had made purchases that wasn't me. So I went to the bank, they confirmed that these were not my purchases and gave me a new debit card. The thing that I think is disturbing though is that the bank still holds funds. So the scammers or thieves, whatever you like to call them, used about $140,000 out of my account and that's still on hold. I still can't access it. I don't use this debit card, so it's not something that happens from a retailer. So it's something, internal to the bank, cyber fraud, internet fraud, something like that. I can't speak to how widespread it is. I can just say it happened to me.
Ms. McCauley says she was not given a clear time frame for when her stolen funds would be refunded. In response, Scotiabank says its fraud monitoring unit continuously monitors and assesses potential threats. The bank notes that it has made significant investments in cybersecurity, allowing it to prevent the vast majority of fraud attempts. Despite this, CEO of 876 Solutions, Trevor Forrest, has acknowledged the challenges of tackling online fraud in the banking sector.
What we're lacking, especially in Jamaica, because this does not happen in other jurisdictions, is the fact that when such an incident occurs, the bank account holder is placed at a terrible inconvenience. Just to give an example, in the United States, if I challenge a transaction on my card, the bank immediately refunds the money and then does investigation. And if they find that there are false money stays with you, if the fault is with you, they take the money back out of the account. You're not the thief or the perpetrator. The assumption that you're innocent before being assumed guilty. So I think in situations like this, legislation needs to exist so that that sort of inconvenience that is placed on a customer, that doesn't happen.
Ms. Macaulay is also advocating for guaranteed standards that confirm how quickly customers who are not at fault should be reimbursed when their accounts are compromised.
I challenge a charge on my debit card or credit card when I said I didn't make the card. I think that money should be returned to me immediately. I just like to say a few things to anybody listening. Make sure you set up your alert so that you will know when your card has been used, because nobody goes and looks at their bank account. At least I assume no one goes and looks at their bank account every day. I certainly don't. And I wouldn't have seen it if it hadn't been for the alerts, because the charge was done at 1:30 in the morning, right? So set up your alerts and make sure that you check. I understand they have a problem, right? And with this sort of digital age that has been forced upon us, you're forced to use online banking, you're discouraged from going into the bank. It's kind of been forced on us, and it's up to the bank to fix it.
Robeanne Williams for Nationwide News.
The Independent Commission of Investigations, INDECOM, has begun probes into 3 fatal police shootings between February 10 and 11. 2 of the fatal shooting incidents occurred along Wynwood Road in Kingston and the Central Village in St. Catherine on February 10. INDECOM says another fatal shooting incident also occurred in Port Morant, St. Thomas, Tuesday morning. The deceased men have been identified as 34-year-old Maurice Bennett, 19-year-old Justin Sangster, and Orville Denny. It says each of the incidents was reported to INDECOM as targeted operations where the officers were allegedly confronted by armed men. A total of 3 firearms were reported as recovered from the shooting incidents. INDECOM says no body-worn cameras were recorded as being issued or worn by the officers assigned to the targeted operational teams. The teams were Operational Support, Fugitive Apprehension, and CTOC. INDECOM says all incident scenes were examined and the evidential material recovered, processed, and packaged. The oversight body is continuing its appeal for citizen participation in the investigative process by providing any known information. The information should be shared via INDECOM's WhatsApp number 876-553-0000, or persons may visit or contact the Office of the Commission at 876-968-1932 or 876-968-8875. INDECOM says the latest incidents increased the total to 38 people who've been fatally shot by the police so far this year. Of the 38, 10 were recorded since the start of February. Acting Director General of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM, Richard Thompson, accepts that there is a need for more robust communication protocols by the agency to combat misinformation. He was responding to criticism over ODPEM's tardy communication in the wake of the potential threat of a tsunami triggered by a 7.6 magnitude earthquake in the Caribbean Sea.
So we do understand that we have to navigate that space where there's a lot of information on social media, there's a lot of misinformation at times on social media, and so we have to navigate that space now where we have to relook at our protocol based on the current environment in which we're operating, where you can have misinformation and information. You have to run that. One of the things that you don't want to have though in doing that, where you give information to say there is no threat now to Jamaica and person just see no threat.
The U.S. Geological Survey reported that the earthquake occurred at about 6:23 p.m. southwest of Georgetown in the Cayman Islands. Tsunami advisories were subsequently issued for several countries. However, it was close to 4 hours later on Saturday night that the first advisory of a tsunami warning for Jamaica was posted by ODPEM. Thompson says due to the distance, the threat did not rise to the level of an advisory. He accepts that ODPEM should have moved swiftly to fill the information gap.
What I've said before is that you were operating on a national protocol in terms of how we operate for tsunamis, for regional tsunamis. What we're saying now is that given the fact that we saw where there is the possibility for misinformation, that's something now that we have to have a relook at to say, how do we now communicate to negate and kill that noise as it relates to the misinformation?
Richard Thompson, Acting Director General of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. Meanwhile, Professor of Sedimentary Geology at the University of the West Indies, Simon Mitchell, says that the country must take the risk of tsunamis seriously.
It might be 3 hours away. Even if it's 3 hours away, you've got to make some plans. You've got to evacuate people out of places. This is what they do in places where you get big earthquakes. Because if you get a wave, even if it's just 1.5 meters high, and it runs onshore a long way, it kills people. Yeah. It destroys property, it does things. So I think that we have to take this a little bit more seriously than we have been taking it. I think that we should be in a warning situation and we should send it out immediately, because that's why we've set up these warning systems around the world. They're set up so that people can notify their population. Yes. If it doesn't happen, let's all go say, yeah, that's very nice, let's go have a drink and celebrate it didn't happen.
Simon Mitchell, Professor of Sedimentary Geology at the University of the West Indies. In regional and international now, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has announced that the country has been removed from the global list of nations identified as having harmful tax practices. The development means that the country is aligned with international standards for tax transparency and regulatory compliance. Finance Minister Colm Imbert confirmed that Port of Spain was officially delisted in February 2025. The country joins Anguilla, Barbados, Bermuda, the British Virgin Islands, the Cayman Islands, and the Turks and Caicos Islands, whose policies are deemed not harmful. The list is managed by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. It has been conducting reviews of preferential tax regimes for the last 25 years to determine whether the regimes could be harmful to the tax base of other jurisdictions. International European Commission Chief Ursula von der Leyen vowed on Tuesday that U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminium will not go unanswered. She says that they will trigger tough countermeasures from the 27-nation bloc, meaning iconic U.S. industries like bourbon, jeans, and motorcycles should beware. The Commission chief said the EU will act to safeguard its economic interests, adding that tariffs are taxes, which are bad for business and even worse for consumers. The bloc had an emergency video meeting on Tuesday to craft its response to Donald Trump's imposition of tariffs on steel and aluminium. Prime Minister Tusk, that's Donald Tusk of Poland, which holds the EU presidency, said it is important that the members act in solidarity. And that's it for the news at 12. Up next, sports.
Okay, there you have it.
Mr. Guys, 14 years since a municipal not submit nothing. Me mama, no sir. Oh, go on. Like all of them municipal councillor did they on vacation. Everybody come with poor excuses. I said they have people taxpayer money that's a do as them, please. That has caused challenges in terms of making these records Desmond have to put he have to tighten up, he have to put on him foot with them people here. Him can't make them just do as them please.
So who's supposed to look over those people if it's not
Apparently it's the Auditor General.
So why is it not doing it?
But she is saying that even though she requests that they submit by X time, they're not meeting the deadlines. But I'm saying if they not meet the deadlines, she need to put on her foot now to even make them start meet the deadline.
I'm going to ask you, what is the penalty for that? What is the penalty for that?
Once you go beyond 3 years, there is no penalty.
When they're not submit the thing them, so what happen? Just lower them, just left them so?
Also, that can't work like that.
They're supposed to face some consequence.
They need to fire who need to fire, man. I mean, foolishness.
And people need to pay some money.
The team is going and the bank are going and the team is going.
Everybody come up with poor excuse. Only Manchester Municipal up to date. Cause them behind by last 2023 and Portland not so bad. Everybody else 10 years, 14 years, 7 years. No man.
Let me do better on that now.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I am Camila Esson, acting CEO for the St. Thomas Municipal.
Everybody with them send an acting CEO.
We are at 2014, 2015. Our challenges
2014, 2015, that's our 10 years,
for us,
11 years.
Because
I'm going to talk here.
Oh boy.
But it's one talk. Me there eat some food, I eat some lunch.
You call that PMPism. You call that PMPism at the highest level. I've always known that the parish council is the way they used to siphon out government money, but I never get the detail. If the statute of limitation with the regular 47 years, why the statute of limitation with parish council at 3 years?
Exactly.
That's not practical.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing practical about that. They find Alejandro is find guilty for that.
All of them. Because them supposed to find set up a thing where they know, say, listen, every financial year you're supposed to come in with your the amount of money where you spend expenditure. You understand? That's it can't put on record. So in idea, nobody can find no excuse to say ray blah blah. They're supposed to put that in place. That means say hold people accountable. You understand? And that's why people can do as with them like with taxpayer money.
And remember I said, I only money run through parish council, you know. The day to day running the country are two parish council, you know.
Exactly.
It's sad.
Sad one. Really sad.
Guys, we're not even getting name. Well, Andy, we're not getting name. I wish constituency. This a lady, St. Thomas. Let me tell you what the lady say. 10 years now, they not do nothing. 1, because of the infrastructure where they're in. 2, because them abuse our manual system. 3, them have to store all of the invoices and documents in one container, which is exposed to rainfall, mold infestation. One bag of excuse.
The building will be retrofitted.
And then they burn out the other day, and the book said, no, sir.
For to take in records management.
When all of that go money I'm missing door.
My God of heaven.
We didn't nearly money I'm missing door.
You spend money. You're not supposed to spend if you can't account for nothing. Everything's supposed to cease until you can balance out yourself back and then you move again. Business go.
Corruption, man. Criminal country we live in, man. That's why the thing that you know, criminal country.
She come with one list, you know, Wally Palisa excuse in St. Thomas Municipal Council.
Oh, she can't find the Wally Palisa come with the schools and she can't find the things that she carry out in the work.
Exactly.
Thank you. A long time I call out for them things. Long time I call out for all government agents for what they name there. What a forensic audit in all of them.
Julian, I have to stop her because she just continue with the excuses. So I ask her, staffing issue. Yeah, staffing issue.
We have met with the commission and we're dealing with the contract workers.
Met with commission and dealing with contract workers.
What the name of that she told us to make me go look up her?
What talk?
You ain't not just go.
We are now one source, and so currently we are assessing our different
So like Brownberg that?
markets, the cemeteries,
No.
to have them
You mean brown teeth?
standard. We can be earning revenue
Lisha Tellman.
to say that we are functioning effectively as a local
Well, she confused all me.
Thank you very much. And then the final one.
Noon. I'm Eslin Douglas, Chief
She
Executive
look like
Officer
Brownberg featuring her in she talk.
or 1516 financial statement. We have an entrance interview with the Auditor General
Why?
tomorrow.
Then I feel do something. You know, look good. You sound good. You know, sound good. I understand if you're 3 years lagging, right? But 10 years? 14 years? So how you account for the spending? How you account for the operation of the municipal? Oh, you know if this a section they get attended to. Oh, you know if time they get paid. Oh, you know all of that.
Castor, you remember last night I said something profoundly when I said a man did tell me say them rob and put it all the time. Does it look like it's a JLP? Is it the culprit? Remember me did say that? Yesterday. Okay. Know yourself, man. It'll come to light, man. All of this
Guys, you
nepotism
don't need
and lie.
computer. You don't need computer for balance of books, you know. You don't need, that's all you need. If I want hardcover book, you get one hardcover book and your calculator. And you start recording something them, you categorize them and record them. So when them come with no, if you say
Money leave trail.
this and this happen, man, that happen, man. Eh? So how you account for things? Oh, you sure say Petali get her pay. Oh, you sure say Chroma.
It's coming like, you know, it's coming like when people are run shop and then stop taking.
Yeah. What them need to do, them need to just bypass everybody who want fight against the thing and just put it in the digital system and place them. And who want vex and who want come up garden yard. And then we know a thief them because the thief them are gonna fight against you know. Yeah.
And that is one of the main reasons them hate Edward Siaga final because when he won a forensic audit in a money teachers college. And he said no, you can't continue so it have a lockdown. And that's one of the reasons why them dirty shit house there in Clement, you know. They did Siaga final because Jim lockdown money teachers college, you know. Oh. Because a man will do things by the book.
Yeah.
And by numbers. So if I'm looking to something and she say, where there's a crook and there's a thief, he might go stop it.
Oh, me ain't telling you this a part here. Nah, man, Scott not show up. All of the other parishes, all of the other municipal, them present. Nah, man, Scott not show up.
No, go show up.
Him not respectful of the PAC. Him not send no representative.
Long time I call for this set. Need to put some things that is tangible.
How long now, Lawrence come out, come talk in store? Now almost 1 month. It takes really almost 1 month.
The first week of January in the come out. And the first week of January.
Yeah, it takes maybe 1 month to come say this.
Yes, guy, you have to cook up a lie.
Anyway, me know now that then come out, me know say Lawrence I could drop something more now.
So after Spanish told me a big, him not saying nobody to go represent the council. Him no know say have more problem that he might cause for himself.
That's the best war room gonna come. That's the best war room gonna come up with.
Fire there must steal them think a cool breeze. No go on. Lie them. Them can't lie no more.
And then Parliament 2 o'clock. My God, man, what a
I thought this is
serious
too much people stuck
embarrassment.
on the side of Parliament, they can't score. Normally,
all
I
of the
put people now over there.
all of the municipal them over that side, and the other side now are those who the Attorney General and them people at office. Oh boy. Listen, guys, menace to them. There are consequences, but the Attorney General does not want to proceed with it. And because of some full law where PJ then they put in place, if say after I pass 3 years, if they can't come up with nothing, if they just basically throw it out,
No go so.
the approach.
No go so.
No go so. A 4 year. 4 year
3
them
year
have
the Attorney
punished them
General say.
under
scrutiny.
Investigation.
Foolishness, yeah. Them they're foolishness. So basically then, no wonder the municipal then no one submit nothing.
Where get the problem?
Alright, one love. No wonder then no one submit nothing because there are no major penalty. They can't take that. They need for change in law there. They need for revamp in law there. See, Williams, where deputy mayor name? Danny Williams? Where deputy mayor Kingston and St. Andrew name?
Delroy,
Brother William.
Delroy Williams. Seeing come out and he say, one was waiting for repair and something, and Swaby can't tell him about no money, no dead if you do all of that. So for sure, you say them have money, they have access to the money, but then use it properly.
No one see
understand? It a misappropriate.
So this is how I say Casco.
Misappropriate.
No money not did they fix the country, but money did they fix the fund election.
Exactly.
Anyway,
them something does make you upset.
I'll make a call, so little more me talk, come back on the system.
All right,
JLP.
Yeah.
Mr. J. No, Mr. J.
It's all right.
Swaby, go cook up something, man.
Better.
Swaby, cook up something.
It's my, you late. Mr. Black King, Blassie boy, this money.
Blassie.
Ask him, see you there.
Oh.
Live stuff. Talk live.
Why?
Black King say, I'm a PNP. I'm a Labour right. I'm a PNP.
Make Black King say, right?
Black King say, we ain't be here.
Let me tell you, I'm the first time I say it. I've been saying it a long time ago, so I'm not surprised what happened yesterday come happen. Listen, if you go and talk like which any PMP live you go on, they're not allowing you to come on there and criticizing PMP. Any Labour right live you go on, they're not allowing you to come on there and criticize Labour right. What Labour right live you go on and they'll allow you to come on there and them let you do whatever you want to do about Labour right and them talk. No, he's not JLP, he's PMP.
Philippian talk this morning why him just tell the guy say, I don't know, Labour right I take down in live. I'm own woman take down him live, Him own woman take down him live.
The woman come on my live a few times in a plank and try to speak to me,
Yeah?
Let's see a woman come on my live.
I never know that. So Philippians say the woman block him, drive them.
The same woman who come on my live and want to know about the other girl. This the other girl where not you know.
Which
so
other girl?
There's more to
the other girl where Philippian did say always one moderator.
The other girl that the woman jealous of and saying talk live there with the girl.
That's the one we jump on and jump off. In jump on the live and jump off every minute.
Oh no, me attack, man. It's alright. You know should know, but it's okay.
Me not be clueless. so what the woman help him set up the live and then take it down?
So which woman?
The woman jealous that this other girl and him or something.
So which girl and listen, Black King, every talk straight and Alexi telling her from morning.
Okay,
You can't block
but
King.
me I try to
But
understand.
you know them
You
things.
can't call people name.
Like in this.
Blocking a be a
Yes, but
man.
if you talk clearer than that.
Blocking
So
a be a
why,
man.
you see, I
So
just wanna like, hold on the blank, hold on there. I just wanna like all labor right, you know. We drop things that we not come out clear and we afraid to talk and simple. And then we say we have information. Talk a who man because man over there disrespect and carry them people. Talk a who, right? Not feel
That's
embarrassed
true.
people, right? And labor
I
right
think
here, they can't sue we.
But
Aye,
that.
aye.
They must say I'm me.
Leave people business alone.
I feel a business plank name call. Labor
Me
right
tell him
name
say,
Yeah.
call.
me tell him say,
But listen
me
me.
feel like that man a black him page. Because
Listen
so me
me.
know him and the man kick off.
Listen me,
Me
man.
tell him that. But me not have a number for
Learn
him.
the art of war, man. See, and everything good for it, good for talk. You have to allow things alone. Make it unfold in a John public.
But me glad Philippine contact this morning, say I'm woman
Okay, you
do
see
it.
it? You see it?
You
Everything have
understand?
a tail and a head, you know. And once the head off, the tail, you will find the tail, you know. So everything have a beginning and an ending, you know.
Well, we got talk about it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, me ask about that. All right. This man always a Philippine gonna say woman, but what me I say? All right. Before even Philippine come say she say about woman or whatsoever, we don't know. But that come
At
out
this
now.
point, I don't give a
Well,
toss about thug life. The other
Hold on,
person.
Mr. King. Hold on, Mr. King. We'll just finish there. Hold on, Mr. King. So you won't get for that. Just say this. You see? What may I say? All right. You are left to the labor is the point that you do everything will happen. Disrespect or whatever happen now, whatever happen. Yeah, that happen. See? All right, I'm on look for you and pinch you and say, Ray, whatever, and show you a thing. I check for you as a labor right blog and say, boy, this could have gone on or whatever. You see me? You're all right, you come on a man life. The man, you come on a man life and you come, you say, me check a piece you come about. You want to come, so in name the secular thing. You don't come secular, you come with that attitude and you're rare and you go on and whatever. That done with. Why you go turn on your life now? And the thing where the man tell you now, you got post up on your thing now. So then I cannot remember you want to open right this up.
Well, I'm not crummers. Well,
You know, Mr. I say,
say
no,
when
what
in
may I
the
say?
in life too. When in the in life too, you know, hear him. If me a running live, I wanna know like how me a deal with it. Nothing wrong if I once message me. So me say, but at that plank do plank message you and now you
yeah, but what may I say? Why you gonna put the man on blast?
If we message you, you go do the same thing to we.
Yeah,
so we can't
say,
rate you again.
Why you put the black man on blast now? Like I look at
That is low. That was very low.
All right.
Yeah, for sure. Say that
one morning as well. The same thing happened one morning.
Why you have to put that
low.
on ground? No matter, already you never please all the people matter upon plank like, but at the same time, you know as a G. You see me? Why you know you go put out that out there now and say and put it out on your live and say and show the statement or whatever, the text or whatever. Make everybody start jump on it now. Who
black everybody.
Who like black now go jump on it now and Ray and Tay and you see me? The master that
in black everybody last night, Kadisha. And you're alone in black.
You see me? That I'm not rating for that man for go man. Me not say my PMP still you know. What you mean about it? I'm go on the page and look.
I've never been on his live.
Listen what I say black him alone you know. Me look on the page, I'm go on the page and I see where my deal with or whatever. I mean, if I pretend I'm just set it up that way there, but everything is towards the labor rights still. Although him have the same two thing about orange and rare two party whatever theme style. The two party then. You see me, but what I say? When me say about him, when me analyze him, is a man have a mental problem. He have a mental problem. If a woman they have a mental problem, to him talk and him argue or him move, yes. Him have some people like they read too much at times and go like them feel they know too much. Them type of people, yeah. Go like it get to them, yeah. Him have a mental problem. Yes, him have a mental. He's a labor right, but he's a mental labor right. You see me? He don't understand himself.
No.
You see it?
Think about it. Him over there talk, and the rest of people then go over there, and them a push fire to through it. All caution. The man have all caution in our box. And caution, I tell him, say, 200 hard people there on my life when him and them a can't bring him down.
Lie.
And me say,
Likes,
at that time, him
likes them a
cuss.
look, man. Likes them a look, yeah? Likes.
So when they say, take down caution because him no need for in this space and in
No.
business that him no. Well, listen. That type problem, you know, that may I tell you now. I'll talk about if take down. After I'm gone again, of course. I'm saying, Jesus.
The man is awaiting the man. The man is awaiting the man. That's why Black King Live. I'm not want to say certain words, you know. The man is a crutches, man.
Well, listen,
All right, guys,
mental
the good
crutches.
thing about it.
All right,
Yeah, what was?
Look out for that now, Krobas.
Right, so what I'm going to say, the good thing about it, we have several lives that we can pick, choose, and refuse, all right? So,
nobody said to me,
we...
Talk life for PMP, talk life for no labor, right?
So we have our mission and
everybody hold their own thing.
Me not judge him. Me not judge him. If you say in my labor, in my PNP. Me just not understand.
Everyone to their own.
Me just not understand what got down yesterday. Like what really caused the outburst, because we did over one live a car. How far live we depend?
My life.
And somebody come and say, Marcy, I need help, right?
And me say, we'll go on over there, go help her.
And yeah, and then even when Steve did say go over there. And Steve, I think Plant must go argue.
Me call Steve and cut Steve argument.
How far back goes the 90?
Promos.
My like a while ago.
A Black King.
D me. And then because I think what it is because me did things I probably could have deal with it in a different way, in the sense that maybe we should have go over and talk to him and say whenever like what happened, but more as opposed to other people were just coming on and saying me I go unfollow him. You understand?
Petal, the man never want to hear nobody, Petal.
But
never
Petal,
want to hear nobody. No people try to tell him, say, yo, never want to hear nobody. But go ahead, Petal.
Already people them never go unfollow him. Me not have nothing to say. Because even when Rusty come over there and advise him opinion about another person, me no say nothing towards it. Even Black King I say Plank, oh you know say something about that. Me say because me not have nothing to say about it. Me not have nothing to say about it.
Remember say Gusto go over there, and when I shut down Gusto and Gusto say, listen, your platform is for opinions and politics, so you're going to have people sharing their opinion and people are passionate about it. And he must say, and so, you understand? And then now, when open discussion, go pani and open discussion and say, listen, I have some question to ask you. Why you that allow Ingram for disrespect the ladies? And a friend, so me no know what happened. Something go wrong after that. My friend, this and this up open discussion. So me surprised now when he come. Me think say ma come now.
Nobody not there with him. I come open discussion there. When nobody not there with him, come across when he just come back
and collecting more and me say everybody feel answer. Me say.
Yeah, but me think say when he ma come on the live now. No, me think say when he ma come on the live now. Well, and the Petal, me think so when he was coming on the live now, he went out come to say, boy, guys, what going on? You know, and then we could have said, boy, we didn't like how live go. But he came on the live to attack. Because he started and he want Tino.
Who kept throwing him out of the box? Me never
know.
Because I kept saying, guys,
and Casco, listen to this. Thug Life goes in nobody box on this platform. Him no come pan no labor right live and come
I
up
force
in no
the
labor
thing going
right
about
box.
plank. I
Wait,
follow to the incident.
me see, no. Him
Go over
probably not go up in a
politics.
box, but me see
Go
him
over
go up and add,
politics.
me see him go up and add alive. Me see
Go
him
in the
pan add
politics
alive.
box.
But what
Me
I'm
never
saying,
see it still.
what I'm saying is this, guys. Listen to what me I say. Just wanna hear me out. No, not the box, and we realize this probably now go the way or would I like it to go. What I am saying is maybe the approach where everybody is saying me I go unfollow, and I get upset probably was just not the right approach. And then when in the night now, because you know say how it go is that one person I go say we're unfollow him over on this live. And then people are going to say, oh, them over there, so them are going to unfollow you. Comrades, we rile him up just the same way.
So, Petal, may I say something? Me not
Hold
cut
on,
you.
let me finish talking, man. So what I'm saying is that when we came over here, Protecting JA was talking to him, I thought we had the opportunity to squash everything out. But then someone kept throwing him out of the box. And I'm like, guys, why you keep on throwing him out of the box? And I think that's why he got upset. I am just saying.
Listen, Petal, me know you try to get it, but at the end of the day, him a labor right. You can't have a man at a fellow have a man near back say a PMP at this a fellow labor right. The man in you go disappear labor right them for him. That no right, and that's just the truth. Me not care
Yeah, me I say no. Hold on. Let me say something. Let me just say something there. All me I say, Ray. I one thing me I say, the wrong thing what him got do, when me just talk about a while ago. When go put the man tell him a thing and then go put it up and go put the man palm blast. Although we own big man, we don't know what is labor right by those association for the TikTok.
Thank you very much, Chromas.
Listen what me I say again.
Thank you.
Right now, you know what I do. Right now, although we don't care, we don't matter still. We know some black naga business I care. But right now, listen me I say no. You gonna make punkus like a pre people. Guys, that come out already. Although I went in the Philippine concreto, say
division within the
right
team,
now, that now when put up that now our punkus that punkus are start pre. Punkus are start pre plank. Although my plank don't really matter our business, but I'm gonna show you when cars. So I cannot run him open right there so.
Listen.
Yes, I say the argument. I want to say the argument done, Bridget. We stop this and just change the topic right now and talk about something. Chucks, big up yourself, Chucks.
That's where all your rights clear. When them in come out for info, and I say everybody fi unfollow info.
What?
Nobody say nothing about that.
Nobody may come over here and defend info.
Hold on, Chucks has something there.
Go on, Chucks. Although you break up.
Only here not
yeah, break up.
I'm not good internet. Chucks, I'm not good internet.
Come out of the basement, Chucks.
My driver also too. You know, my drive.
Be you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Only here when Natalie had this.
What she say?
Natalie had this. The Prime Minister. I take how much months for work my house. Me I want to have this woman have no sense. All these things no paperwork the boss have to look about. How strike all these things and over. All them PMP people are done someone.
Because she thinks they're bodos.
Them also depend them on the barcode live I talk about say I take and then I bring the lawyer in because Andrew I take and people afraid now to get the housing project and them I go campaign on this and them I go back to all of the people who get houses already to get a copy of them title and forget this and that blah 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 whatever.
They can't go anything they want to get. Me certain say when the man they give it us, just walk up and say see one key, right? All the necessary things have to be done. And if it take 5 months for done, I saw you go. If it take 3 months for done, I saw you go. If it take 2 months for done, I saw you go. When them a make up this whole pan nice and I turn off the people them from the whole housing thing. So.
No, man, desperate, them desperate,
Right?
man. I try everything, you know, for win the election in the bridge.
But one of my brethren this
Distraction, you know.
morning called me, I have to diss him up, bro. The man will say, yo, your prime minister this and your prime minister that I give it house and I take back. I say, big man, me your friend. Let me tell you this. It's when you come with a Effrey, just talk to me good. You hear me? I tell you? I make a friendship end. I'm serious about it. Sure.
Okay, so guys, what me I say is that we could just finish this up. We could open the Pandora box and we just finish it up.
We're done with that enough.
Moving, no. Listen to what me I say. Moving forward, right? Moving forward. If somebody is on a live and they're discussing something with a PNP and it turned out to be an argument and like where the person like how the person deal with it, like how the whole thing I go. I don't think we need to go forward and say, oh, we're going to unfollow the person here. Our views must contend. We have to understand that. We get passionate about certain things. Just like the other day, me and Roxanne cuss out Cole, cuss out Sydney, Cole come and cuss me, and then me did them on the same platform, Cole up there and Cole talk to me, and then some people get upset about it. I say, after them tell me if you do whatever not to my mother, Cole can't tell me nothing to upset me. So what me I say is this: we have to stop getting emotional because one second, me just get one somebody WhatsApp me something. Yeah, we can't get emotional about certain things. Yes, Ingram might over there and Ingram might tell life on the Prime Minister. The host, if you not the host are the host, and if you not like how the host handles the situation, you have to understand that all views must contend. This is a political season and it is what it is. Let everybody deal with them platform.
This is the thing.
Petal,
Hold on the candy. Let me say something to Petal. Petal, what him doing and then the next labor right them come up. I saw him turn. I true you not get him in a yo. I true him not get you. Get you which party want you. Him not want you deal with people. And because him not get you which party
well, again, all views must contend. That's their perspective. You can't you never ever can stop people from think how them think. You understand what I say? All I'm saying is that,
What may I say? Hold on. What may I say to the people? This is not gonna stop you, so it's not stop. I'm to them people here, man. And just a prolong something serious.
You put Sonny in a box. Crummers, no.
Yeah, me yo, that we are dealing with my yo. Forget about this now, man. We're on this too long, brother. We have too much things to talk about, man.
True, man.
Because we're gonna make the same mistake again.
Black King gone in a sleeping mode.
Black King gone in a sleeping mode.
Black King, wake up.
Open your camera and I mean turn us on it.
Yeah, Black King, let me big box them and show something.
Can someone
Stop it live too.
Nah, let me try giving me now work. It black. It said expand.
It's too much people in our box.
He's showing us dark in my box. He's not showing us in there.
Yeah, man, we have some of the road program are going on in my constituency. You see me on the main road, so I want to show you.
Hold on. You can talk about it.
Hold on, I'm gonna try something. What's on it now?
Oh.
When you turn on the camera
Petal.
right away. Only Petal can go in a big box. I don't know what happened.
Oh.
I better need to change him over. When she do the big box it herself, just change him over to it. No.
Alright, make me get it. Still not go. Petal, can put him in the big box?
Petal, just put yourself in it and then change it.
Moderator.
Oh, so what moderator? You're a moderator. Jaden, put Son in a big box.
They were blocking there.
Like him a try something. Like him a try something too.
Alright, see you now.
Alright.
Alright, turn on your camera now, you. Sonny, turn on your camera now. I show you,
I'm working. It's not going in.
Sonny. Sonny, you're mute. We not hear you.
Yeah, sit there. Hold on, I'm showing you what I go on. Now see what I go on.
Yeah.
This is going on my place. It come from way down the road. That's it, up on the main road. Yes, sir. You don't see it. So I'm in town always doing things. You see me? Them things we live fine up. Man, the labor right them for the man. This are the thing, bro. You see me?
Work a go on.
Yeah, man, I hit, man. Work right through, you see? I'm sure that this are the main road, the main thoroughfare.
So that the man they can't wait. Oh, I turn off.
Yeah, I'm going over a gas station.
Oh, Jesus. Man, I wonder if he couldn't wait.
Yeah, man, so me sure.
Yes, the taxi man style plan, man. I know that's how
me not try so.
Yo, we and them, brother. Yo, right now we have to deal with the taxi man. Them. We can't like them, not even want the people them for work. Watch out.
Yeah, man, a PMP them, man. A PMP taxi man them, man.
And then I them see man the car.
Man, know the thing, bro. Big up on yourself and respect him, but I don't know we have to highlight.
Yeah, man, I right thing, the man.
Huh?
The flag man out there.
Yeah, man, see flag lady them, man. One did it. I see one up there, so we don't sign. Let me show you. We have to make everything be clear. You know?
Them have on them jacket, them have on them flag jacket, or they just have piece of cloth up in a ear.
Nah, man, watch your man. Let's look what I go on.
Go on to police. Police should have did that too, you know. No, man, they have to one jacket with visible chromas.
They have on everything, man. They have one
green
stamp
jacket,
style.
Green
jacket. Yeah, man, style. I'll show you. I'll show you Ella Blanc. You know, a different time, you know, we don't use green flag and red flag again. We just use one stop side of man, go and stop.
Go and slow and go.
Yeah, stop and go.
Yeah.
So if you look, alright, look, so them a dig out this up to them. Properly dig them out and sweep them out first. So you know I go on the kind people them say, nah, do good. So the dog them dig it out, look where man them properly sweep it out before. Them put in the something there night. That's it.
Island and Tari.
Yeah, them are island, but them have to clean up the area good first. That's it.
And this are the what? The reach.
Yeah. God, it's the
reach at the patching program. I reach that.
Yes, I reach that. They reach to your community.
Yeah, they all over to Bogus to all over. The main road. You see, Mr. See the sign there. So when I show the sitting, this money I want to start watching, I think, yeah, man, him I want to G.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, them man there. See sign of me I tell about. So I saw them do it. Stop and go. You see it? You see the sign? See that man? And see the call sign? Stop sign upon it there.
So where woman there?
Yeah, man, she just put it down, man. She just sit down, man.
Oh.
I'm active, man. Active outside, man. No joke.
Yeah. We love that. I mean, that them thing over here show. No, nah.
What you want to do, Gawain?
Watch out, man. I show you.
Why you're rolling?
Watch out. Let's see this. Sister, I'm living on the community way. And a separation me live on. So you said me I cause PMP and tell them say, yo, me don't know one here, so. I know about progress. Look. A progress me live on the family band progress.
Go look 2 feet, man.
You see me I say so. Big up on yourself, man. We're there with the people, man. Go and watch.
Yeah, man, we love that, man. At the right thing, which is right. Right thing you have to be.
Yeah.
Tell Peter say yeah, supervisor, man.
No, we are make sure you do good.
All right, my boss. Yeah. All right. Yeah, right. Which is right.
Love and respect.
Respect. Bless up, son. Bless up, son.
Anjo.
Yeah.
Yo, go in.
Bless up.
Run with yourself, go in. Big up yourself.
How much comrades have worked out like a win?
The man want to use a new name, man. Sonny. The man want to use the new name.
Big up on yourself, on the panel.
Yeah, Mr. Churchill, yeah, bless.
Whole things are going on, whole things are going.
Churchill.
Yeah. How that? King?
Churchill.
Yeah, we answer King.
I bunny out from morning, you know.
We not hear you.
I bunny out from morning.
What a compound that, you know?
I bunny out from morning.
What a compound that, you know? You ever hear the other side of me yet, King?
Well, that's what needs to come out.
Why Churchill get money out now?
No, me not depend that. Me not depend that. Me not depend that.
Yeah, bless our Godson, what I go on.
If you know want your life, go down. Like,
yeah, me the kind of feel that. Bless up, man, everybody. Me kind of feel that debate too long.
Maybe that's what I need to hear on the other side.
Let go that now.
Forget about that now, Godson. We never go back there. We know, man. We understand. It done here now, man.
You get me?
Sure, but a democracy, so that's the thing. But when they have set a Black King, we have so much things to discuss. But they want him go up on Chromas. No, man, me not talk about it and go up on YouTube and play the 12 of this crap, stupidness and just discuss it. Just go up and play the 12 o'clock news nationwide and listen to what Andrew Swede come with. After so much.
No, see, we play that
go on YouTube, the news him talk about the money. Okay, okay, all right, good.
We listen to what we are saying.
But it's not
just, they don't distribute money.
It's not just where Andrew
don't distribute cash, but yet still you come and say. So said the corporation don't distribute cash, not the first instance. No, weeks after I come and say the money is private money. So why the KCC distribute private money? Why?
I don't know. Where was a Godson?
The party.
Well, I know. Where was a Godson? The money and in the KFC now distribute no money at all. The money they might get a private money give them.
Huh?
That they want they want cut out cut out himself out of it.
What? Private money stored at the KC. Private money stored up at this KCMC.
Job that.
No. And they want to cut out Churchill. They want excuses so the money come from and they say so somebody just give them our money, come from out of the council. And that they might try to do. That's why I'm coming with that now. You see me? But what may I say? I them thing it's gonna reach our levels now.
We're do some investigation. Privately raise money.
Yeah, let me answer Godson. It's gonna reach our levels now. Well, let me say something now. I'm gonna go to the mic. May I say, it's gonna reach our level. When they come with this argument now, it's gonna reach our levels now. I'm gonna do investigation now. I know that's why I don't find people give every private people are gonna give party money on them something and they don't want to expose. But it needs to get exposed because we need to know which private people get their money there from. That's what I've got to reach.
Yeah.
They have to have what they call it now. Any money you get, you have to be a record of it.
Yeah, but we know which company or who you get it from or whatever.
That's right.
Yes.
I agree with you, Romans.
That's where I go. Since our private, but who are not private.
Churchill.
So people are gonna get exposed. The private people we are talking about are gonna get exposed.
He might make Roe now look like a liar. Some way, because remember Roe asks a question, you know. So why people at KCC are get money so much?
Roe got drop something before.
Yes, Peter, yes.
Well, we hope everything come out. That's what we're hoping for. Because yeah, we feel like some more did it, and that we want to get.
Anyway, them told me I go joke them. That me I tell them.
Anyway, yeah. I think that this is a rile up Roe some more, you know. I think that this is a rile up Roe some more. Because they might make you look like a liar there now.
You see what me know? Election season, right? And them are gonna try everything. Everything them are gonna try.
Yeah, but I try, but more things cannot open. Mr. Churchill.
Yeah.
Continue.
And so we can't be surprised by all of them little tactics. They might try now. See,
but everything they might try now, Mr. Churchill, just one thing. Everything they might try now, and I hope more can I work my work now. So right. Investigate it. That is it. I'm more them exposed.
Here them throw one PJ throw one softball, you know. Because him saying come out of the pavilion. And what he has done is open up himself and the PNP party so we go back in a PJ record, which we know.
You must some bunks have to get on them throat to see Churchill. And some PNP bunks have to get on them throat.
Yes, and the PNP at large. Because all of them do expose the sword them what the PNP have. And we have to make sure that the people of Jamaica understand that when they see a man like PJ come out, we have to go exploit for him record and show the people of Jamaica say, look, we can't go back to the PNP because look what PJ has done. And PJ have come out and is less than truthful about his record. But what PJ is trying to do, you know, PJ don't have no legacy that we can speak of. Everybody are going to forget about PJ. Because when do for Jamaica, it's nothing more than set back Jamaica many years. So we have that to show the people, all the young people then who want to go to PNP to show them say, I know that way they figure because that what PJ has done and what the PNP has done over the years was not good for Jamaica and then still not good for Jamaica. So we have to
come like one old done battery. You ever have one battery with done and you throw it down yet?
Yeah.
Them come now because them find say the PNP weak on the ground. He's trying to see if him can rally up some people. PJ is just a drawback for a whole battery that you change from your remote and you try to get it work. So you just draw back for one whole battery. No. Weak, the PNP get weak. May they tell us they then get weak and then draw for one whole battery.
Really and truly, you know, I try to rehabilitate to him legacy. And that I try do. But him not have no legacy to show the Jamaican people.
And also try to protect it to Churchill because he don't want Andrew. Yeah. He don't want Andrew broke him record. He don't want Andrew broke him 14-year record. That he might have tried to do.
But the main record is about what he has done for Jamaica. And one of the things he want to take credit for is the CCJ. That's why them so big on the CCJ. Yeah? That's one of the things when he want to make sure so Jamaica go to the CCJ right away. Right? Among other things. He might really try to rehabilitate himself. But it's a can of worm him open. Because he exposed himself now to all of the scrutiny. For sure, say, he was not a good prime minister. In fact, I'll go as far and say he was the worst prime minister Jamaica has ever had. Yeah. And the record is there to show it. Yeah? So at that way, if you dig pan, PJ not serve Jamaica no good. And Almado set up himself for more failure. Because he failed already and he will fail again.
But Mr. Churchill, all PJ does show say he's a wet name there. He's a PNP germs. People let that change their spot. Can just eat back, he just eat back in one vomit. Earlier last year, when the CCJ, they went in the Republic thing go on, whatever, him agree with Andrew Wallace and say, yes, it was true, the two parties them agree, so go and do this thing, a little, depending on segment by segment, go and deal with it, with the Governor General thing, and the Presidential thing further, the Republic Party further, with the court part. In come and say it. You see, all of a sudden, make a bow turn through a politics, through an election here today, and I'm a pressure him, and them, as we yesterday in week. You see me? Come a bow turn now, all of a sudden, him talk about CCJ for put it, and Ray. You see me? If you go, man, him a dog. Him have him own vomit.
Hold on, guys.
You see me?
They must have to add up G-Keeper. Boy, Seabreeze love will live them, sir. G-Keeper, you want to come up?
G-Keeper, come up, come consult, PJ.
Me not see her, Petal. Me not see no request from her.
I don't know. Me look fair and not find her. Like she gone.
Maybe she just passed through. So what's if the other?
No, she was asking. She was asking Tina for his box, but then me not see her again.
Yeah, I beg she get big Sandra.
Listen, guys, this
Come on,
is
maybe she get a call or something.
Me not understand. The fact is this: Vegas come out, right, and spoke on what Lawrence said. And Vegas was threatened the following day that for lawsuit, right? That lawsuit would be against him. Vegas did the honorable thing by apologizing. Why Lawrence Rona get sued yet? And why Swaby is coming out to justify his grounds and reasons as to how money go? Why you come justify when this man already damage your reputation? Isn't that something you're supposed to go to your lawyer?
The way I say
Isn't this a lawsuit matter?
Casco again too. When I say Casco again too. No, the council business alone invita, but invisible the other one where the party want raise or whatever. You know, I'm not if come talk about that even say boy, they get from private people.
You see how much something? You see how much something now again?
But him just expose himself like a big idiot.
Telling us that Swaby alone I gotta take it falling on a thing.
Council business alone if you come to a council business we talk about you know talk about that neither.
They can go walk scotch free and Swaby alone I go ball like Karen Spencer. Because I can't understand you come out and justify.
Yeah,
you come out and justify.
Yeah.
And you're on a party chair, you're on a party chief executive officer.
Yeah, can't remember what my again, man. Big idiot, then have no sense, man. Then the thing before them do things like idiot that, but better for we still.
But the worst part, is them integrity organizations. They're the ones, if them are integrity organization, they are the ones who really take up these cases now and carry them to court. Apart from Mocha and whoever else investigating these people. NIA, all of these integrity and civil societies, who then not take up the baton, try, make these people come straight to the Jamaican people. That is a big concern. It's really a big concern because we don't hear from them yet. With all that is going on, we don't hear them and investigate and try to get the information so that the people can understand what's going on. Something is really going afoul here.
Churchill, the big old text message there now that says collect whatever, and this must not be public knowledge. How you mean it's not supposed to be public knowledge? Once I said that means hide the public money and do what you want with it. There are misappropriations happening. There are corruptions at play. Because if it's your personal money, party money, you wouldn't need to say, don't make the public, this must not be public knowledge.
Yeah, it just shows.
If a party money, you're not supposed to have to put out at the discretion. You're supposed to be free enough to disseminate the party money.
And if a party money, they would have done organize and decide what am I going to do with the money. Right?
And then him they would make KSAMC office distribute it. It would be distributed from the PNP office.
Right.
No man, then think we are fool.
Just because enough people don't want to come out and talk, but we know say, you know, a whole lot of things are going behind the scene. You know? Jamaica people, if you understand that.
You know, every time them expose themselves more and more, all the idiot them, that worse and worse for them joke.
Well, I hope the JLP organization really take the opportunity where PJ give them, because PJ open up himself now in this silly season.
When you hear something that Mr. Churchill, when in the answer him send out a statement, Tom Tizaris put out a statement on it, you know.
Oh, me not see that.
Yeah, play him on Tom Tizaris. I think Peter read it out. Tom Tizaris put out a statement on PJ when say, yeah, I deal with them wicked man.
Okay, nothing go look for it.
Peter, can't tell you if you find it. I should read it back for you.
You know.
Well, hold on.
You made me.
What did you hear George this morning?
Churchill want to hear it, Petal. The same mistake of
the civil society them.
Hold on, the godson.
What I want to give just one more day.
No, I didn't hear. I wake up late.
The posture that the former Prime Minister has taken. But what I will say is this. I'm very happy to have lived very happy, because one of the disadvantages I've always had is listening to the oldsters talk the politics. It was always a yearning and wish I was there kind of feeling that I had when they spoke about the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, and they spoke about 1980 election, and I wasn't around for any of that.
So you're young girl.
And they spoke about the characters, and they spoke about what happened, and then you had the counter narrative about, well, no, that's not how it happened, or that's not how the country was. And you have the duels, point and counterpoint. Not a human being can tell me about the Patterson years because I was there. And I wasn't. He came into office in 1990.
Hold on.
Two.
Came into office 1992.
And at that time, well, he would have come in before I entered high school. That same year. And so I was already into my consciousness. So this story, not one that someone can tell me that, you know, boy, this happened in the 70s, or this happened at Gold Street, or this happened here. I saw it for myself, and I watched it intently, not under the instruction of anyone. And then I caught, by the time I entered university, his premiership, we now know, would have been boiling down, because I entered in 2001, left in 2005, and he left 2006. So I'm an expert in the Patterson years. I know what kind of Jamaica he led. And see, my brain is telling me three things now in a turn. go, don't go.
Rub him, don't rub him.
And I can't help myself. So, those years, 1992 to 2006, 14 unbroken as Prime Minister.
We can't take up no more. No.
For those who were here, many of us can say those were golden years. How many of us will say that those years taught us what a leader of decisively with the problems that are inevitable as a consequence of leading the country? How many of those will say that the examples we lean on when looking at how youthful exuberance in leadership is dealt with decisively go to that period and say, this is how it was done, this is how it ought to have been done? Because when something similar to what is happening now happened then, is what Mr. Patterson did. We must take our cues from that period. How many of us, when looking at economic management, when looking at fiscal management, two different things. How many of us look to that period, that 14-year stewardship at the top, from Fresh Prince to Castle? How many of us see those Patterson years where the economy and where the fiscal accounts were concerned and say, this is the template that prime ministers ought to follow? Moving fiscal management and best-in-class economic management are concerned, look no further than here for the examples. When the management of crime is concerned, how many of us look to those 14 unbroken years and say, listen, what's happening now is a joke? Because in that time, the management of crime, the appointment to the sensitive offices, the relationship between the political directorate and the leaders of these important government organs, state organs, security apparatus. That is the example of how dovetailed work can redound to the benefit of the nation. How many of us look back at the time and say, Mr. Patterson spoke yesterday about the moral degradation of society? How many of us can look back and say, well, music we are playing now on the air, the way people are behaving, the way people dress, the way people comport themselves, the relations between the citizenry and the police, especially when police raid their homes. We have regressed from that golden time to now. So what we're doing now is a joke. And how those things work now is ridiculous and it's rubbish compared to that time when lewd music, nah. In public, nah. A society degrading, no evidence of that. But now, if we say that the body is gangrenous, if we say that the armpits of the Jamaican body, think seriously, can we look back at those 14 years and say it was all for breeze?
IXL is helping 15 million students succeed in math and language arts.
YouTube commercial.
So, I was here. I'm a man of sport. One of the things I always said to myself was, Lord, when I hear the old stars talk about Ivy Richards, and Mikey Holding. And they talk about Muhammad Ali. And they talk about prime Maradona. Well, by 86, I don't remember not much about 86 World Cup because I was like, what, 3-4. And they talk about Pele and the greats. And you regret not being around. And then you live long enough and you realize that, but I've seen BC Lara. I'm cool where cricket is concerned. I've seen Kirtley and Courtney and Wazim and Glenn and Shane and Mutaya. Yeah. And I saw Prime Tyson. Never saw Ali the greatest, but I saw Prime Tyson and I'm cool with that. So I'm not jealous of the oldsters who saw those legends before me. And while I will sit and take their stories and my experience about those guys is all read and watched experience, I don't need to read or watch what happened under Sir Percival. I came up into my consciousness, high school, university, from a man who lived with his granny to a man who owned his own home. That was my journey under PJ Patterson's leadership of the country. And I know the experiences that people had. Look at education. How many of us can say no, all right? There is Students' Loan Bureau. Let's talk about that one. Those arrangements now, inferior to what it was in that golden 14 years, to the extent that it's much more, no progress has been made where the SLB and how it provides what it provides to students is concerned. Because in that 14-year period, getting a loan was easier. The interest rate and the calculation was more manageable than it is now. So we haven't made much progress where the SLB is concerned. And I would say, but hold on, can I raise my hand and say, well, you know, I went to university for 4 years. And I had to take one for the first 2 years. And Hog and Goat got better treatment than we did, piling up at the towers from 3 o'clock in the morning to sit down in the line to get through after 2:30 p.m. Dehumanizing, degrading, the reducing interest balance. I mean, anybody who knows how to calculate that kind of depreciation knows that in concept it's right. You know, if you owe $10 rather than pay 2% on $10, you pay $1 every month. So you pay 2% on $9, 2% on $8, 2% on self-reducing balance. But if you miss a payment, you get juke. And you end up paying hundreds of thousands. You can't stop paying. I was there for that. So the country we have now, ladies and gentlemen, last thing, Mr. King, I see your finger moving. Do we have a worse country than when Percival James Patterson led us for 14 years as commander of all things, as a leader of cabinet, as the manager of men and women in cabinet positions, and as the man directing the direction of this country, financially, economically, socially, where education and health were concerned, road infrastructure? Once we go back to those days, that golden period, 1992 to 2006, I've only asked the questions this morning.
The best deals since Boxing Day are coming your way. Wayfair's Big Winter Clean.
Just I'm gonna get some more information and come for you.
Black King, you know, play the song, yeah. Fly the gate. Yeah, man, fly the gate, man. That a theme. And let it play that one there, man. After that, we just Petal just play. Play that song there, man. Fly the gate, man. Make people know what it was about.
Me not have it in a position to play it right now. So if somebody can find it and play, thank you.
Look here, guys. You know, me listen with discuss. My blood a boil when me hear because watch ya. Me not like a boy. Me not like a boy. Me live out the whole of the 90s. I me understand. Me start get my children them from in the 90s. My biggest son are 34, 35. I me understand. PJ Patterson and Michael Manley was the two worst prime minister Jamaica ever see. The era when it come on to scandal are PJ Patterson. PJ Patterson are one of the biggest riot ever seen in Jamaica 1990, the gas riot. Not to mention the meltdown and the Finsack saga. PJ Patterson, you remember these words, guys? When youthful exuberance, scandal when Philip Powell and I'm problem. Oh, it's not scandal, it's just youthful exuberance. PJ must go and some shit.
Was it Portia who said that PJ did say I shall return?
Yeah, man, PJ, when Michael Manley fire him back in 1991 or 92 roundabout, so him say I shall return.
That was the Shell scandal.
That was a Shell scandal. PJ Patterson of the heart. Yeah, come and talk about say, how people are live now. Unemployment was double, if not triple. Unemployment rate. No, we have an unemployment rate at single digit. The last time unemployment was so low, guys, is when we have slavery, when everybody there for work. There was no other time in Jamaica. So PJ could take a load of shit and just sit down and yam it. I'm going to make no apology about that. He have no moral authority to chat about nothing. Nothing. Make somebody else talk. If Peter Phillips, as bad as thing me talk the way, I even Portia, I'd know some of my PNP and, I say, yeah, but the PJ Patterson, man. PJ Patterson going, man.
And that may I say, him hope not kind of worm because him record I go under big scrutiny right now. We can see it take place. Yeah? The corruption, all of the issues them with the FinSac, the high inflation. Don't forget about high inflation and the exchange rate. How we get out of hand under PJ, the liberalization. Yo, let me tell you, man. PJ, like you say, if you go one side, the better you just stay in the pavilion and look and don't say a word. You don't have no talk today, none whatsoever. I mean, him talk about say if the Honest administration go down a certain path with the transformation to republic and the changing of the constitution, what he would like. Hey, him for go away. And Jamaica people feel know in record. I hope that everybody do their research and make the Jamaican people understand what PJ put Jamaica through. Because PJ not so have no more at all for contact to people. None whatsoever.
None. But Churchill, you know something? I really want to ask you and the rest of us. I wonder what PJ has about him white leader now.
All right.
All right. This man is a hypocrite, you know. I mean, I tell you, say, as me day sit down in my living room in one of my chairs. I say, I try to console myself, I try to relax. Because, but my blood are boy. Because let me tell you something. PJ Patterson was the man who was say, well, lead the charge. If you put me down in the crowd and you stand, you can't distinguish me. When you talk about Siaga, you can't distinguish me from Uno because I'm black like Uno. I wonder where I say about him white leader. Where I say? Him need to tell me where him stand and that it was still black man time. PJ need to come tell with, PJ need to tell me what is position where color and race is concerned. If it is a same black man time, him campaign against Siaga during the 90s about black man time and Fresh Prince, especially black man time. So what is him stand on it today? What want to know?
Him no have none talk when it come to crime and security. And him did say, the laws shall not be a shackle. You don't remember that?
All our years remember that. All up to the baby were born when him said, remember that.
All right. What kind of message that he must send to the people when he make them the statement there? And not because him know where when I go on in the country. And if truth be told, and somebody brave enough, then we come out and talk it. Yeah? But, you know, it is funny. Sometimes if you don't have certain physical evidence, and you can't make statement on it, but people know what was going on.
Don't forget your past. Okay. I never forget my past, you know. And I shall never forget my past. The chaos and atrocity with them people they create in Jamaica. And the amount of suicide that they make people commit in Jamaica. Yeah? I cannot forget them thing there. And I will hold them dearly for all of them corruption the way them do. Especially that sodomite PJ.
Him to shut up, man. Him to keep quiet.
Man for go and name a load of shit, man. Where? Like somebody else.
Them lucky say Jamaica not still like some country, you know. Where all me the in the military, you know, man. Like that military, you know, for them days, that military coup me that run, you know. And execute the whole of them in the square, you know.
The man, exactly, the man need to be stoned at the square. To be hung at the square too. With a mascot argument there. But never before. Never before, never see people are suffer so. What did, hey, I'm going to tell you something, guys. Saturday night, we're gone. Saturday, we're gone. Me and one of my girlfriends, she called me, asked her for drive. I go somewhere.
Grieve me artist, man.
I'm a drive, go to Harbour View. And you see, when me go to Harbour View shopping center, the KFC full up, the pizza place full up, the gas station full up. And me and I said, but how come these people say nothing now go on? And look on the place. How comes it come like I don't know what to these people. I see most of over here. I said no now go on to guys. They were among the crowd Saturday night out of Harbour View. Yes. But yet still of them not see nothing where I go on.
Remember say PJ couldn't do nothing to infrastructure. Why? Because he wasn't doing anything about growing the economy. So they never have no money to spend. In fact, there was a time when the debt was what? 100 and odd. The debt to GDP was over 100. You know what that means?
Yeah.
That means
every dollar.
That means we never have no money to spend.
No.
We have to borrow money.
Yeah.
To pay back debt.
Yeah.
And not only borrow, we have to tax the people more to pay back debt. I don't know how Jamaica get through that period there. You understand? And what it shows is that people were benefiting from the Jamaica's economy, individual people, through the corruption.
The Tapanaris,
yeah,
Mark Bolin, Peter Bunty, and them friends. All of them friends, them Tapanaris friends to the benefit. And that is why today the Churchill and guys, they want to come back. And because of them have no mercy where Jamaican people is concerned, none of them as PNP not have no real interest for nobody. They want to come back, to come put them on them sticky fingers in the cookie jar because of the fact that them see the economy are run good. So them want to come back, forget that peace more. Not a piece more because they already get. Just to get a piece more of the pie. But guess what? You see all our on this platform here. That's why we have to work triple time harder, you know. We must make every effort and work. If we did only target 1 voters or 2 voters, we need to target at least 20 voters now and make sure say the 20 people election morning go vote. At least each and every one away. Target somebody where they did a waiver or some people where they did a waiver and I said, well, one time I vote. The two of them are the same thing. No, we need to convince them so the two of them is not the same thing. Because the JLP and the PNP will never be the same thing. One bill and one mash down.
All right. May I go say something here now? See, where people should try understand now, as far as Marky British and Peter Bunting is concerned. Them not even true PNP, you know. We don't say PNP no good, but them are not true PNP, right? Them are imperialists, capitalists. It's only, you know, the only reason why them part of the PNP party are because of the good favors where they enjoyed under Omar Davis. Yeah? Them feel say them have to show some loyalty to the PNP party and to Omar Davis. Yeah? All of the benefits where them enjoyed under that period of FinSac. That's why them feel said they have to align themselves with the PNP. Right? Because they're not truly PNP. That's why they call themselves risers and the rest of the PNP shun them. That's why they can't get all the traction they need. Because they're not true PNPs. May I tell you that them are capitalists. But they are capitalists without compassion. Them only for themselves.
Churchill.
You understand that? So all of what them are going with now is to take over the PNP so they can do what they want with the government's purse. People must understand that. I'm sure a lot of the PNPs them understand that. And that's why you see people like Karen Cross and Natalie and all of them people there are against them. Damon Crawford is not with them, you know. It's just because in the them, I feel just go on a tag along right now. A lot of the PNPs, them, Paul well the same way. They're not along with them. Because them come in now, you know, so much try to plant all of them people them in all of the constituencies. That's why them get with that Peter Phillips. Yeah? That's why Lisa Hanna have to run. Those guys are not true PNPs. As much as PNP no good, them are not true PNP. Them are capitalists. Them worse. Because they're all about themselves. Them just want to come and wreck Jamaica for themselves. So don't be mistaken. Them for go away.
Churchill, my argument is, you know, if it is Philip Palwell, Damian Crawford is not with them, why stay among them? That is my argument, you know. The whole of them is bird of a feather, and I not separate none of them. The whole of them is bird of a feather.
Carl, you ever go to store go buy something yet? After you buy it, you regret buying it. And then you go say, sure, buy you buy it already, might buy it already. Yeah. You know. No man, them a third party. Really and truly, them a change the whole face of the PNP party. That's what's going on. Them a try to change it rather. But them not succeed. Them not true PNP.
Yes.
In fact, them worse than the PNP. And none of them not good.
But you know, me go say something, and me go back to the Patterson argument. And I want to see if you and nobody else remember, understand the politics where that go on leading up to the 2006. Did you know that the last election, because PJ Patterson himself did not lose ground and did not lose the last national election, Eddie Siago beat win? You didn't know?
You mean in what was that?
The last national election, not a general election. the last parish council election, Eddie Siago beat PJ Patterson. That was 2003 at the parish council election. You remember?
Brother, and him also win the 1998 election.
Norman.
Yeah.
Norman.
Yeah, man,
Norman.
him win that, man. Him win that, man. Fair scream, man. Remember me there in New York, man. When it come over, man, say the new leader for Jamaica will be Edward Siaga. And by the next morning, I wake up, I go work, I saw a newspaper blow come in front of me. I look, them say Edward Siaga has lose the election.
No, man.
Man.
No, what I know.
Back again, man.
No, man, Tino, what I know, man. Yeah, no, man. I'm not going on that. For that facts that 1989 was the only fair square election the PNP win. Right? 1989. All the rest of them win them because whole heap of things where they go on. Both inside of the JLP and blah, 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 really. I am saying to you, leading up, all the year them talk about PJ win a whole heap of election and PJ this and PJ that. The last national election, not the general election, churches, you can't listen when me understand what me I say. And Tino, you will understand too. The last national election, which is the parish council election, after the PNP win the 2002 election, Eddie Siaga and the JLP win the parish council election 2002. So if PJ, all they see show off himself, as much as I made a talk about Siaga was damaged goods and this and that, him did linger, and him and Siaga sit level again. Siaga da beat him. But say that for say this for some boy, watch ya. All this is Osha, PJ and go on. He made a lose popularity among the massive because people, the young turf and every people did have realized why these people is not good for Jamaica. And me have big Jamaican people who in the range of my advice, who went up on the far you page, who went on this side them mind yet. If you understand these people, you them not have no good for way. All them want to come do for us, speak to us people, is to raid the barn. That's all them want to come do, come put back them sticky hands in the cookie. Jobs to the boys. Mark Golden I tell we say him I go take money out of the cookie and give to people. We him I go pay them on the net less. We are paid them on the net fast. You see them type of ignorance people? What a piece of ignorance. We are paid on our debt so that we can have more fiscal space, so that we can have more room for buy a couple more bus, couple more garbage truck, build 2 rooms at some primary school or high school, for entertain or for engage, to make sure say our disabled children can come to school in a comfort. All of these things the government are trying to do. So we can't stop this progress here. We have to make sure.
Well, may I say, Marky British is not good for Jamaica. It is not good optics. None at all. We cannot go in a republic. I try to transform to a republic now and have an Englishman who can lead Jamaica. Jamaica would be the laughing scorn around the world. If you say Marky British can lead Jamaica at this time. Then the days are gone. We're done with that. We're not in that. Marky British cannot lead Jamaica. He cannot lead Jamaica. Marky British are nonsense. He don't mean Jamaica no good. He cares only about himself. And people must remember that. Marky British, he's a British man. One can lead Jamaica. How that look? How does that look?
Well, we have to make sure we turn him back. And that the ball is in our court, you know. That's why I say we have to just encourage who we can encourage. And for the younger ones, we tell them the reason why them shouldn't vote for PNP. Because look here, it's tempting, you know. It may tempting to the young folks, the ones that will just vote for say, all right, make we give them a chance because we don't know no other. All right, 9 years ago, a man we are 18 now. 9 years ago, him a what? 9. 2 9s are 18. 9 years ago, him a 9. You understand me? He don't know a PNP government. Him just a come for vote, so maybe him wants boy. Me don't know a PNP government, you know. So here, let me give them a chance. Me I said to this 18 year old, we are gonna just a go vote now. Be wary of these space, but don't of these people. Don't trust them. Them cannot be trusted. Don't just give them a chance because giving them a chance. Just read for yourself, young people. View things for yourself. Research for yourself. Don't listen to me alone and we were the on this platform here. Go research the PNP, when them in a power and what them offer and what them do to the Jamaican people and to Jamaica. And this is not just make up story. The evidence is there. So I appeal to Uno for vote wisely and those selling the vote.
Don't take a step unless you know where the other foot are going to go. And that me say. When you make your steps them, just look carefully ahead. Because history shall be your guide. If somebody let you down one time, two times, you gotta go back and trust them again. If you make them let you down again, shame would be on you. Jamaica better wake up and realize what's going on. PNP not good for Jamaica. The record shows that. All the scandal and corruptions and setback that Jamaica have been through, a PNP do it. Yeah? Jamaica should be far, far better today. And what Andrew Holness is doing is bringing back Jamaica to some prominence. That the world will recognize Jamaica once again, that Jamaica is doing something good. The crime rate is going down. All the indices of the economy is going upward. Inflation is going down. Unemployment is down to the all-time low. Our stability, economic stability, our exchange stability, everything is in a good place right now. And if you compare this period to any time within the last 20 years, Jamaica has never been better. Yeah? So, we have to, what them say? We have to take sleep mark that.
Yeah, definitely. But Churchill, a petal it have the thing where Tom is here, the news. In Churchill?
Yeah, I think Petal gonna play something, yeah.
Not the audio. It look like it's a press release where Tom. I really love hearing it, you know.
Yeah, I think Petal, I wasn't here at the time. But Petal did have it.
Oh, Petal must do work.
Hold on there, you hear me? No, I just see me and they put on I read it on another audio.
You have the statement?
I read it.
You have the statement, DJ Thomas?
No, Petal.
PG of the art about him come talk about Jamaica. You remember this famous about all the road network. You remember this famous statement, patrol free by 2003? But you remember the statement there? When none of that big head Bobby Picasso it come out with that? Patrol free. Remember? And this man come talk about the road network is I say them people are full of ignorance, to them arrogant, you know, man. They just feel that Jamaica belongs to them, you know.
And what they did, you know. Remember they put on, that's why they had the 1999 gas riot. And because he wanted to increase the tax, right? The gas tax. And people rioted about it. He wanted to put on something like $2 on the gas for tax. And eventually people come out and riot. And then I think eventually he put the gas tax and bring it down to something like 135 or thereabout. Right? Them decide to them put a fund, create a fund with the gas tax. And all that money that go into that fund to do road. Because that's what the time when they come
They put a fund or assess on it.
Right, the same thing. You understand? And when they create that fund, that money was not used for no road. And the money disappear. Yeah?
Because the money they never put aside neither. I think the money they find its way in the consolidated funds. And that you know. Because I remember when Bruce Colin did in 2007, they put a little tax on the gas facility that used to maintain roads and so forth. Something to that effect. Don't hold me to it, but I remember. And the JLP last election 2011, and the JLP campaign about the 1.5 million. They was of the view that they would use that money to fund the 1.5. When them took office 2016, no, that money wasn't around. It wasn't around. If you don't understand what I say. So the government did add that the JLP government in 2016 couldn't do the 1.5 one time. You remember I phase them for phase it in, do it in a two different part because the money wasn't there. That is how the PNP act. The PNP not put aside nothing. Them always use the money for the way them feel like for them. I wanna see the sense.
But what I'm saying, Carl, when the PNP, when PJ when I put money aside, so it is for road construction and road rehabilitation. They never fix no road. They never fix no road, you know. And when they build Highway 2000, remember I said it was a grant they get from something another.
Yeah.
Highway 2000.
Yeah. Yeah, man. but prior to the pandemic, we were fixing a lot of road. You remember this famous talk from Nigel Carpet? Up to 2018, 2019, we have fixed road. Whole heap of road are fixed. 3 Mile, Canton Spring, Marcus Garvey Drive, Mandela Highway. We have fixed a portion of road. And because of the pandemic, because people tend to forget, you know, our memory is so short, you know, that sometimes we wonder, you know. We wonder why our memory is so short for big people. Up to 2018-19, we did that well where road is concerned. But we had was to divert funds to health. We couldn't do no better. We have to divert one of the most money spending on health and education when the pandemic came about. Because we had was to have online class, we had was every minute care package for this, that, money have to put this up, but no one, the PNP, them don't remember them things there. Them just remember what they want to remember. Like the government, from the government coming in 2016, the government of no road.
Carl, well said. We have to start hold them accountable, man. All of them have to start hold accountable. Everything with them do. It can't be business as usual.
Another shame. Them are people you're not no shame, man. PJ.
I said it and I said it all the while. The devil have more morals and principle than them. The devil have more class. Yeah? Devil, a lot of people put blame on have way more dignity and class than them. Them have nothing about them. Them is like a dog eat his own vomit. That's what them is like. No man. Tell me Petal there.
They don't know what Petal good at work, you know.
Yeah, it's probably at work. But I did me ask for you.
Oh. Petal must say I do something there.
Sometimes I wonder where them compass, the moral compass lies.
That people,
If it lies.
Your face, man. Be your face, man. That is why they must never leave this country again.
Now the audacity for come and attack. The audacity. Come and attack about the countries in disrepair. And
This
everybody
man,
here can see it. It's just only just the people.
Yeah, man.
Corruption. I don't know how them really live and how them sleep. Sleep at night. But them say the wicked sleep good enough. Them say the wicked sleep good. So nothing, them not worry about nothing, man. Them just worry for line them pocket. And you see too, Jamaica do so well, you know. All them come for do is to scrape and enrich them friend. And them tap on our race. That's all them come for, you know. To grab and take, you know. And then they like to see how Jamaica move right, you know. How much in buildings are go up, how much in infrastructure are put in for investors come in. I never forget, you know, 2011 when them win, you know, and where the international body say, you know, it is not conducive to do business with these criminals. And that day, every plane that come in, when Bruce Golding lose, then just cause a boom, every private jet will come in with investors, then just lift up as the way name of them win, as them win. The people them leave Jamaica. Immediately and effectively them left Jamaica. Do you remember them days there? These people come and attack like them things that Jamaican people are well-thinking people who will know them past and know them history and have it record.
Big up on yourself, labor right. Big up on yourself, labor
Yeah,
right.
man.
Big up Outlaw.
Big up Outlaw.
Boy, may I tell you, the devil arise himself again, bro. The devil put up in ugly head. Patterson, Sister Pig, coming back
Outlaw.
again for do what?
Outlaw, the devil have more moral than them. You can't put them with the devil. The devil
Just
have way
man, I
more
said,
moral
nah,
than them.
man. I see
You
it
don't
on
got chastise
Trinidad.
the devil right now. No, man, you don't got chastise the devil, man.
Nah,
Man,
man,
the
the
devil have
devil
more
a
principle and
devil,
morals
man.
than
The
that,
devil
man.
a
Than that shit
devil,
house,
blood.
man.
The devil a devil. I don't know what happened to this old concubine.
Outlaw, let me give you a little thing. Tell you a little thing.
Huh?
All the way, none of we don't know what tomorrow I go bring because guess what? And we own our life. But as long as PJ win, as long as PJ alive, him will not see back PNP win back. Him not stop PNP for this government. Yeah.
But we know that, brother.
So,
the man is the biggest downfall for PNP government, as a PNP government. The biggest downfall, the biggest criminal PNP ever seen in them party. You understand me? Right? So I can't know where him go and where him coming from. We don't have no time for him, bro. Trust me. These kids nowadays is a totally different kids. I know for we four parents, let's say, hang on and do whatever and go with them. And when they must say, black man time, black scandal bag and all them rubbish there, you know? So we don't see, because right now, them say a drowning man grab after straw. And the fucker them know they're drowning. They're fucking drowning. They drowning so much. Look on the straw where them gonna hold on pan. Eh? So labor right and keep on just keep smiling, bro. Well, we just keep smiling and have a good time.
Yeah, man, we are do that, man.
We shall have a good time up in heaven. Let us all glorify ourselves and not pay them no mind. You understand me? Because what? God sent Moses to come taking people them out of promises and Joelness of Moses. So you understand me? And we're going to the promised land with them. Okay? So all the fear of people them we want they and not do them evil, do what them do. Make them go and work with fear of. We just continue and just do what we have to do. You understand me? Just glorify ourselves and just do the best we can and just continue to do the work. You understand me? Look a young man who come on there a while ago and as he say, you ask him when you hear what him say, he make sure out there a long time we're supposed to take up them there's something there and make people see and know what make them know say, well, your work, but me want to see where your work because at least me a Jamaican. You understand me? You know, come control, look a muck in my hole and then 2 days time rain fall and with up. Me want to see how you do it. You understand me? So we need young people like him to go out there and see what them do. And broadcast it and say, yes, this is what they do. Yes, Jamaican. How many Jamaican never see a road patch yet? I know Jamaican never see a road patch yet. Right? At least we see the road dig up and then do what them have to do, make the corner, make the edge, and then lay it off. So when rain come, it not just puck up, because things it just throw up on it. And puck up. That's the way you patch road. Right? So thumbs up to him and make him keep on do the good work. You understand me? We need many more of them like go out there and really show people, make people know say me not work on the road, but me's a highlight. Me want to see what go on. You understand me? This is my country. This is Jamaica, a land of love and unity. Because we not have it, bro. We not have it. We need it back, so we have to gain it back. We have to do what we are doing, get back the country to how it was. You understand me? Because everyone over here is almost a veteran. We got through Michael Manley, we got through Patterson. What more can we talk about? Eh? We feel the end of them already. So them can't do nothing.
We know we have to ensure ourselves. We put in the work, continue.
Of course, bro. Of course.
I like the young youth them, make the young youth them know say there's a future and the life gets sweeter when they get older. Regardless you don't strong like first, but life gets sweeter when they get older.
You know what I'm so happy for social media.
Yes,
make the youth them, cause many of them things say coming out foreign it is so easy living.
Yeah.
We can tell them, we can talk and tell them say coming out foreign is a shithole. Is a shit. Enough of we come up here and we are back shit out of our mouth. You understand me? Many of them we all have no skill. Try to live off a government. Are back shit out of our mouth. Then I know where the next meal coming from because they don't have a skill, they don't have a trade, they don't have a job. Right? Some of them you go down on the road, they saw them worse than you better than they pack up and go back home to Jamaica. At least they would have able to find little breadfruit and sit in the field. Right? Them is like a scavenger of the earth with them that foreigner. Trust me. So coming to foreign is not for we Jamaican. Jamaica for we. The land of paradise, so no need to take care of it. That one to take care and love it as I want to live there and treat it good. Ah, blessed, my boy.
Yeah, man, blessed.
They are listening, so
Outlaw.
where they are most days they make nice. So when they don't forward, me have to give them a chance, you know.
Well, me depend on the Far East. I work and I listen to no all day,
Yeah,
no
yeah.
all day. You understand me? All
Yeah.
day. I don't know when I go me now. I may say rep a jump and give me a little pizza and give me my little piece. Cause if me not give my little piece, me not satisfied, bro. So why me tell you, who feels it knows it. Tell you. With underneath for play that song there now. Who feels it knows it. Patterson, Miss Patterson, Sister P, Sister Patterson, come back, come attack again. The man done politics and retire. Anyway, baby. All the money when bleed the country and sell out the country for. Me thinking satisfied. You not satisfied? Eh? But him a cricketer. You not see all the cricketer, then you see all the West Indies team cannot even make not even aside the poor West Indies then can't even float.
God.
Up to it. If we go there, so just come in what they can beat West Indies this team. Right? Beat West Indies. And him a come talk about him a come in, him a come be a batsman. Batsman for what? Him a go and be in batman thing, man. Cause everybody knows him at that. Stay down there, son. Stay down there with the man in front them. Petal.
My son come.
Fixed. Conscience. Wow.
Black King. Black King must left work now, man.
Yo, what go on? What you have Black King must left work? Where you put that time?
All I mean, me done work. Make sure. When I say domino, I played it. What time? I come down to come bust made with some domino this weekend.
I'm at domino now.
Saying that. I'm just saying that, but I believe the auditor general. Him supervising all of the institutional organization and agencies and to bring a report back to the leader.
The auditor general is supposed to do an audit on most of these companies, right? These institutions do an audit on most of these institutions, right? And when they do the audit on it, they're supposed to report to Parliament, right? But I don't know what is happening.
Because there is so much irregularities in all the situation. So where are they? What are they doing? Are they sitting down? Because in everything almost you have irregularities. People about say this one gone with this one gone with that, on both sides of the fence, and we can't understand what is going on.
It's not both, sir. It's the civil servants in the ministries and agencies, departments who are spending the money, and doing the administrative duties.
So they don't need no supervision.
Of course. So the Auditor General supervise them, well, as it relates to the accounting. So it is the Auditor General who would audit these entities.
So you see the Auditor General is doing a good job? Eh? Let me ask you a question. I say, if the Auditor General is doing a good job?
To be honest with you, I wouldn't say they're not doing a good job. I think they're not, they're just not staying, how you would put it now, they're just not staying in the neck of the people. Because whenever they comes out with their report, you understand, it means that their job is done. But it is the fact that they're not staying on these people, and that's all we're asking for. You understand?
Okay.
Civil servants are not held accountable for anything. That's the problem.
Right. Okay. So what stopped them from being accountable?
Let me comment on that a bit, Toby.
Yes, sir.
2 days ago, I was watching one of the American news, and when I was watching it, they said something that grabbed my attention. They were talking about it wasn't on the news. I was watching a documentary yesterday on John F. Kennedy. And when John F. Kennedy took over at age 43 and became president, after a while he realized that the people who he had inherited from the former administration wanted to do things a particular way. And when he objected, they sabotaged him, and he could get very little done. Sounds familiar?
No. That's what happens sometimes when some people see you are successful in something and you have an idea and they want to pick up and stop the idea. Then do not want anything to be done. Because then see your idea to do something, so they want to stop you. Because they don't want it to be done.
Right,
yes.
Right. That's one thing. And then secondly, some people love them party more than them love them country.
Yeah.
And when their party was there, their party never have no good ideas. And if them do have a good idea, it take 15, 20 years before it can be implemented, or them take part of them get the funding for it and use it up.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
So when another party come in now and decide, all right, let me get the ball rolling, them realize that I make for them party look bad. So guess what them do? Them stall it and sabotage it. Right? And then in addition to that, the PNP as a tradition, believe it or not. I don't know if you know that the PNP used to, when they were in power, every contract, major contract that they're going to award, a percentage of it has to go back to the PNP campaign fund.
Yes.
Yeah. So they have to give them a guarantee that, listen, you have to give me a percentage of this contract. Right?
With Traffic Guru to Joshua?
More than likely, because Traffic Guru is currently in court, in the international court in Hague, for the exact thing, for doing that to some of the African country them. So you can follow it up, right? And that's exactly what they were accused of, because the PNP claim Traffic Guru said it was payment for a job that was done, and the PNP said it was a gift. But you know why? You know why the Traffic Guru could not say it was a gift? Because the laws in the country where Traffic Guru is from the Dutch country, it's a pity son of Punkus is not here, because
I think it's
right.
They cannot give
donation to a
political party.
Right. Their law says that they cannot give donation to a political party, but the PNP says that is what happened. But Traffic Guru said no, it's for a job that was done. It's a business transaction, right? Because the PNP organized for them to get something, right? And this is what the PNP used to do. So fast forward now to the JLP administration. Now for them think they're cut out. So what you find out is that people who were there from PNP time, especially in leadership, and them realize that boy, enough of those things dry up. They do all they can to slow down some of the projects. And that is why I believe that permanent secretary you should be able to fire a permanent secretary. I think so. They need to change the laws that you can fire a permanent secretary.
I totally agree with you, Joshua, on that. But Joshua and Philippian, I want to dive more into some of the thing that surround the Auditor General, right? In terms of the law, I don't know if you guys can help me on this one. The other day when the Auditor General had sent a report to the Parliament and they were saying that the report should not, they can't just send the report like that. And the Auditor General was saying, well, you know, this is how we always do it and this is by the law, right? Isn't that some of the laws that govern some of these oversight bodies are a problem to how the country is being governed now too? Because like the Auditor General, right? They can dictate when they send a report, how they send a report, what type of report, and all those stuff. So I don't know. You guys can maybe help me clear that up.
Philippian, can I suggest that you send an invitation to Barrack him and let him come? I think he can handle this one very well. Philippians? Mr. Host, one vice.
Yes, Joshua.
Host? Yes.
Yes.
There's a gentleman in the chat known as Barrack Kim. He's well informed. Send him a little invitation and let him come up now.
Yes, sir.
Protecting JA, how are you, sir?
Good morning, family. Good day, good day. I am here listening and learning.
Come on, man. Stop being modest, man. Yes, man, we're broadboard, you know, man. Sure.
Come on, we have to learn every day, you know. I'm still a learn, brother. Still a learn.
Is that a paradoxical statement?
Well, you see, the paradoxical statement is the one you're making.
Wow. Yeah, man. In the meantime, can you comment on what the question that Demi asked? It totally slipped me now. Not a young man anymore.
Repeat the question, Demi. I mean, you just jump up when me hear this one.
The law or constitution that govern how the Auditor General send reports to Parliament, how when they send report, how they should, and you know whether or not the government have can give a directive as to how it is being done or when the Auditor General is supposed to do an audit.
In the interest of transparency and the interest of the separation of powers, when these laws were developed, I believe there was an attempt to not have the political directorate venture too much into instructing these bodies as to what to do. I believe personally that it was a mistake to write these laws the way they were written. Democracy can be threatened from the inside, and we're talking about the enemy within. These same agencies, I heard somebody talking about the permanent secretaries just now. The biggest culprits that work against, especially at JLP administration, is always those people who are permanently in posts called permanent secretaries through administration. And they are always sympathetic to a PMP party, always. And there's no mistake about that when we reference that. Always, and it has always been proven. Now, Jamaica have got to a point now where if you make any attempt to get rid of them people out of the system, it will cause a big political backlash. But it is something that needs to be done. But guess what? As a government, you don't have to attack it individually, say as a prime minister or a minister. What you can do is rewrite these laws, amend these laws with an idea of accountability. Because if you're going to talk about accountability and efficiency in government, you can't just look on the politician them. Because the politician them only got parliament, go put together policies. It is these people who put these policies into effect. The permanent secretaries and all these people are the administrators that ensure that the policies that the politicians put in place work. So when them have things on them desk, a pile up because they don't want to work too fast to make sure so the programs of the government go through and that the government is efficient in rolling out these programs to benefit the people of Jamaica. We have to start hold some people accountable, and we have to start with the permanent secretary them. So the laws need to be amended where a permanent secretary, as I think Joshua said, should be able to be fired as long as you have evidence that the permanent secretary hold up the progress of the government's policies and programs. You fire them backside. It is too difficult for a public servant and mess up the process of government. And it's like pulling teeth to get them out of the service. Technically, you have to recycle them and send them go around this one back bench and over this one side bench. That's why Babs end up with 2 permanent secretaries in a fair ministry now. Because one of them would end up try to get rid of, according to the act, the Public Service Act sitting on it. You can't get rid of it. So in going forward, the government need to look at this seriously, where you hold these people accountable. Government can't have $45 billion to spend now. And the government is so concerned that because of this big chunk of resources, the capacity of the public service cannot spend it in any one term or any 1 year. It has to spend over a period of time because the capacity isn't in the public service. A foolishness that. These people are going to get paid anyway, and if the administration changes, still I get their money, and they still go be well paid and happy and garden yard, while the services that should be going to the people of Jamaica now reach. And the same thing with the Auditor General and the IC. Somebody need to amend them law. You can't come and report when you feel like, especially in an election time. It means you try to influence how the election go. And this should not be allowed. So there must be a law that says every report must be tabled at a certain time of each year. But in an election year, when an election is constitutionally due, the report must be tabled. 2 reports must be tabled the year before. One at the beginning of the year, and the one with you the year which would fall in an election year must be tabled the end of the same year. So 2 reports must table together. You can't get a report coming at the election year. That's all Seymour Panton, because in soon gone, you know, he might wait for release about 4, 5, 6 reports before he get in an election year. Then something must not be allowed. Somebody need to amend those laws because it is technically influencing an election. And you can't have these bodies influence election in your country. These bodies must be independent of the political process. And if they influence election, they are not independent.
So Protection JA, good afternoon. Long time in the on the TikTok business.
Good afternoon, Sir Hall.
Afternoon, Sir Joshua. How are you?
I'm as good as the Lord permits, sir.
All right, sounds good. Dimi, pick up yourself and Filipino.
Just up every time, Mario.
Yeah, man. Onto what was being discussed, because I was out for a couple of days, I had an exam to do. Somebody kind of locked down and lock away myself. So, but me just follow the conversation now. And the fourth revolution, you see this thing where people are going to carry go to court, Sir, Protection JA. We have to use systems now to get rid of people and situations like this. So a lot of things now has to be computerized and automated. And if I even apply AI to it in order to get things then done in a faster way and do a process of restructuring of the public sector. That is very important as far as I'm concerned.
Mr. Toby, I'm going to mute the mic here because it's passing, okay?
Yeah, man. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. You can open back when you're ready to speak.
Okay, thanks.
And you're right, you know, man. Because when you do that to the system, then technically you not depend upon the paper pushers called permanent secretary for complete nothing. But the system have to come with a law that says if you submit, for example, an application for a building to a parish council, no later than 3 weeks must this be done. So the mayor have to hold you up or one council or them have to go on one place upon them something there. You know? Everything needs to go through a digital
electronic
system where
electronic.
Yep. But there must be a supporting legislation that says that if somebody submit, if a minister submit a project, as long as the financing is there, it must not take more than 60 or 90 days. So the permanent secretary now is bounded by that law. Because since you can't get them out of the system, as you say, and a fully digitized and electronic system would have work around them and what they would have tried to do.
No, it's not even about working around them, you know. How I visualize it happening is where when an email is sent to them, everything is paper trail. And the same continuous email as its paper trail, and that will tells the efficiency.
There's nothing to force them to move. But when you put a supporting legislation in place that says
yes, you're right.
Certain type of project must not take more than 60 days. If them take more than 60 days to approve it, then them have to go explain why. And if they can't explain why, then I get rid of them. You know, but some supporting legislation has to be there. So you're right. Use the system, but you have to support it.
And protecting JA, I would take it even further. Not only explain why, but you must be able to show documentation, right? To show that you are actively pursuing all available options to ensure that it gets off the ground expeditiously.
Yep.
All right.
Or your portion of the job that requires you. Because I'll say this, and I heard you say something protection, JJ, before, and you include the building, like construction. For the submittal of a plan, you specifically say there's a policy that should have guided that to say by such time you're supposed to hear back, or if not, then you have to have a reason to say that why it is what it is.
Right.
Failure to do that, and then you say everything must be electronically. Not that pilferage wouldn't occur, but the amount of it would have been reduced because you'd have called the relevant persons. Because you don't need the mayor or the deputy mayor to be signing off on building construction document. You would have a commissioner, for argument's sake, of building, and that's his responsibility.
Okay, right.
You get what I mean? So then that's where you start put the fire now on the bureaucracy, where these people now have to be held account. Committee should not have to be met in order to say what it is. The committee only deals with policies. Get rid of this thing where the money have to sign off on your plan. The commissioner of building, whether it is the different avenues where construction has to deal with, right? They would have signed it off, and failure to follow the procedure then for them job on the ground. And if it is a policy that is holding up, then that is where you hold the mayor and his committee responsible. You get what I mean? These are the ways I think we are going to get the changes that we need. You know, that overall thing.
I want to ask a question there, and I'm not clear on this one. That's why I'm asking. Is it that the permanent secretary is appointed or selected?
Appointed.
And so you're saying a permanent secretary is politically appointed,
No,
right?
no.
No, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, man. But remember, selected would be by the people.
Yeah, they have a permanent secretary board, you know. They have a board.
Yes.
A permanent secretary board.
Yeah,
So you'd have apply. Is it a case that you apply for the job?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
For example, all right. So I started in government from I was very young, and I started from the bottom, right? So I can one day become a permanent secretary.
Okay. Because the reason why I ask, you know, if you can fire a permanent secretary, that means most of the permanent secretary would be coming from way down in the mid-90s.
Yeah.
Mario, a
Because if you
lot
notice,
of noises in the background.
me, right?
Yes.
And maybe you will hear noise in a mind too, because I'm driving
1
in
minute.
school and I have the heater on. So
1 minute. One voice. Can you add Mario Super down there, please? I don't know why I can't add him. Yeah, go ahead now.
Philippine and my location. But most definitely, again, remember, give me that the position of permanent secretary is the CEO, right? And I is one member of parliament outside of the prime minister, Nisi Hanger. Our cause is the permanent secretary to do their job, and the Minister of Health. As much as a man wants to say, I think the way the minister handled the situation, it allows his permanent secretary to do the operational job. So when an operational question is asked, him send you right over there. So our ministers need to start identify that, because since you don't have the system in place or the policy that drives that system, then you have to be technically sound to when questions are asked in certain things. You don't answer because that's not policy driven, and allow the permanent secretaries to answer. And I think that will make it put more pressure on them to do their jobs.
this question of Joshua. Joshua, do you think what the way one communicate with the permanent secretary?
Dimi, you have to start over. A while ago, you kept going in and out.
Oh,
So,
well, me in a bad spot. Me come back. You hear me now?
get off of your neighbor roof, man. And that happen when you thief Wi-Fi.
All right, me soon come back. Me in a bad spot.
No, we're hearing you now. We're hearing you now clearly.
Okay, so I was saying, based on what Mario said, do you think that have to do with the way a MP communicates, or the relationship that a MP have with his secretary? Because Mario said, through their permanent secretary. That's what I'm saying.
Sorry, Dimi, I got a phone call and I was asking you to hold. You repeat it for me, please. Sorry. Dimi?
Him signal did start to go away, Joshua.
Right, because I heard him said something about Mario, but that's it. I never heard anything else.
Greetings, everybody. Manners and respect. I think the answer to Demi question is no. You hearing me? Okay.
Yeah, we're hearing you.
We are hearing you. I think we could say reasonably, not fully, but reasonably.
I was just saying, Demi was asking if it's a relationship thing with the permanent secretary MP. But the answer to that question is no, because the job of the permanent secretaries were originally intended for continuity within government or within the departments of government. You understand? So the permanent secretaries, their job is, no matter which administration, which ministers come into that ministry, their job is to make sure that the policy of the previous administration is somewhat phased out, and then the continuity of the new administration, the new minister, that's their job. But in Jamaica, we're seeing the opposite. You know, these permanent secretaries, it's not fair to say all of them, but a lot of them, they seem to hold on to this PMP-ism. You understand? They seem to hold on to this idea of we must hold on to this old way or this old PMP ways, this manly ways, but you need to change. We need to change this, you know. But a lot of them are retiring, which is a good thing. A lot of them are retiring, but what the government needs to do is to make sure they have some sort of fail-safe mechanism. So when this happens again, they can, you know, they can pull that fail-safe. Hope that makes sense.
It does. But I also want to give a take on it, and it was even before I was asked the question. That is related. In theory, they are not supposed to be political appointments. However, because it's a recommendation, and we know that a lot of these boards, especially in Jamaica, are stacked with PNP loyalists, then what you find out is that when recommendations are being made for any public service or leadership role, it's usually PNP recommending another PNP, right? And so when they come in, instead of focusing on the business of the nation, they're focusing on how can I help my party. And because they were recommended by another PNP and they were already PNP, then they feel a sense of loyalty to their party. Another thing that happens, and I know this to be absolutely true, so this is not conjecture, I know it to be absolutely true, is that sometimes they are promised a position in advance to say, hey, if you will support me, support my bid, support my party, or be my voice, or do this that I ask you to do, then I can get you this position. But you have to remember who get you there in the first place. I know that to be very true. Right? I've spoken to persons who the promises has been made to. One of our own TikToker here, ex-police, he himself will tell you that when he was a part of the Police Federation, he was told that, listen me, we will get you promoted to a certain point. All you have to do is make sure that you do our bidding, right? And this is just how the PNP operate. Don't be surprised. Some of these journalists that you see very loud on the side of the PNP and silent when it comes to matters to appraise the JLP, promises were probably made, right, to them. And the so-called groups, civil service groups that are suddenly silent in times of corruption, right? They are given certain instructions, and sometimes not only promises were made to them, but if you look at the board, take for instance NIA, I went and I looked at the board, and every member on the National Integrity Action Group, every single member is a comrade. How it's supposed to be an integrity action group and you don't have one neutral and you don't have one person from the other side? It's one side alone. All 9 members on that group, they are PNP and PNP supporters, right? So
I saw somebody tell you why, man.
right,
We only call it a group.
right. We only call it.
So Joshua, let me ask you something.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sir.
Let me ask you what you think. Because I'm looking on the American system where the secretaries of the different bodies or government entities are politically appointed. Why should not the permanent secretary in our Jamaicans
It is my point, Mario.
Eh?
It's my point.
Oh,
No,
okay.
No, but you can't look at the American system.
Same thing I go say.
No, but you can't look at the American system and say that works.
No,
it should be politically appointed. No, me feel so that every party will come in, bring in them people. When them go, then bring them people with them. Me feel so that's a better system.
Why Dark Knight? Dark Knight. Why? You know why? If you want to cook your rice, would it be your enemy your rice we cook?
But this is the thing, you see. This is what I'm saying to you. It works. Oh, it should. All right. Let's look at the Westminster system for a minute. Because the Jamaican system is a direct copy of the Westminster system, or it should be.
And nothing is wrong.
Nothing, no, I'm not saying anything wrong. The permanent secretaries in the UK, they work how they should. You know, there's a time when, I'm not saying all of them not have them political affairs.
You must have a political bias, my brother. You are going to have it.
That night, you have to be fair. If you say for system now work, it a fail.
Good.
No. You misunderstand the point there, Rickster. Rickster, the government structure is failing, not the departments. The departments are underfunded. I can accept that, but how they should work never work. Let me give you an example.
But on a fund our problem. On a funding our problem.
Exactly.
A bureaucracy.
I'm telling Rickster that the problem in the UK is the funding. The funding is the issue. But they are run efficiently as how they should. And for the years when the Conservative Party assaulted the system, cut many of the civil servants, but the departments and still find a way to run. You understand what I'm saying? For example, look at. Let me give you a good example of good run department right now. Probably the Department for Work and Pension. It's working how it should. You understand? So I'm not gonna knock it. When the permanent secretaries, when it work how it should, politically appointed, it
I feel like say
point because
I feel like say one day once the election run. Once the election run,
the point is continuity.
The party win.
That's what they're for.
We don't want no continuity from them.
but bro God.
Yeah, man.
How is it that you believe that a man that is not thinking like you is going to do the professional
the same
things
result.
all the time?
Oh, but look here.
Exactly.
Let me show you something. No. But we see it happening in Jamaica. But let me show you something. Let me show you that our Prime Minister Andrew Holness is a couple steps ahead. And we're ahead. All right, in the UK, there's a permanent secretary, a civil servant. I forgot what his job title is. Where him responsible for all of the permanent secretaries, and him sit in cabinet. He's not elected. He's not a what cabinet secretary? Is he a cabinet secretary? I think him named cabinet secretary.
That too, man.
Cabinet. It's a position, but it's not politically appointed. Cabinet secretary. Let me just finish it. Let me finish and just say. Let me say what I say about Andrew Holness, what he did. He appointed. You remember when he appointed Major when name? What the major name appointed?
Yeah, man. You have whole bad doctor behind the name.
Yes. Rocky Mead, yes. Rocky Mead's job is supposed to get to tie up all of the government departments. Make sure permanent secretaries are working how they should. That's what his job was. It's a direct lift from what the UK have. You understand what I'm saying? Go ahead, Protecting JA.
All right, so basically,
Protecting
as I was saying,
Protecting JA, just 1 minute. So for Troy, if he's still listening, Troy, if he's still listening, this I didn't remember. So Rocky Mead would have been Rocky Mead office would have been a supervisory body, right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Right.
That's his
So
job.
Troy,
That's his job.
so Troy, there is a supervisory body for a lot of them. So if you're still listening, yes, there is a supervisory body that is created. Go ahead, protecting JA.
D-Me, 1 moment, protecting JA. D-Me.
Right.
I think the weakness with that, though, is that as opposed to what was being proposed with Rocky Mead, whereas everyone has their own supervisory body, there would be one, as it were, general counsel, right? One person who gives oversight to all of them, so it is centralized, you know. So yes, you have your leadership that's supposed to lead that area, and also kind of a supervisor that leads it, but your supervisor report to this one person, as it were.
Okay, got you.
Go ahead, sir.
When Douglas Saunders was about to retire, the first push was to have appointed Rocky Mead as the next cabinet secretary. The PMP fought it down and created a stink out of it. So it was withdrawn, and then Audrey Sewell, I think, was appointed cabinet secretary.
You're right.
The cabinet secretary sits in cabinet every Monday or whenever else they have a cabinet retreat. The cabinet secretary is a supervisory office for all permanent secretaries. The cabinet secretary's office is from which all government policies and all cabinet decisions is being disseminated to the permanent secretaries in all ministries. Rocky Mead's position presently is ambassador plenipotentiary. He represents the prime minister at a high level because the prime minister can't be at all places at all times. Now, Rocky Mead is a brilliant guy, and the prime minister decided that he does not want to lose a talent like that. Because we have to remember, guys, the further up you go up the ladder of success, is the tighter the space becomes. For example, when a police commissioner was being chosen, I believe them have to play a little bit of eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Because even though Fitz Bailey would have been a good pick for police commissioner, there was a Kevin Blake who was a brilliant guy who was in the background spearheading the development of the constabulary. Fitz Bailey is now the police commissioner of Turks and Caicos. So it isn't a case that he was no good. It's just a case that it becomes more competitive at the top because there's only one space at the top. Now, the problem Jamaica has is not a people problem per se. People need guidance. Institutions need guidance from policy. Jamaicans are some of the most brilliant people anyway you put them throughout the world. Somebody was using the example, the contrast just now of the United States Republic system. The United States enjoy a system that doesn't work all the time and it doesn't work 100%. Well, but they have a system that sees to the continuation of governance, even if there is a presidential issue, even if there's an issue in the Senate or the Congress. Continuation of government need to be assured in every democracy. Our permanent secretary system is a Westministerial system, and the Westministerial system is inarguably the best governance system in the world. Cannot be compared with any other. The problem in systems of the Westministerial type permanent secretary system is when you have a country like Jamaica, the entire Commonwealth practices some aspect of the Westministerial system. But when you have a country like Jamaica, that does not have in place clearly defined laws and policies to govern the permanent secretaries. Again, we don't have a people problem. We have a problem where there is no policy, no clear policy to govern certain offices. So for example, as I alluded to before, if there were some clear laws, and as Mario was suggesting, that if we put a system in place, which is what is happening now, we're going to take some time, but over time it will work to the benefit of all of us. If there's a system in place supported by legislation that says that when a government project is announced in Parliament, it shouldn't take more than 60 or 90 days for that project to be rolled out. Because the permanent secretary should make sure say all documents ready and every contract signed on time and the checks and balances are done and the procurement process is seamless, so that the government is expecting in 90 days that tractor upon road and roller upon road and what they call it, asphalt or roll upon road. That is where the disconnect is. And so I believe that the Prime Minister is going to work on this. If you notice, about 2 years now, every time the Prime Minister talked, the Prime Minister said Jamaica is shifting to a situation of efficiency and productivity. I blow the horn. Because I can bet you guys that this is a heavy lifting kind of situation. And after Andrew win this next term, a lot of these things are going to be attacked in the first to the second year to get them out of the way. Because the public service must be streamlined and it must start working efficiently. One orator at a point said that Jamaica no short of laws and Jamaica no short of sensible policies. The World Bank was just in Jamaica for 2 weeks studying Jamaica's economic policy, bringing a whole lot of countries behind them, including a few countries from the Middle East to study what going on in Jamaica. Jamaica does well as it relates to the development of rules and laws and policies, but we have a deficiency in enforcing these policies and making sure they work for the benefit of Jamaicans. And that is where the disconnect is. The permanent secretaries know say there is no clear guideline on how they should do their jobs. So them do it how them feel like to do it. And when that do, it has always worked against the JLP. Why? Because especially the 18 and a half years, PMP had enough time in a power to put who they want put where and take out who they want take out from where. And that is the problem today. Enough of them are get old and them have to go garden yard. You notice the government already, especially the lady that already done a parliament. Human almost reach 70 and apply for extension again. And the government have to decide.
They wanted to get rid of Paula Llewellyn because she's doing her job.
Pardon me?
And yet they wanted to get rid of Paula Llewellyn because she's doing her job.
They wanted to get rid of Paula Llewellyn, who no reach retirement age yet by law 65. And that was the issue, you know? So
and protecting JA, I think you summarize it. Excellent. Excellent. When you're on Joshua, they're on the same platform in a one day, you know, say education that, don't it?
I think you're being too kind to me now, Mario.
Come on,
I leave the journalist protecting JA up front. I'll stay.
I am just learning journalism, you know, Joshua. So
yeah. But I like your discourse, your analogy, your summary. Protecting JA, because I believe that it captures a lot of what is happening. In fact, it's not by chance that we see a lot of the things which are happening. I think it was Mario that echoed Alun and Dumbi Asamba's word, even though he didn't get into the detail, her words, when she said, We have built civic groups, and I'm just paraphrasing, but not totally. And we call them civic groups, but they are not. And it is, and we have placed PNP members there because we have an agenda. It don't get any clearer than that. You know, as Chuck Finney like to say, that they say the quiet part out loud. So in other words, what was supposed to be a secret, for some reason or the other, the mouth speak it and then the brain catch up later and say, oh, you know, I shouldn't have said that out there, so, you know, and that's what happened to them in this instance, where the secret was exposed. But I think two things that I want to propose. One of them I don't remember immediately. Hopefully I remember when I'm done. That as the Prime Minister speak about a one-stop shop, right? Much like the urban center in St. Thomas. One of the things that they have in the States, take for instance, the DMV office, Department of Motor Vehicle, right? The same place where you go to get your license. If you are issued a traffic ticket, it's the same place that you go and pay your traffic ticket, right? It's not a separate.
Yeah, your taxes here too.
Right. And so if we can design something not too dissimilar to that, you know, that they talk about international best practices, you know, bright people like Protecting Jay, I'm sure he's familiar with it, you know, and some of the persons in the chat who I may not necessarily see, but they're there nonetheless on the For You page, right? We must look at international best practices, look at what works and why is it that it works, and wherever possible, we adopt it wholesale or tweak it. Just like how Singapore and 27 other countries came here 1967 and borrowed our economic system at the time.
No, they didn't borrow our economic system. They borrowed Siaga's economic system because the PNP deviated from that.
No, it was still ours that the JLP created. It's just that Michael Manley feel that he's brighter than not only Edward Siaga and Jamaica, but 27 other nations.
Well,
right?
Like that.
I don't want to deviate from the topic. Joshua, you said something.
The salient point that I'm making is that we look at international best practice, we see what works, and we implement it. And I'm talking in light of the same conversation that we're having, where I think, I don't remember if it was Protecting JA that mooted that point, or at least allude to it. Whilst in principle, I don't necessarily agree with it, but practically it makes sense. So here's where we have a conflict between principle and practicality. I believe that we need to just get to the point where whenever government change, we clean house all together. Everybody who belong to the PNP, wipe them out and put in some JLP persons there. At least we know exactly that people are here and them showing them true colors up front, and you know exactly that they are supporters of the party, right? And they support the initiatives that are put forward instead of having people there who support the other side and quietly trying to sabotage it and think that it's a party that's sabotaging, while in truth and in fact it's Jamaica they are sabotaging, right? So
Joshua, Sir Joshua, I'll just add a little to it before you come in, Protected JA. So you fail on your own merit. That is what it is. You failing on your own merit, not another person.
Right, and not because you're a JLP and you're there, that don't mean that you're going to come and get paid for not doing no work.
Exactly.
Which is the culture that we have built in Jamaica and the understanding that the citizens have. I support what you're saying, Joshua. What I was merely doing in my previous statement was just to explain what exists now, what persists. Right. But I support the argument that you have made, Joshua, that if a government are coming in, maybe we need to restructure it. We have some people who are there, who are the technocrats who ensure to the continuity of government. But a party coming in, you need to come in with your people who are interested in establishing your programs and get them carried through the system.
Right.
Even though that in itself will still need support in architecture in the form of government policies to ensure that the technocrats work, or the technocrats and we drag their foot too.
Right.
Because you're going to need them.
And that is why I said you shouldn't have people there just because they support a party, them just get paid for nothing. I believe also, and I want to tweak the argument that I put forward a little, because on second thought, I think the first thing that needs to be done is an audit of performance, a performance audit. Notice I never use the word assessment, a performance audit. And we look at all the workers who will be critical to the success of the ministry, right? All of them. And in relation to their job description. And those who don't have a good track record, we clean house. And then our people, we're going to be strategic. Our people who apply the right way, not just because you say you're our people, you apply the right way, and we think that you have the capabilities of managing the task which will be given to you, then you come in. And you will be audited every 6 months. Your performance will be audited every 6 months. It doesn't matter who you are. And failure to carry it out, then we have to make some adjustments, and that may include severance.
But Joshua, two things that I'm looking at that you said that I'll take some disagreement with, or maybe it's just my understanding. One of it is getting rid of people. I think sometimes some people are in the wrong fit. So rather than getting rid of them, is to fit them into the positions that sometimes is their qualification or their skill set determine where they go. And you said audit, and I'm on it. The other thing that bothers me is that there has to be a separation in the ministry that separate politics from the operation side. I'll call it operation right now. So the people that is going to hold the political side, which means to me is from, and I'll just give my opinion to just draw a reference of what I'm saying, is from the permanent secretary level up, which the board would be a part of, would be determined by the party in power, so that decision making flows down, where meetings and departments head would have to follow those procedures. And then from that, we can assess those people and appraise them accordingly. And the performance skill set has to change in terms of the appraisal, so that we can get better results from the managers. And the teeth of the permanent secretary has to enforce. That's how I see it.
You know what, Mario? You know why I don't usually buy into that argument about separating the politics? There can never be an established government without politics. It is the politics that creates government. We have a problem with governance, which is totally different. There has to be an established government, because it is always going to be the established government that hires these people in these positions, appoint the people that need to be appointed. A matter of fact, look at it this way. The West Ministerial system that we practice, it is the Prime Minister that even appoint the judges and the consent of the Governor General, which will soon be the office of the President. You know, so the politics really cannot be far removed. The more I think about it, is the more I realize that the politics cannot be too far removed. The reason why the argument of separating the politics from other parts of the operation of government, the reason why that fly to a large number of people in our society is because we have built a culture of cussing politician and demeaning politician over these years. And you know who caused that? The old dinosaur who raised him head 2 days ago, PJ Patterson. He has caused the society to be broken down so badly that people look upon politicians with such scorn. Anytime people hear about politicians and politics.
It seems like I'm outside.
Without realizing, we're still hearing you, Joshua.
You're still hearing you, Joshua. Without realizing that
Oh, I thought I'd missed the Wi-Fi because I'm outside.
okay. So the politics really
You know,
cannot
I have nearly 2 foot of snow in the yard right now.
Oh, Joshua, now you where we are going with this one.
You hearing us, Joshua?
Yeah, man, loud and clear.
Okay.
Oh, him say him have 2 foot of snow.
Yeah. Yeah, the politics really cannot be far removed from the entire process. And so for me, I think it's a delicate balancing act. I think it's another call to action. It's another situation where, just like Nigel had to put on his big boy pants and do the restructuring, where everybody had danced around the edges for about 3 decades. Again, Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party have to put on them big boys pants and big woman frock and get this done once and for all. Streamline the public service in a way that make it efficient with all of the different tenets that all of us has contributed to the discussion here today. Them have to put in place, but it has to be directed by a sensible legislation and some policies that see to the benefit of the Jamaican people. Because a little technocrat, because them party leader is not in power, but them party leader tell themselves the whole of the government progress. They should not be allowed to hinder thousands of Jamaicans in our hillside somewhere in our country bush from getting potable water in their yard. Because these are the projects, and these are the programs, and these people, all of these things on them desk. They are the ones who are causing some of the angst in the society, the pain points, as the Prime Minister then put it. But guess what? The fingers will always be pointed at the politician. And until we begin again to reintroduce the nobleness of politics in our discussion and talk about politics like it is something important and it must be important, then our people will continue to scoff and scorn politics and politicians. So it's real. I don't believe personally that it can be far removed.
Yes, guys. Good day. I just entered this live when Joshua was speaking, and I like what Joshua was saying. Yes, it's hard to separate the politics from governance. But what Joshua says is one way we can start to do that. To hold people, the technocrats and all the workers in government, to hold them accountable to the job they have at hand. So when a new government comes in place, you have to have a means of assessing the job that they're doing. And when I hear say you can't fire government workers, that is total rubbish. There must be means by which you can get rid of an employee who is not performing according to the directive or the job he or she has. So everybody have to have a guideline and a job description, and they have to be assessed. I would say every 6 months is a good period. And if they've not lived up to the task for which they are responsible, then they should have to be replaced. No question about that. That's the only way you're gonna keep the engine of government working so that people will be satisfied with government, right? So I don't know where it starts. It has to start at the permanent secretary, where whoever the permanent secretary is reporting to, he's assessed all the way down the line. And if the government policies are not being carried through, then heads have to roll. It's the only way this country gonna maintain its stability and keep growing. if we're not getting value for money from government workers, then it's not going to pan out. So that's one of the things I think we're gonna have to work on with our government.
Well said. I was away from the phone, but I was hearing everything. But well said. You see, I think the person who rebutted might have been Mario, and Mario said to separate the politics from operations, and as that is why I had made mention that practicality and I don't remember the term I'd used, but they're in conflict with each other, because what is practical and what is the other position, they sharply contrast each other, and it's not in a good way, right? It's not in a good way. And so a decision has to be made for the betterment of Jamaica, not for the betterment of a person or a party, but for Jamaica. And it might be that you just have to make the decision to say, okay. And the only difference that I'd put forward, but with what Mario said, I would not start at the permanent secretary up, because it don't get more up than the permanent secretary after 21 that you have to go through. But at all managerial level, not supervisors, but at all managerial levels, where decision making takes place, right, and implementation, then I start there, right, and doing a general audit, performance audit. Having done that, and you say, okay, the persons who were before, these are the performers. You have a meeting with them, let them know, okay, we will keep you. And as Mario rightly stated, because I've had to do that in one of my former jobs, wherein I was one of the managers, there was a staff there, very diligent, quite mannerable, always on time, but she was super slow. And I had to make a decision to put her, having tried her at 4 different areas, I finally found somewhere that she performed excellently well. And she was the best at what she did, right? But prior to that, everybody wanted me to get rid of her, and I told them, no, she has the right attitude. And I kept her until I found an area that she was good in. Having done that, if you have tried the person, in government, you can't do that. But you would have said to the person, okay, here are the 3 areas. Which of the 3 do you think that you can handle the best? And you probably have to do a little tweaking and shifting around. Having done that, then you decide that those who performed well under the previous administration, we will give you tenureship, conditional tenureship. And that conditional tenureship is for the next 2 years, right? Failure to do your job. Yes, sir. All right, I thought someone was calling me. Failure to perform within the next 2 years, it is embedded in the contract that you receive that we have an automatic severance. If you perform within the next 2 years, then we make your position permanent with condition. The condition is every 6 months. We're going to be reviewing your performance through the performance audit system that we would have set up, right? And then with all the vacancies that are there, we are going to with our PNP, with our labor right people. Yes, that's it. Right? With all the available vacancies now, we're only going to fill it with our labor right people. And it's not because we want to be partisan, but it's because we believe that they have similar interests to us, which is the moving forward of Jamaica. Right? However, they would still be subjected to the performance audit every 6 months, just like anybody else. And if they too don't perform, then they too will have to, go. Right? Because we're looking at Project Jamaica. That's what we're looking at.
Good night. Good afternoon.
Joshua.
Good afternoon.
I work. Good afternoon.
I have a problem here more talk, but
Yes, but
me not really about him, because me just come. All right, listen.
No
Well, I'm
problem.
church.
You sure?
But I'm not going to say it over the live.
Let
me finish.
if it's a different topic, don't deviate yet. Let Churchill finish.
Just come. So, all right, me listen.
Right. Let Churchill finish because it will be relevant to what was just being said, and then you can introduce something new. But it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, man, no problem.
All right. So on the same thing, Joshua. I'm just gonna give a little experience.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
According to what we're talking about. I worked with a company for 20 years, and how it is arranged. Each department, the personnel are arranged by projects. So you have each department you have modules of people, and if you are on a project, the project consists of the people who are doing the research, the people who are doing the development, the people who are in marketing, the people who are, you have your manager. So it consists of people from, it was a chemical company. So you have interaction with a variety of people from different areas. And every year we have to go through performance review. So you're being reviewed by your peers, from people from each areas, marketing, research, development, whatever the case may be. Because you're on that team, you're reviewed, you're appraised by each person on that project. And you also have to do a self-assessment, a self-appraisal of yourself. And all of that is put together.
Break up.
You hear me? All of those appraisals are put together. And when you go...
Yeah, Churchill. Listen.
And when you go into your interview, your performance review, interview, all of those things are taken into consideration versus your own personal assessment. And that's how you get to, you get your promotion or your raise. It's based on those things. So no job, in my view, no job can be safe without performance reviews. No job at all.
Yes, Churchill.
Churchill.
Yeah, G-Keeper.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah, G-Keeper.
I want you to listen, Mark Golding. I was just listening to him. He said he had disability, How can we have a man with disability, if him kind of disability, I go run the country? I'm not serious. I'm not joking. I think he's in parliament talking now, and he say a man with disability like him. So uno must think it's a normal person uno want to put in the house of parliament. That's all I want to say.
G-Keeper, hello everybody. When did he say that just now?
Yes, you can't go on the same. He's on it. He's talking now.
Okay.
He's speaking now in parliament. Yes, if an individual. Continue, Churchill. Take back your place, Papa. Man,
Vibes,
my friend.
that's a vibes.
The
vibes.
So let me say, it's not everything you can really talk about it here, but what may I say? We have a problem in Western St. Thomas. Me are from St. Thomas, and we have a problem. And honestly, me personally, I try to talk, and it now go nowhere. I'm tired. Reach out to couple relevant person in a higher authority, and the problem still not solved. You see, we have to remember, say, if you not do what you're supposed to do as a leader, people not gonna look up to you. We need somebody who in authority, or somebody who can give us some answers regarding to when what project we're gonna do, because we don't see it. And we don't want to lose support.
Of a constituency in
West St. Thomas, James.
What constituency in a bit?
James Emerson.
Oh, so you say, what you say, what problem you have with them out there now? Listen now.
In my luck. I me personally call him because I have his number. Anytime call me, say Mr. Golden Wagwan. And somebody me talk to like that. Me talk to the mayor like that.
Yeah, break up.
Me I say, Mr. Robertson, or somebody me talk.
So what project you have problem with?
I have one piece of road where it need attention, and honestly, a couple times me organize.
Vibes. You check the program, the Sparks program, to see if it's on it.
It is not. Him tell me say it got done, but every time them say that we know you're nothing. It don't make no sense. I'm going to try it when it come down to election. Why can't start now? Every constituency me looking at, me see the road them are fixed and them are put up.
Vibes. One thing you must know, maybe I understand your frustration, but there are a number of roads on the Sparks program because one thing you have to understand, everything cannot done the same time.
No, I understand what you are saying now. I understand what you are clearly saying now. But what
if you know the Sparks program, you have to go wait till maybe the next phase of it.
No,
what about the reach? What about the reach? What about the reach?
All right, well, I know. I'm going to check again. Because he told me that it will be gonna be done in phases, right? It's a whole section, and trust me, him have the support there. So him need to just do him have to do. Him not doing it.
When next time you talk to him, if you don't know what's on the Spark program, that's what you should find out. Where it is on the Spark program, if it is in the first phase or the next phase. I think you need to find that out first.
Yeah, man. Which is you say for the dead in the situation, you don't understand what I'm trying to say. My understanding.
Believe me, I understand enough. Believe in a song here with some bad
one. But him need, boy, I mean, I say, all right, listen, you see, St. Thomas, we love the development, we love everything, but you see that here already, nobody else, we don't want nothing else. You see, after him do this, he can go all a foreign. Kind of him have him support, but him just need to get this done.
That's not the only place, right?
Need to get done. Yes,
I understand what you're saying, but all over Jamaica, that's not the only place.
It is from Ramber in St. Thomas to Cedar Valley. And it adjoin Andronis wife constituencies. Yeah, man. But me try to reach out to Desmond McKenzie one time because you see, let me tell you something. You see, round that side, what I understand is a very hilly terrain. So it understand when you have long side, when I'm the car with a mali, if you wanna get it done, me volunteer to get it done. You understand? But me I say it's too long. I mean, be not talk to him about it. I call him, we talk to the mayor, even Christmas.
How long? How long is too long? How long has it been that way?
It has been that way from in the constituency, and the fourth term.
Okay. So you say no look upon none at all?
It no look good. I tell you.
No, you
No. And that's alone we are begging to do.
All right, so I am back. I had to be off for a while. I didn't hear the question that the gentleman asked.
Respond back to Joshua, babe. Joshua, here we are, sir.
Yeah, man, we have a problem in a Western St. Thomas. We just have a little and a big problem. We have a roadway where no attention, none at all.
Whose constituency is that, Michelle?
No.
James Robertson?
Yeah. I talked to him personal several times about it. Right? Even before the mother election. Because me kind of worry. And you know why? I worry. You see this era where me I talk about, him have a strong support there. Right? And I'm tell you, to be honest, him win the seat not because of him win the seat because of Mr. Wholeness and the work we might do.
Right.
Not telling you.
All right, so here's what I'm gonna ask you to do. Give me the name of the community on the road, and I'm gonna make 2 calls, and see if they can reach out to him and let them know about the complaints. I will not give any name or anything. I'll just simply say that it came to our attention about this road in this community, and I'll make 2 calls right away and call you back.
All right. So the road is from Ramber.
To up where Landu is.
Yes. So it's all the way from Ramber to Bethel Gap. That piece of road is that's one of the
So it goes all the way up to Garden Town, close to Mrs. Holness.
All right, exactly. You know exactly what I'm talking.
Yeah, man. I know the areas. You know, I've been all over Jamaica, so.
Cause them come on. I mean, they come them measure. Yeah, one at a time. Not now. Like before election.
That mean, you know, Mr. Huslin was died a couple years ago, then, man.
Mr. Huslin.
Right.
I'm not sure.
He's a brilliant man. It's just that he used to drink rum a lot.
He come from Cedar Valley?
No, man. Him come from Ramble, man.
You talk, me know you talk. In black.
Yeah, black and little, him short.
Yeah, man. Me know you talk. Kopi,
right.
Yeah, man.
All right. It's a small world.
Yeah.
Right, so that road not fixed yet?
No.
All right. So
them patch from the rest of the road, but I mean that part of the road need urgent attention. And I'm being attacked. I'm talking to Mr. Jim one-on-one. Even Christmas.
All right. So I am going to make 2 calls right away and come back and you know, I may not be able to give you all the details online, but you can send me a follow and message afterwards, and we.
Yeah, man. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it.
All right.
No, I was just asking him. I was listening and asking him about that road that he's talking about and about.
Sorry. Vibes. I apologize, miss. I apologize. I just remember that the persons that I'm going to call, they will be in Parliament.
Okay.
So
no problem.
Parliament begins at 2:00. So there, one is a senator and one is an MP. I was going to call, and both of them should be occupied, right?
All right, my follow you, so you can basically give me a feedback.
Right, just leave a little message as to exactly what it is, so that I can remember, because I may see it and be figuring out, okay, who is this person?
All right, mark it now, because sometimes people mislead. Mark it now, and not saying is a bad MP, you know, because
no, man, gotcha.
But we have to understand, you have some other young people, just like how the PMP them are growing and tell people lie and propaganda, and the negative is the spread. You have a lot of young people when never see the farmer development there. So we need to get that done. That means that people can say yes. We can debate on the highway or go through the parish alone.
Right. So that fork in the road right in front of Opie House. Which one of the road? The left road going up to the hill. That's the one you're referring to.
Yes, you go all the way up to
Garden Town. Where they plant a lot of coffee up that side.
All right, exactly. Even the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister was there last year, just before the parish council election. He come from Andes Gap and come down and go all the way back to Mark Bay. So he basically know about it, but we just need this to be done.
All right, you have a group which is there with that
we have a farmers group.
So here's what I'm going to suggest. You meet with the different group, the farmers group.
No, I'm not in Jamaica now, right? I'm not in Jamaica now.
Oh.
I'm
sure you have contacts. I'm sure you have contacts up there still.
Yes,
Because
man,
what I'm proposing, in addition to the calls that I'm going to make, is that if you write a letter directly to the PM's office, right, it may reap some results, because election is close and you can't afford for any gaps in the system.
That is it. And let me tell you see the problem we have. I mean, I know about the wider Jamaica. You see the member of parliament, them sometime, I know them are the problem, you know. You see some people who them put in the position to run as like delegate and people who them put in charge. Them people there sometimes be the poison, because when them get stuff to hand out or to give out. They give only them friends.
And not only that, but sometimes when people get too comfortable, then they figure that boy, when I hear Labourites talking about we win already.
Hello, you can put me in the big box.
Yeah, you don't win already until the last vote is counted.
No. And the thing is now, a lot of young people willing to.
Hello, may I talk? You can wait a little bit. We're in the Prime Minister constituency. May I show
Nobody knew you were talking, ma'am.
You can't hear me?
Okay, badness,
Hey, boy.
You just asked to be put in the big box.
I just show off, so I love what Andrew are doing in constituency. I'm down here, so I'm showing the work we have gone.
Yeah. You know, see the silver car behind you. You know, see the silver car behind you. I mean, I got kidnapped, you know.
Eh?
You know, see the silver car behind you.
I can't see.
No, I me come for grab you. The silver car will drive behind you. I mean.
Oh, yeah, whatever. Silver car you talk about. So you see them column there, go up them. This is a new building. It will be the multi-purpose, multicultural center.
Okay.
If Andrew come open what day, come break ground for what day. So it a go fast already?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Jam. Yes, true. This
And
guy,
this is the children's park. Andrew open here so long years now. And over this side, yeah, me know for a while now. And over this side, multi-purpose court, and right this is the civil civic wait name there, civic center. Yeah.
Nice.
So I wish I live Andrew just break ground for this now. So you know, so whole heap of things are going on in the constituency.
All right.
He's my MP.
Right.
So
Which part you come from? Which part?
I'm in
Eh?
Farm Olympic Way area, yes.
I have family up at Bay Farm Road too.
Yes, so that's
And I'm not far from Mushpadi. Right now I'm not far from Mushpadi. The house them when give away what they don't have St. Paul's there, but I'm not going there so right now.
Make them know say you used to live down there before you came into new money. Now that you're in a new money, they're not good enough for you again.
Yeah. No, me love down here still.
We not saying you don't love it, it's just that it's not fit your lifestyle anymore.
No, but down here, you want to see how the place I develop and the people.
Hello, Joshua, what do you mean by a fit lifestyle?
I understand, Joshua. Right now, I'm going to buy a house.
I am a citizen of that constituency.
But hold on.
And I would not move my house and put it elsewhere because I can go to my bed with my door and window open and nobody is breaking in and entering. So I do not...
Tell him to me.
Don't make any mistake. Do not make any mistake.
Because when me leave and come and leave out of the area, me get robbed. My house get robbed and broken into.
Okay, so don't make
it when me live down here, so
because guess what? Because when you live down there, you never have nothing for nobody to rob, so they would not waste time to try rob you.
Hello, dear. Do not say that. We are very well off people down there. We have nice houses. If you come in our house, you don't want to leave, and we pay light bill and we pay water bill.
Exactly, tell them.
Okay.
So,
and like one time,
Philip, just stop throw up wire?
Watch out, them pay light bill down here, so yeah.
No, me never said them. Me say you. Me ask if you stop you.
We stop them for a long time. We always have pilots. We always have pilots.
And he was advocating for persons to get their houses wired properly from Bruce Golding time. A lot of the persons where I was living in the scheme, they could not do what they used to do before. So everybody, well, majority, I don't know about nobody, but most of the persons that I know of who are my neighbors, everybody is properly aligned with JPS. Of course, we don't want to pay the bill, but we have to pay our bills. Life is about paying your bills, right?
Yeah.
So that's just it. So don't make any mistake. And it's a very vibrant community.
And you know what the people are doing? They're buying their land, they're paying their property tax.
Yes.
They get regularized by getting the legal rights. and all of that. Yes, and they have them little business and they might build up them 2-story house.
Yes, under
People,
Jamaica Labour Party, more people have more business.
exactly.
They are very creative, innovative
Yes.
entrepreneurs. So don't make any mistake.
Yes, so this area is fast developing. People are ambitious and the MP is working, the councillors are working. Only up at Sambakan you hear war going. You know, hear it going down in the JLP section then.
No, not at all. We are modeling our Prime Minister.
Exactly.
Yeah, we all want to have nice houses, we want to have money in the bank and all that jazz. So we don't take the negative aspect of people saying, oh, you must have how much bank book. We want to have $1 million bank book with each of them having $1 million. That is what we see when we look at our Prime Minister. So I want you to know, don't come and say those things on public airway.
Yes, how we beat you up in a Joshua.
Yes.
Yeah. And you see, me there in the area, and me I walk, and you just hear quietness, silence, and the cacalona crow right now.
I'm telling you, I never bought a crow down there.
Yeah?
I told them know some Miss Mavis are your auntie, and them know some Miss Mavis are gangster, so them not.
When we talk, my auntie call me, Auntie V, yeah, what you say?
No, hear man, what he say him disabled. Him say him disabled, you know.
You can't bother. I said,
no, sir.
And then people want to pass stop with him. And when the people, you know, so the man, one of the church, was the deacon touch him and he flap his hand. And then the pastor preach and the pastor whisper that then don't pray for him and shake up his head. Like in disabled for you. And you know when the pastor whisper to him and tell him, say, you damn thief, you tap thief the people the money and tell lie.
I don't believe that.
Yes, stop tell lie.
me see it. No, me see it for true. Me see it.
You know. Me say no the video can show you. And one woman run a whole and pan and just shake them off, you know. And I just have you see all in head where the pastor touch. When the man catch to the door, we wipe off the man head and I find head. Me say God, watch ya. I what him.
Me see it, man.
This me send out him, man. Me send you out to people. The pastor I tell him say must stop tell lie and tap damn thief.
Well, that pastor is a good pastor and a brave pastor. You know, too much church people covered and refuse to tell people the truth because they want membership.
Yeah.
Yep. So, yeah, man. So Philippian, just take some videos. Oh, she gone? Oh. Sorry.
I'm here.
Yeah, man. Record it and then create some videos and send it to us and we forward it. Yeah?
Okay, maybe. Yeah, me soon do that. Shannon, hi Shannon.
Hi, what's up?
Good day. Mute.
Good day, Shannon. First, may I see you?
First, I from Central Kingston.
Oh,
Okay.
are you beat up Lawrence? Are you beat up Lawrence?
I want boss, and I want impact boss, you know.
Yeah. Tell him to me now.
One
Donovan Williams. Say that, brother.
Alright, you can give me about 5 to 15 minutes talk, please.
Yeah, man. Run through. Once everybody else is okay, run through.
Okay, I am 28 years old. I don't really know about politics, but running created out this Central Kingston overwhelmed. I don't know. But I live in Central Kingston.
You're breaking up, sir. You're breaking up. You're
now?
wind in your phone, so it take away from what you say.
Yeah, hear me now?
Yeah.
Alright, so I say, we have running to run this presidency all along this I run this hold this so long. So one day I go to him one day I meet in an accident up on one school the time when I work with judges and go to him and say, "Yo, you need to it. I beg you look help, you know. No. I'm telling people say from this man won't meet. The name Donovan Williams can do a lot for Central Kings. So anything we never do it in the Central Kings. I mean, my family my tired in PMP, but this man changed me. Name Donovan Williams. Hey?
Just on mute.
Oh, sorry, man. I thought the mic was mute.
Them, they make sure him take care of all the things and make sure everybody all right. When they come in one time we'd have a lot of crime rate in Central Christian. No, shot fire 24/7. People are dead. This man step in a long time national fire in Central Christian. A long time. I shot no fire in some people. When the man they come in come do, him do a lot for me. Do a lot. That man do a lot for Central Christian. Him do a lot. What him do, when to no do it. Me a bias as a local youth. I know nothing about politics people online, on the live. Me never do. Me know nothing about politics, but what that man do when he do it in a Central Kingston. And that's my talk.
I'm have to get a vote, but you know, I grew up in a inner city. Well, them some must call it inner city anymore because it's kind of it's transforming. Like you know, so as they talk about the zinc fence changing out to changing of the zinc fence and turning them into wall perimeter, you know, fence whatever. I am seeing a lot of that happening. We have less zinc fence in this area now, and it has really changed the face of the community.
So how you get not
You know
change
that?
from zinc, Philippines?
Boy, that's why I forgot go to Andrew now. Cause I beg him again.
All right. I know about you. All right.
Yes,
Keep
Shannon,
serious,
but
star. Don't mind with my idol.
it really makes a big difference in the people's life to see their community being uplifted. Them feel like they're in a brand new environment where they can thrive, you know?
Sunday me at meeting Sunday. Everywhere him go, I think of me the behind him. Yesterday him Sunday him keep him meeting at Holy Family Primary School Sunday, and a lot of people come out. People from country, people come. Even can name some of the people will come up. Yesterday Sunday is a lot. So enjoy him say my boss. Him do a lot for me. I'm saying I tell you, Central Kingston is a place where a dieted like him bring up a memories like him say like him brother link him and say yo Central Kingston no. You wanna go Central Kingston like him and say Central Kingston a dieted and man say alright no man say come man you have a we go push you I say push you give him the victory power from me just know love what me have for that man I gonna make sure say that man have to go win back in a Central Kingston.
And Shannon, you talk a while ago of cold bomb full my body because this is what representational politics should be. People changing people's life and making it better. And we see over the years where the PMP, they were not doing that for the people. It was just a few persons who were benefiting, and it is the persons at the top. Yet they say they love the poor. They love the poor to keep them poor. But politics is about impacting and shaping your environment in a positive way, changing people's lives for the better, right? I'm glad as a young person you can come up and testify to these things. And it will also teach you that, hey, whatever you've learned before about the Labour Party being for the rich and not the poor, that is false, because this Labour Party has given more social benefits and impacted more people at the lower level than any other administration or government. You understand?
You know, some honesty. You know, say I'm usual day. I'm never usual the monks. Usual the monks, my family them as I grow up. So me I explain something. I don't know no about politics, but one time you say, Liberate are the same thing, PNP are the same thing. But sometimes you sit down, sometimes in a classroom, you sit down and you teach a lot and you learn a lot and you realize say at the right party them do a lot, them at the right things them do. PNP never that do it. Yeah, you know, I realize say the person I say. So usual the things are son. And I say, Jesus Christ, PNP are the same thing, Liberate are the same thing, but from realize how Liberate do the right thing.
So Shannon, you're what I'm gonna ask you for though.
Yeah.
You're what I'm gonna ask you for though. You see that lady that was talking to you?
Yeah.
And I follow right away. You see Churchill, send him a follow right away. And send one vice a follow. Well, one vice before you can come in, you have to follow him. So you have to send him. But also click on the notification bell that whenever they are in, you know how to find them. And the reason I ask you to do that, you said you don't know much about politics. We're going to teach you the true history of Jamaican politics. Right? We are going to hold your hand and guide you. There's another guy named Chuck Finley, ChuckFindley 34. Go and follow him too. There's another guy named Trav, TRAVI_TRAV. Follow him, right? These people, and we're going to teach you about politics. Chops Media, follow him also, right? The true history of Jamaica and politics, and no PNP come from telling nothing because them lie, them don't talk truth. Right?
And Joshua, you know, I want to say add to what you're saying. This notion that people have to say, oh, the both parties are the same. I think they're just looking for an easy way out, not to be a part of the process, but they always want to benefit the most. They talk the most. They cry the loudest, but they do not want to participate. So they find an easy way to cop out of taking part of the person, because at one point I used to probably say the same thing.
Right, but hold on, let me say something to you. Some persons who say they are sincere, and let me tell you why I say that. Leading up to the 2002 general election, one of the things that the PNP did strategically, and it was a good strategy, even though it was lie and wrong, when they realized that PJ started becoming unpopular, one of the things that they went on the campaign trail and said is that both parties are the same thing, so why change?
Yes.
Right? This is a political party sending that message, you know, that both of us, our philosophy is quite similar, so why change? Right?
All right. Let me stick up in there just because I just remember the MP that came, Donna Scott Motley, that in the parliament the other day, where she admitted that both parties are corrupt. No,
she can't admit to it. She said so. There's a difference between an admission and
she literally was both parties. Yes.
No.
She literally was saying that her party was corrupt.
No, here's what I'm saying. When you use the term admitted that both parties, it is indicating that both parties are corrupt. So I'm saying that when she says that both parties, don't use the word admit, but rather use the word says, which means that she's admitting that her party is corrupt.
Her party, that is the correct terminology. She said that. And I was very much shocked when she said it, because I'm like, how can you be here vying for power? And at the same time, you are telling us that your party is corrupt. In the Labour Party, we're not saying that a corrupt party. We consider our party to be transparent, because leaders, as a leader, you cannot be saying that you're corrupt. No. So, as I said, they're just trying to find an easy way out. A lot of time, people just trying to find an easy way out to take part in the process. That's how I look at it. Because at one point, I used to be one of those who said, I can't bother with them because everybody is the same thing, until I started to analyze things, do my own research, and realize that there is a difference, because I see the difference when a certain party, when the JLP is in power. So I had to make a choice and be a part of the process.
It is a whole heap of changes, you know. Some people are, as I say, this man named Andrew Williams not doing a lot. Sometimes if you realize say that man we have this country, him doing a lot, that I want. Two, or him do for people that no scheme and no house, him do for people a lot. That come like what the man I do for Jamaica, come like man can do for whole Jamaica. I mean the thing about this where man do people say Andrew wants to go right, so Andrew wants to do this, Andrew wants this, man I do in time, man I do the best, he man do the right thing, he man hold the country, bright Jamaica, and do everything can the whole Jamaica.
The Prime Minister can't do everything. You can't. It takes time. To build any business or an organization, it takes time. And as we all would say, if the PNP was doing a good or stellar job in their time, then it would not be so much of a hard work or task for the Prime Minister to build on what they left. But they basically tear down the house and the Prime Minister have to be rebuilding it.
Alright, it for true, you know. Alright, so my community, you have this woman who live in a Central Kingston for much years. Till them kill her son, things, I know if she take it to heart, she blind. I never know say really then I'm coming to like me that fix up a house of that woman a die at PNP. I want them singers and send me a picture, a video, like me have in person or me test with the love for the man have him and the love for me have him. Me have in personal number, nobody could have in personal number, me have in personal number. I like him take and send me a video and say I'm there in a place and I'm saying Ishpa. I'm seeing build up him goes and take over the woman brand new all those stuff and put on fresh all stuff. And give one me and say, no man, look there. And how much easier the man to do things for PNP, do this with that, do this with that. Is that a lot? Me, the right man for Central Kingston, him never stay there, so till him tell himself say they want to retire from Central Kingston. This man never stay in this seat, tell him retire and say him no want no more. Right, so that him says for whole heap of years. Donovan now come to the seat. Member Shannon Palmer from Central Kingston. Anybody can ask Donovan about him. Me close by him, but man I have Central Kingston. Tell himself say he want to retire.
Don't take the PNP for granted. Them love run money here. Yeah, Shannon.
Yeah, you know, so then like him come, like him and pass and my family see me and say, now if some family, one and two of my family man, one and two people, so them know say me had I switch over and go on the labor. I say, the boss afraid, I say, oh my boss afraid, so McGregor come in, step in and I say, Jimmy, this can't save him. You know, boy him come retire from this Jamaican force and this boy man come in a parliament. He never have a chance to go in a parliament seat. Now he have a chance to go to the force to sit down.
All right, that sounds good. Here's what I'm gonna suggest. You see where the post office is in Almontown?
Yeah.
See if you can get Donovan Williams to show that road some attention here.
Eh?
Where the post office is. You know where the post office is in Almontown?
Almontown is what in Almontown.
I want post office in Almontown, man. Off Arnold Road.
Off Arnold Road.
Right. All right, so you know where Arnold Road is?
Arnold Road.
You know where Michael Hostel is, where the teachers, the trainee teachers, stay up at the top where Caribbean Broilers Chicken is.
Yeah.
All right, so come straight down on that road. Come all the way down till when you come down to the T junction. The T junction, if you make a left turn, I'm not going to the post office yet. If you make a left turn, when you got there, so it take you to Dames Road. Dames Road wants some attention. There's a big yard in Dames Road where the Don live. That wants some attention. I'm not supporting Dons, but it needs some attention. Right? The Don is my family, so that's why I know where the Don live. Right? When you leave there so now and come back down, you're going to go down on Anderson Road. The first right turn on Anderson Road will take you to the post office. That road around there is very bad. Just tell him it needs some attention.
Some picture and anything. I'm going to go take some picture and pass through.
All right, because you can't give the PNP anything to capitalize on. All them, them use it to them advantage, and them love run money to buy a vote.
Yeah. I know, say I do. I don't know me that link. If I'm one day me that personal, I don't know me really I work. I know at the moment. But I do a little small thing, a small business right at my yard gate right, so I sell like, I try to uplift back myself. I sell like a little chicken back. That's the only thing I sell. I made a try to get some assistance from somebody, but I realize saying no, what they like him, I say him not really. There at the moment now, if I'm keeping look mean in the time, like him saying I go deal with some local paperwork because I'm not really there. Him say for me, there him not get me look thing, but do like Jerry chicken back.
Oh. So you
somebody really now an assistant can help me, but I'm got
right.
but him not really there.
So, Philippians, some of them players that give aid and grant. Refer him to them now. Because you are the grant specialist.
Ministry of Labor and Social Security.
Yeah, and Ministry of Labor, they're near to Alman Town. So and Ripon Road. You know Ripon Road off Oxford Road in Kingston?
That is native for the NIS office there.
Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Go there and explain to them the business that you do, and ask them what help, what kind of assistance you can get.
Yeah. Okay. That's nice to meet you, and no?
Yeah, man, just send us some follow, and we're going to teach you about the true history of Jamaica, not the corrupted history that the PNP present.
Oh man, believe me, my father, man. I don't know why this MP have almost love. I love for me. I don't remember is I want much. With a keep of a sub in a park, and yeah, I'm dead and with like I'm not really saying I go park some car and everything. But him pass through, but me give my personal park for himself. The MP tell me the whole of buying empty, him not come down yet, I said this is level 39 night, and I said the bank not come down yet. And I'm give for them generally from that, I don't know what I'm doing, like I'm going to lay down exactly, lay down on the ground, like slump on the ground and lean back my back on him car. But he realize him see someone on the car, but he never knows on me. And I said, Shannon, no, you're not going to Shannon Palmer, them come. Shannon, no, you're not going it. I said, no, man, big boss, I'm not going to the cup, man. I'm busy if you have a license for him to you, I'll be looking at him, but I don't want to know, so you're gone. So nearby, I live right down near to KC school. So, and then they about level 30, him still over buying a steam at task.
Before you go further, Shannon, let me teach you something, you see?
Yeah.
Politics is a dangerous sport.
Yeah.
So, you see your home address and your full name, as much as is possible. Keep it off of these platforms. So if you can use a different name other than your real name and your home address, keep it off of these platforms.
Yeah, because the PMP them will target you.
Yeah, they will come for
so
you.
You see,
Leave it or not.
You have Shannon Palmer. So your username is that and your display name is that. So change it.
You know, that's true. I just remember one time I go me and him go Parliament, and I remember come down and me and him take a picture. I'm there. I decide somebody interview me, CVJ, and then people them cuss me, them bush me, and I'm here. You have to be a labor, right? Your picture gone over. And I said, no, the man they do things for me, so I'm busy for no one thing, the picture and thing.
And that is what we're saying.
Yeah,
PNP will hunt you down and kill you, and not a joke thing, Shannon. It's not a joke. A real thing. Right? It pains my heart to say this about my fellow Jamaicans, but it's true. Politics is a dangerous sport.
Listen enough of that going in a central
There's a lot of things you copy from the US, and this is one of the things you need to copy as well. You are free to express yourself as it relates to politics and who you decide to support. I should not be hiding my face or my name when I am making a post.
All right, so
but we have come a long way.
Here's where the violence started. And
one minute, second. You know, sorry about that. You know, the same thing. You just said about this name over. You know, my mother. My son said my mother 20 and tell me say. But no, say they want to changes, you know. But I want them just to tell you, but don't really up in it like they can't trust them. They can't.
No. You listen me. You don't. Listen me. I'm gonna tell you something. apart from my brothers, stepbrothers, a few in-law, not a lot, and the ones who know about it, them don't know where me live, even though they are in-laws. Right, apart from my brothers, my stepbrothers, a few in-laws, not a lot, and a lot of persons who know me personally to talk to don't know that I am involved in politics because me keep it so hush-hush that them don't know. And guess what? Very few persons know where I live. Very, very, very few. Less than 10 persons know where I live. I don't play them games with nobody. Right? PNP will hunt you down like an animal.
Murder
right?
you.
And get rid of you.
I don't know what you're saying, Joshua. I believe you because where I am, I'm doing business. Persons have expressed to me out loud that why not support private business because they're labor right. I'm like, that is so dumb.
And
I keep my eyes and my ears open
What you
because
said, spontaneous, but what they say about business was?
where I am doing my business, people explicitly come into my business place and say I am not supporting your business anymore because they say
Labor
you're
Party.
a laborer.
So, which part? Well, me know what.
I live there. I don't work. I don't have my business in my constituency.
Oh,
I
okay.
work outside of my.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, they come into my business place. You know, I wear my colors. I always wear my colors because I'm so proud to be a Jamaican and a Jamaican that support the Jamaica Labour Party. So I wear my colors. And people will come into my business place and express their disgust at me supporting a prime minister that is leading our country into prosperity. And I tell them, listen, we can't sit down and talk. You don't need to bring it that way there because guess what? You're supporting somebody who has destroyed this country and they try to bring you in a light because that's what my prime minister is doing. Okay, so they'll tell you out loud, but I'm not afraid, I'm not scared because I'm not doing anything wrong. We argue, we have very spirited debates and you know, them leave and say, me not support your business because you have labor. That's okay. You know? So yeah, it happens. We need to change it. And one by one, we can change it by taking the stance. Listen, you support who you want to support, I support who I want to support. We don't need to fight about it. We are Jamaicans at the end of the day. Yes?
That's true. But the right thing, the thing you're talking about is true thing. I see that Latin and Central Kingston, 2 times already front of my face already. Someone did the right front of my face, just that. So by the man walk off and walk past now, I'm going on another road. So that you the gunshot. By the time we forgot to look at the man, they just pass me. Yeah, so people, me tell you is this man do a lot for Central Kingston. He do a lot, he make a whole heap of changes in all man. You see what him go do a look work down a rate on the field and put grass. I mean the general, Donovan Williams. You have to give him a thumbs up, my general. I'm say big boss, I do a lot of bang. Just keep up the good work. He do the keep on the good work. He do the best. The best is all of my boss.